Chapter 1 The Inspectorate is here. See Circle Calendar 1492. About 30 years ago from Summit War. North Blue Waters. The sun was shining brightly, and the cool sea breeze rippled on the sea. A warship flying a snow-white seagull flag was sailing slowly on the sea at a steady speed, with a huge sail branded with justice in large black characters raised on the towering mast. Jun, my Jun, I like you, please accept my love. On the deck of a warship. A rather scruffy-looking major marine kneeled down on one knee with a gorgeous sliding tackle, with exaggerated movements, holding a bouquet of bright roses in both hands, and looking at the beauty in front of him eagerly. In front of him was a tall girl with long black wavy hair. She was wearing a righteous cape of a major in her headquarters, pink suspenders short sleeves, and only hot pants on her lower body, revealing a pair of long, fair, and round legs. Major Jiaji is so brave. Come on, Major Kaji. Following Kaji's public display of love, other Marines on the deck also cheered excitedly. Some people threw confetti, some blew trumpets, some fired salutes. Some people even held up a banner that read Major Jiaji's 38th Confession. As if inspired by the shouts and enthusiasm of his subordinates behind him, Jiaji was suddenly filled with unparalleled confidence. While holding up the rose, he also shook the greasy hair on his head coquettishly, showing an expression that he thought was extremely handsome. Jun, accept my love. There is no better man than me in this world. Jun. The corner of her mouth twitched, and she said in a faint tone. Jiaji, you are a good person, but we are not suitable. The deck suddenly became extremely quiet. The sound of trumpets, cheers, and gun salutes all stopped abruptly. All the Marines looked at Major Jiaji, who was kneeling there on one knee with pity in his eyes, still holding flowers in his hand, and suddenly noticed that his back looked so desolate and desolate. Thinking like this, their noses couldn't help but feel a little sore. Major Jiaji is so miserable. I've obviously confessed my love so many times. Why? They walked over subconsciously, and just about to open their mouths to comfort him, unexpectedly, the motionless Jiaji suddenly turned his head, and his face was covered with 2 lines of tears. Did you hear that? Jiaji bit his lower lip, his eyes filled with tears. That Major Jiaji, we all heard it. Actually, you don't have to be discouraged. Yes, man. All the Marines couldn't help but comforted him. Jun actually praised me as a good person. Jiaji suddenly jumped up from where he was, his eyes blurred with tears, his eyes bursting with dazzling light, his face flushed with excitement. She finally admitted me. What does this mean? It means that as long as I continue to work hard to confess, she might agree to date me next time. All Marines. Is she complimenting you? You are a good person. Is this a nice thing to say? They looked at each other with twitching eyes, their expressions were stiff and awkward, and after returning their glances vaguely, they all smiled and nodded. Yes, yes. That's right, that's right. Yes, yes. I knew it. Jiaji immediately cheered and clenched his fists. She is testing my patience. I finally understand your good intentions, Jun. He turned his head and said with a smile. Actually, you don't need to test it. After all, we have known each other for so long. Don't you still know how I feel about you? Come on and give me a kiss. As he spoke, Cake pouted and leaned towards Jun. Boom. The next second, he flew backwards like a cannonball, hit the mast, and then slid down softly like a piece of mud. 2 lines of bright red nosebleeds gushed out from his nostrils, and his body twitched from time to time. The Marines next to them seemed to have been used to this scene for a long time. They put away various rescue tools and carried out their own duties as if nothing had happened. After the farce ended, Jun rubbed his temples and sighed helplessly. She opened the military document in her hand again, and inside was a Marine file. Name, Rogers Darren. Age, 19. Origin, North Blue, orphan. Position, North BLUE 312 Branch Base Director. Rank, Colonel Naval Headquarters. Ability, Suspected Devil Fruit ability to manipulate metal, details unknown. Evaluation, a very ambitious person, straightforward and ruthless in his behavior, and has a strong influence in the North Blue Waters. He has amazing potential and can be included in the selection of the officer training camp. Note, there are serious problems with personal lifestyle. At the bottom of this table, there are rows of achievements and achievements in annihilating pirates. In addition, the file is accompanied by a photo provided by Marine Photography Department. Jun glanced at the photo casually, his black onyx eyes flickering. The man in the photo has black hair and black eyes, deep facial features, and eyes as deep as stars, exuding a wild and unruly temperament. This guy is a bit handsome. He's almost rivaling Lao Zi. At this time, Jiaji also brought his bruised and swollen head closer to him and sighed. So this guy named Darren is the target of scrutiny in our industry. Jun glanced at Kaji, who still had 2 wads of tissue stuck in his nose, and resisted the urge to beat up this shameless guy again, and said in a calm tone. That's right, this guy is making all the changes in North Blue. He is like the local emperor of North Blue. Moreover, secret intelligence claims that he also has private cooperation with underground forces, mafia, and many countries in North Blue. According to Sister He, Darren is a very dangerous and capable person. This time we came here, in addition to awarding him honors on behalf of the headquarters, we also have the responsibility of review. Besides, this is just my mission. What are you doing here? She looked dissatisfied at the brazen guy in front of her. I have a mission in my hands, but this BD has to follow. Where are you going? Where am I going? Jiaji winked and smiled, and then muttered disapprovingly. But this guy is just a colonel in the headquarters. As for Staff Officer Crane, does he take it so seriously? The Crane sister Jun mentioned is the chief advisor of naval headquarters and the core figure of the righteous forces in the whole world. Shouldn't the people who can be put in the eyes of Staff Crane be big pirates like Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Roger? And this kid is just a colonel of the headquarters stationed in the 4 seas, although he is 2 ranks higher than himself in terms of military rank. But this is only because I grew up in the headquarters, and I haven't had time to accumulate enough military exploits to be promoted. If you start to perform the task yourself, you can surpass this guy casually. Jun shook his head and said. No, sister, he must have her reasons for saying that. Jiaji rolled his eyes. So if something is really wrong with the review, are we going to take action? As he spoke, he couldn't help but snapped his fingers, looking eager to try. For some reason, when he saw the photo on the file, he had the urge to beat this guy up. Can't tell why. Anyway, definitely not because he looks more handsome than Lao Zi. No, we just need to report to the headquarters. Jun slowly closed the file and turned to look at the sea in the distance. The cool sea breeze blowing head-on from the vast expanse of sea made her long black hair dance. She remembered the instructions Sister He gave her before she set off, and also remembered the rumors about this Darren she had heard in the headquarters before. North Blue, the most chaotic sea in the 4 seas. While thoughts are flying on the sea in the distance, the outline of a heavily guarded military base slowly emerged from the mist. It's coming soon, Jun said lightly. On the watchtower of the warship, the bugle gradually sounded. The loud bugle sound was transmitted far away, and the same bugle sound came from the direction of the 321 Marine branch in the distance. Echo each other. Ready to log in. Jun turned his head and said to the Marines. Soon, the warship slowly sailed into the port of the 321 Marine branch. Rows of Marine soldiers with live ammunition were stationed on the land, forming a majestic military phalanx. This North Blue Marine is a bit difficult. Cake rubbed his chin, looked at Marine, the resident of branch 321, and couldn't help commenting. Although branch 321 is the largest and most powerful branch in the North Blue Marine System, the quality of marines in the Four Seas region is notoriously low, and it is a well-known fact that there is a huge gap with the headquarters. However, Jiaji found that these marines are quite capable in spirit. Everyone exudes a sturdy aura, with tough eyes, and the guns and sabers on their bodies are top-notch. Judging from this momentum and equipment, even the elite of the headquarters are nothing more than that. There's something wrong. That guy named Darren is able to train the North Blue Marine to this level. Jun and Cake couldn't help exchanging glances, both of them could see the doubt in each other's eyes. Salute. At this time, a Marine Major, about 20 years old and wearing a military cap, stepped out of the square formation and shouted loudly. After the words fell, all the Marines on the port saluted together. Jun and Cake also returned the military salute, and immediately walked off the warship. Major Flying Squirrel, first time meeting, hello. Jun stretched out his hand, looked at the man with dark purple hair and a firm and stern face in front of his eyes, and related information also appeared in his mind. Flying Squirrel, Major Marine, Deputy Base Chief of North Blue 321 Branch, right-hand man of Base Chief Rogers Darren. The Flying Squirrel shook Jun's hand and said in a deep voice, "Welcome Major Jun and Major Cake to visit." Although they are both at the same level in terms of military rank, the two of Jun are from the headquarters after all, representing the authority of naval headquarters, so a certain degree of respect is still necessary. They are all colleagues, so there is no need to be so polite. Jun smiled and looked around. What about Colonel Darren? The Flying Squirrel's face froze slightly, and he hesitated a bit. Base Master Darren is still busy. Still busy? Jun frowned, and suddenly saw a richly decorated official ship docked by the port. The official ship is decorated with brightly colored ribbons, and the flag of the kingdom flies from the mast. This is the official ship of Yadi's kingdom. Jun recognized the flag on the official ship, and his expression turned frosty. She thought of all the rumors about Darren she had heard in the headquarters, subconsciously gritted her silver teeth. This official ship is obviously a woman's style, so its owner. Shouldn't it be? Jun had a bad premonition in his heart, gritted his teeth and took a step forward, past the Flying Squirrel, and strode towards the base chief's mansion. Her mind was full of rumors about Rogers Darren's corrupt, depraved, and lustful life. Well, the old author has a new book. This one continues to tell everyone about pirates, the original marine story, no system and no plugins. In addition, Lao Ma also reminded that the justice of the protagonist in this book is not so pure. If you want to read heroic doctrine, you can read the previous book. Finally, as always, I wish my readers well. Chapter 2: The Sea of Chaos, Fallen Marine. Darren woke up from a big soft bed. The high bridge of his nose, his eyes as deep as stars, his sword-like eyebrows, and his short black hair set off his unruly temperament. He slowly stood up from the bed. His naked upper body was covered with all kinds of hideous scars, and his thick muscle lines gave him a bit of wildness. Always handsome. Master Darren, are you awake? A tingling, soft sound came from under the soft quilt. A tender and mature face poked out from under the quilt, and the graceful body outlined by the curves under the quilt was a description that could not pass the test. The woman's moist eyes looked charmingly at the tall man standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass, her expression filled with the satisfaction of being conquered. She had never seen such a perfect man, wild, domineering and unruly. Although last night was her first time because her husband liked the same **X, the man in front of her gave her unimaginable pleasure. Darren came to the windowsill, picked up a fine cigar from the crystal coffee table, lit it, took a deep breath, and said with a smile, "Well, go ahead and sleep, honey." Although I say honey, this woman is just a passerby in Darren's lust-hunting career. Soon he will forget. Although this noble lady tastes really good. Darren put on a loose white shirt, opened his chest, brought himself a glass of whiskey, picked up the latest newspaper, and read it while drinking the whiskey. The great pirate world destroyer Berndy Waldo sank the official ship of the world government. The world nobles celestial dragons were furious, and offered a high reward of 200 million baileys. The ward pirates may become the biggest threat to the government. The great pirate Roger sets sail again. The latest whereabouts are in the weakest East Blue. The great pirate Golden Lion Shiki is recruiting soldiers in the New World, trying to build the largest pirate fleet in the world. The big pirate Kaido and Charlotte Linlin had a war in the New World, causing a small island to be razed to the ground. Shocking news headlines appeared in front of Darren's eyes, causing him to narrow his eyes subconsciously. It's really lively, in this era. He slowly closed the newspaper, took a sip of whiskey, and lit a high-end cigar with gold gilt patterns. The strong smell of tobacco irritated his throat, lifting his spirits and causing him to fall into deep thought. Yes, Darren is a time traveler. It's just that other time travelers are different. He doesn't have any chosen sun system or cheats. His only advantage is that after soul fusion, his perception and control of himself is much more accurate than ordinary people. He traveled to this world of pirates 5 years ago. From a low-level marine private, he managed to climb to where he is today. Although North Blue is outside the Grand Line, it is the most chaotic, barbaric, and most filthy sea area among the 4 seas of the East, South, West, and North. There is no peace in the weakest sea East Blue. Without the prosperity of trade and the wealth of West Blue. Not sparsely populated South Blue's stability. North Blue is full of mafia fighting, underground forces fighting, endless wars between kingdoms, rampant pirates. All in all, North Blue has become a governance nightmare for countless Marines. From an ordinary sailor to the base commander of Branch 321. And even about to receive a medal from the branch, Darren has experienced so many close calls and intrigues. I'm afraid even he himself can't remember clearly. Only this injury on his body is enough to prove everything. It is precisely because he is well aware of the difficulties along the way that Darren adopts an extremely indulgent attitude towards life. After all, his timeline is C-Circle Calendar 1492. In this era, the Valley of the Gods War has ended for several years, and the entire world order is in chaos. Roger has not completed the great voyage to become the legendary One Piece. Golden Lion has not gone to Marineford to give away his head, and is still dreaming of his dream of ruling the sea. Whitebeard is still accepting his son in a big way, and his blonde hair like a golden crown is still vigorous. Kaido has not yet become the famous cute teacher in later generations, and now he still finds Marine to commit suicide from time to time. Charlotte Linlin has not yet become a steel balloon like a mountain of meat like Big Mom. She still maintains a good figure and is looking for a suitable stallion on the sea. Redhead is still an intern, Buggy isn't king yet, King Luffy isn't even born yet. In this era, there is no balance pattern where the 4 emperors ruled the New World, and there is no 7 warlords of the sea system, and there is only chaos and fighting. In this era when the whole world is ravaged by pirates. In this era of big pirates and big heroes running around the world. Even Marine, which is regarded as the most obscene and well-developed profession by countless senior traversers, is a profession with its head pinned to its waistband. Darren himself couldn't tell when he would die in a fight, so of course he had to live a better life. After finally traveling through time, he naturally wants to live happily. Even if you are a Marine, you can't be a bitter Marine. Drink the best wine, smoke the strongest cigarettes, and sleep with the most beautiful women. This is his code of life. Regardless of depravity or corruption, these so-called reputations are actually not important at all. He's not a pirate, so why does he need fame? North Blue Marine has never relied on a good reputation to advance. Among other things, his former bosses, Porisalino and Sakazuki, were also from North Blue. Their reputation isn't that good either. But now they have gone to the headquarters, and after graduating from the officer training camp, they have been promoted step by step, becoming the future Marine Admiral that everyone in Marine has identified? Of course, when it comes to having fun, Darren's standards for improving his cultivation and strength are as strict as when he chooses women. Thinking this way, he adjusted his breath, gradually concentrated, and immersed himself in the perception of his body. The fusion of souls caused by time travel produced some kind of magical talent, allowing him to perceive himself to a degree of accuracy that ordinary people could not imagine. In order to facilitate analysis and recording, after years of exploration, he succeeded in roughly conceptualizing this feeling, using numbers as a unit of measurement, and comparing it to the Sengoku Admiral he had seen before, and made a personal attribute table. This seems unreasonable, but even something as outrageous as time travel has happened, so it's acceptable. Physique, 58.103. Strength, 53.831. Velocity, 57.539. Fruit, 71.345. Physique represents the body's defense, vitality, and endurance. Strength is pure arm strength, body strength, and instant explosive power. Speed means movement speed and short-distance sprint burst. As for the fruit, it's the degree of control that devil fruit has. The reference for this data has a specific example, and the full value is 100. For example, for physical fitness, the reference is naturally the strongest creature on land, sea, and air in the original plot, Kaido of the Beasts. Kaido's terrifying defense is unable to cause damage without advanced emission. Darren estimates that his physical strength should be around 90 points. Well, my physical strength has indeed increased by 0.03. Darren felt his body carefully, and a smile appeared on his lips. An accidental discovery by myself was finally confirmed. After a 2-hour conquest last night, I woke up refreshed today and my body has indeed become stronger. It makes sense. According to the physiological knowledge learned before traveling, moderate exercise can increase the body's testosterone level, male hormone, and release a large amount of dopamine, which can promote muscle growth. 0.03 may not seem like much, but if the water flows slowly, mosquitoes, no matter how small they are still flesh. Yes, this is how Darren has been working hard over the past few years to find out how to use his talent. Through precise perception of the body and feedback as accurate as data, he can find the most suitable way of practice for his own growth, thereby continuously improving his strength. Just then, swish! The door to the room was suddenly cut open by a sharp sword light. A tall figure with long black hair walked in with a cold and angry expression. "Colonel Darren, as the incoming North Blue Admiral, you actually did such a ridiculous thing in Marine Base. It's too much." Jun, who was holding a famous golden sword, glanced at the woman hiding under the quilt on the bed, huddled in fear. His eyes almost burst out with fire, and he said something that made Keiki behind him stunned. "This is the governor's wife of the Kingdom of Yachties. Let me remind you, because this book spans a long time, from Roger's era to the Summit War, and the timeline at the beginning is too early, so many characters are still very young. They haven't had much experience yet, they are still quite immature, and their ideas and concepts have not formed the impression we have in the original work. In this book, everyone will see Darag in his youth, Jun who insists on purity of justice, Kaji who is ignorant, Aokiji who still insists on burning justice, and ambitious people. Old chat. But please believe in my ability to shape each character well, and as time goes by, they will gradually grow and get closer and closer to the original plot." Chapter 3 I Care About the People. This is the governor's wife of the Kingdom of Yachties. After the words fell, Jun seemed to feel ashamed, and an angry blush stained her face. Darren, ABD, actually did such an indecent thing in Marine Base. This is simply unacceptable and unacceptable to Jun, who grew up in the headquarters and received the education of pure justice from Tsuru staff. Not to mention, she came from the headquarters this time, and she also had the responsibility of review and supervision. If this kind of thing gets out, what a bad impact it will have on Marine's reputation. Darren, what a disgrace to justice. Unexpectedly, the instigator, Darren, looked like he was okay, with a charming smile on his face, and slowly stood up. Oh, it turns out that it's Major Jun and Major Cake who came all the way from Marine Ford. It's really hard work. With a cigar in his mouth, he extended his hand generously. Welcome to the North Blue 321 branch. Jun looked at him coldly, not intending to shake hands. Darren shrugged nonchalantly, took out a cigar and handed it to Jiaji, who was thinking about it next to him. Major Jiaji, I've heard of you for a long time. Jiaji's eyes lit up when he saw the cigar handed over by Darren. The cigars are branded with bronzing lines, which clearly come from West Blue, high-end cigars exclusively for nobles. He subconsciously wanted to take it, but seeing Jun's fire-breathing eyes, he immediately withdrew his hand embarrassingly. Hey, Darren, is this woman really the wife of the governor of the Kingdom of Yadis? Cake lowered his voice and asked secretly. Darren laughed and said nothing. Jiaji gasped suddenly. Brute. He cursed secretly in his heart. He had seen Madame Margaret's appearance, mature and charming, with a lingering charm, and she was so cheap for this guy? How can it be repaired? He is obviously more handsome, so why not have such luck? Most importantly, that is the governor's wife. This identity, thinking about it is exciting, ahem. Jiaji couldn't help but gritted his teeth and said. Colonel Darren, it's not good for you to do this. The tone sounded a little sour. Jun turned around and glared at Cake, then turned around and bowed deeply to the governor's wife who was hiding under the blanket to apologize. I'm sorry, Mrs. Marjorie, this is our Marine's negligence. This time, I am a member of the inspection team from Naval Headquarters, Major Jun. Please rest assured that we will thoroughly investigate Colonel Darren's evil deeds and severely punish him. While speaking, Jun secretly swore in his heart that he must report this matter to the headquarters, and there must be no such black sheep as Darren in Marine. At this time, Madame Marjorie carefully poked her head out of the bed, glanced at Darren who was standing there smoking a cigar, a shyness flashed in her coquettish eyes, and said softly. That, Major Jun, I actually volunteered. My concubine likes Colonel Darren very much. Jun froze for a moment. Jiaji was dumbfounded. They originally thought that Darren was using his strength or power to coerce Madame Margaret into submission. But I didn't expect. This was voluntary. Etc. They thought of the official ship docked in the port. This, is it home delivery? Okay. 2 guests from the headquarters, let's not hinder this beautiful lady from resting. Darren smiled now. He casually put on a brand new military uniform and a large cloak, and raised his head to signal the direction outside the door. Let's go to the office to discuss business, this way please. Branch 321, Base Chief's office. A huge plaque hangs on the grey and white wall, and the 2 big characters of justice are outlined on the plaque. Darren sat unceremoniously on the main seat, lit a cigar, and said. Major Jun, Major Cake, please give me some good news. Have you received my commission? While speaking, he seemed to casually look at the 2 people in front of him. This is the first time he saw these 2 future admiral alternates after crossing. Jun is tall and slender, with a pair of long legs, white and slender, without excess fat. Her long black hair was tied up into a high ponytail, paired with a wide marine cloak, her eyes were black and bright, and she looked heroic. The beauty mole on the corner of her mouth added a bit of charm to her. It's just different from the impression in the animation. At this time, Jun is only about 18 or 19 years old. He still looks quite young, but he has already begun to have charm. As for the gauge next to it, well, pretty scribbled. With a cigarette in his mouth, he stood there with his hands in his pockets, his eyes wandering from time to time to glance at the cigars on the table, no matter how wretched he looked. Obviously only about 20 years old, but there is a kind of vicissitudes that can only be seen at 40 years old, and he looks a little anxious. They are all young officers from second generation. Darren felt a little emotional. Plus, it's okay, his background is fairly approachable. Jun is a veritable second generation. Not to mention the amazing talent, but the background is ridiculously high. Vice Admiral, Naval Headquarters Chief Staff Officer, regards her as her own sister, and Sengoku Admiral takes good care of her. It can be said that she is the chosen child who was spoiled and raised by Marine's big bosses. Even the strongest Marine and hero Garp are called Little Garp in her mouth. This kind of treatment is really excessive. Compare people to each other, compare to dead people. He climbed from the bottom to the rank of colonel with great difficulty, and Jun started out as a major when he first went to sea to perform a mission. Not to mention that everyone can tell at a glance that Jun and Cake came to North Blue this time, seemingly to perform a mission, but in fact they came to guild. When their missions expire in a few months, they return to their headquarters. With their full resumes, the two of them can directly enter Zephyr's officer training camp. They only need to wait until graduation to enter Marine's Corps decision-making level. It's really enviable. However, it is obvious that Jun and Cake at this time are still quite young, with the kind of pride and innocence unique to young people. It's quite normal. After hearing Darren's words, Jun, who was still angry, snorted and took out a letter of appointment. Congratulations, Colonel Darren. From this moment on, you are the top officer in charge of the entire North Blue Marine military affairs. Darren took the letter of appointment and looked at it. Power of attorney. From now on, Rogers Darren, the base commander of the North Blue 321 branch and the headquarters colonel, is the North Blue Admiral. He smiled with satisfaction. The position of Admiral is only established in the 4 sea areas outside the Grand Line. It is a specific position with the rank of Colonel. The Admirals of the 4 seas in the East, South, West and North have the highest command authority over all marine bases and justice forces within their respective jurisdictions. They are directly responsible to Marineford, the headquarters, and are the most powerful figures in the 4 seas. Although there is no such letter of appointment, it will not have a significant impact on his power. After all, the entire North Blue Marine is already under his control. But besides Garp, who would think that his position is too high? Besides, with the title and position of North Blue Admiral, I can do some things more conveniently. That guy Sakazuki still keeps his promise. Darren murmured to himself. Sorry to bother you too. He raised his head and smiled heartily. I wonder how long you two will stay at North Blue. Jun said calmly. It can range from half a year to 3 months, depending on the review time. Colonel Darren, for the sake of confidentiality, during this review process, the identities of myself and the members of the review team of Major Jiaji will be kept secret throughout the entire process. We will all be identified as your adjutant. Darren smiled. No problem, Jun. Please give me your advice in the future. The Marine Military Academy in this timeline is not as large as in later generations. It takes the form of a training camp and selects elites from the Grand Line and branches all over the world for training instead of starting directly from recruits. Therefore, the selection criteria for officer training camps are very strict, and the review system came into being. As long as he passes the review, he will pass the selection and go to the headquarters to join the officer training camp. He will be trained by the former Marine Admiral Blackarm Zephyr, learn Marine 6 styles, and even Haki, and become a real strong man. Finally, you can rely on this layer of resume to accumulate enough political resources to soar in the Marine system. Darren then turned to look at Jiaji and handed him a cigar. Then, please give me some advice. Jiaji glanced at the gold-plated special cigar. Even in the headquarters, he had never smoked such a good product. For a moment, he felt that the flue-cured tobacco in his mouth was tasteless. That. Jun. He looked at Jun longingly. Jun rolled his eyes angrily. Smoke it, smoke it. Okay. Jiaji took the cigar with joy, couldn't wait to light it, and started smoking happily like Yujian. At this time, Jun suddenly asked in a cold voice. So Colonel Darren, you still owe us an explanation for what happened just now. Even if Mrs. Marjorie is voluntary, your actions will have a bad impact on Marine's reputation and ethos. And considering Mrs. Marjorie's status as the wife of the governor of the Kingdom of Yadis, your behavior may also cause a serious diplomatic incident. When Jiaji heard this, he also pricked up his ears and stared at Darren as if he was watching a good show. Humph, lousy, it depends on how you explain it. He has known Jun for many years and naturally knows the latter's character very well. Under the influence of Councillor Tsuru's pure justice, Jun could not tolerate any sand in his eyes. You kid, you are so arrogant. And he smokes such good cigars. Well, I have to say that this cigar is indeed quite tasty. Jun, this question doesn't need to be explained, right? Isn't this very reasonable? Darren had an innocent expression on his face. I care about the people, military-civilian cooperation. Cough cough cough. Jiaji, who was smoking a cigar in Mimi, almost choked to death and his face turned red. He raised his head and stared at Darren, dumbfounded. Care for the people? Military-civilian cooperation? This actually seems to make sense? Why didn't I think of such a perfect excuse before? No, the reason. Chapter 4 I am actually a good Marine. Darren. Jun stared furiously at the new Admiral of North Blue with crossed legs and frivolous eyes in front of him, almost biting his silver teeth, his towering chest heaved violently with anger. Before coming to North Blue, although she had heard all sorts of unbearable rumors about this man. Lust, depravity, corruption, abuse of power, corruption of life, cronyism, even with North Blue's political and business circles, and even the mafia and underground forces are inextricably colluded and connected. And she has already made some psychological preparations in advance. But she couldn't imagine that a Marine who was supposed to be just could degenerate to such a degree. That kind of vulgar, indecent things fell into Darren's mouth and turned into caring for the people and military-civilian cooperation? Jun has almost begun to be unable to look directly at these two words that should be beautiful and enjoyable. What about your concept of justice? Can you live up to the Marine cloak you wear behind you? Is military discipline meaningless to you? She angrily came to a one-key 3-in-1. If you do this, it will not only affect your personal image, but also shame the entire Marine. As if to prove her point of view, she turned her head to confirm with Jake. Am I right, Gage? I really didn't expect to be able to care for the people so much, what a genius. Ah, Jun, you are right. Jiaji, who was still muttering to himself in a daze, was shocked suddenly, and his erratic eyes immediately became righteous, and he slammed the table angrily, staring at Darren. Yes, Darren, you are a disgrace to the Marine. Darren glanced at him with a half-smile. So you don't want to, Major Gage? Of course I want to, no, I mean, of course I care about people. Jiaji stiffened his neck, his face flushed red. Darren smiled, and exhaled a stream of smoke like a dragon. His eyes fell on Jun's pretty angry face again, and he said slowly. This kind of thing is what you want. Madame Marjorie is very happy, and I am also very happy. This is a win-win situation. Win-a. Jun couldn't accept this kind of absurd reasoning at all, and said through gritted teeth. The governor of the Kingdom of Kaitis will definitely not be happy. If this matter is discovered by him, what kind of political impact will it cause? Who said Lord Governor Tyrell wouldn't be happy? Darren suddenly smiled. Jun froze for a moment, then seemed to realize something, and stayed there. Jiaji also opened his mouth with a dazed look on his face. An unbelievable thought surged in their hearts at the same time. Could it be? Could it be? Darren flicked the ash lightly, and continued. Besides, this kind of thing is actually not a big problem, and I won't hide it. Since you know it, the headquarters will know it too. But why has no one in the headquarters ever launched an impeachment against me? Sengoku Admiral has never held me accountable? Maybe you have thought about such a question. He stood up slowly, pressed his broad palms on the conference table, and leaned forward slightly, extremely aggressive. A domineering, disdainful and icy aura gradually emanated from his body. Seeing the gradually shrinking smile on Darren's face, somehow Jun and Cake felt a chill in their hearts. Darren looked down at the two second generation from the headquarters in front of him, and said lightly. Because I can do things. You say that I affect the image of Marine, but you can tell me that you are from the headquarters, the Marine generals in Marineford, do they have a good image? As soon as this remark came out, Jun and Cake were immediately speechless. They thought of Vice Admiral Garp who picked his nose and slept late. I think of the big Senbei Sengoku Admiral who talks to goats and talks. Also reminded of the two monsters of the younger generation, Sakazuki and Polisolino. One uses the most cruel means to deal with pirates, and even does not hesitate to harm civilians in order to complete the task. I've been in a strange mood all day long, and I always say it's scary when I see everything. Thinking about it this way, they suddenly realized that Marine's image is not very good? No, not right. Jun suddenly realized that he couldn't just be bypassed by this guy. But just as she was about to speak, Darren interrupted with a wave of his hand. That's it, you two. My training time is up. If you two are interested, you can follow me. I'll wait for you on the school grounds. If the two of you have any opinions on my way of doing things, I'd be more than happy to discuss it with the two elites from the headquarters. He snuffed out the cigar, then tossed a fresh box of cigars to Cake, and strode out of the base chief's office. There was a pause in Darren's footsteps as he stepped out of the office door. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing I forgot to say. He turned his head and said with a half smile. Although I smoke, drink, greedy, lustful, murderous, and powerful, I think I'm a good Marine. Compared to those good-for-nothing, incompetent trash, I'm much better. He beckoned, with a big smile on his face. After walking out of the office, the door slowly closed. Jun and Cake sat there blankly, and it took a while for Jun to suddenly come back to his senses. That BD. I don't believe in such nonsense. She gritted her teeth, took out the military phone bug, and dialed the signal of the headquarters. Jun, this is... Cake asked curiously while hiding the box of cigars. I want to report Darren's problem to the headquarters. Jun's eyes were fixed on Blubburu's ringing phone bug. Soon, the phone bug communication was connected. Brew. Ha ha ha, little Jun, have you arrived at North Blue? How's the environment there? There was a hearty laugh, and the phone bug vividly imitated Admiral of Headquarters Sengoku in a seagull hat and round black-rimmed glasses. Report to Sengoku Admiral, I have arrived at Branch 321. Jun solemnly said. But in the process of performing the review task, I discovered that Colonel Darren's private style has extremely serious problems that can affect Marine's image and even cause political disputes. During the process of performing the review task, I discovered that Colonel Darren's private style has extremely serious problems that can affect Marine's image and even cause political disputes. There was anger in Jun's voice. Oh. Sengoku's puzzled voice came from the phone bug. What's the problem? In my impression, Darren is quite capable. Quite capable. I don't know if I was taken away by Darren's phrase caring for the people. Jun always felt a little bit wrong when he heard this sentence. She opened her mouth, her face gradually turned red, and she faltered. He. It was too embarrassing for her to say it. Jiaji next to him grabbed the phone bug and said angrily. He actually slept with the governor's wife of Yadi's kingdom. Sengoku. The other side of the phone bug. Naval Headquarters Marine Ford, Admiral Office. Sengoku looked at the outraged Jiaji on the phone bug with black lines all over his head, angrily reprimanding. Sengoku Admiral, I strongly recommend that Darren be fired. That's the wife of the governor of the kingdom. She still looks charming, very beautiful. Sengoku's head was full of black lines. No, dismissal and investigation will be dismissed and investigated. We can discuss this matter. Why are you always talking about Madame Marjorie's looks? Well, that's what happened. Sengoku muttered. Hearing Sengoku Admiral's reply, Jun and Cake were stunned at the same time. What the hell is That's it. Sengoku Admiral, your attitude. Jun was a little dissatisfied. Sengoku scratched his head and said. Jun, there are some things you don't know. Darren does have a lot of problems. This old man and your elder sister he are very clear about this. The problem you mentioned, is actually not the first time. Sister He's side, the Marine Administrative and Review Department, has piled up mountains of complaints and reports about Darren. Similar things, as far as the old man knows, there are probably hundreds if not thousands. Hearing this sentence, Jiaji was stunned and trembling all over. Not 1,000, but hundreds? That is to say, that BD Darren cared for hundreds of noble ladies and ladies like Marjorie? Military-civilian cooperation hundreds of times? What a beast! He smoked heavily on his cigarette. Jun couldn't believe it. Then why is he still able to be promoted to Admiral of North Blue? If he continues to mess around like this, the whole North Blue will be messed up by him. Hearing this, Sengoku sighed in his heart that Jun was still too young and immature. It seems that it is really necessary to let her go to North Blue to experience it this time. Jun, is there a fax machine next to you? Jun took a glance and found a fax machine in a corner of the office. I'll send you a document and destroy it in time after you read it. Soon, with the da-da-da sound of the fax machine, a document from the military department appeared in front of Jun and Cake. This is the work report that Darren submitted to the headquarters when he applied for promotion to the position of North Blue Admiral. It contains his experience as the base chief of the 321 branch in the past 2 years. Jun and Cake looked at each other, then opened the work report and quickly flipped through it. But the more they looked closely, their eyes gradually widened, and their faces were full of astonishment. Do you understand now? There was something intriguing in Sengoku's voice. The North Blue is very chaotic, the most chaotic sea area among the 4 seas. This area has a deep-rooted mafia history and a high crime rate. Many smuggling and black market trade routes that run through the Grand Line have important strongholds and residences here. Among the countries in North Blue, wars continue all year round. And the Germa 66 led by the evil army always wants to dominate North Blue and restore the glory of the Germa kingdom. But take a closer look at this work report. During Darren's tenure, the crime rate and the number of pirates in the entire North Blue area have been well controlled. The mafia is at peace with each other, and the war in the kingdom has ceased. The living standards of the people in each kingdom have improved significantly. Improvement. This is the most stable era in the history of Chaos North Blue. Jun was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and subconsciously argued. But Sengoku Admiral, our geniuses, Porisalino Rear Admiral and Sakazuki Rear Admiral, didn't they also work for North Blue? Is it possible that Darren's governance level is better than theirs? She couldn't believe it. Porisalino and Sakazuki are the monsters of this department and have been recognized as the future Marine Admiral. After hearing Jun's words, the corner of Sengoku's mouth twitched, his expression became more depressed, and he sighed. Jun, you still don't know those 2 guys well enough. During Porisalino's tenure at North Blue, he would basically not work unless ordered directly by the headquarters. The pirates were getting more and more rampant. The headquarters couldn't bear it anymore and finally decided to transfer him. What about Sakazuki Rear Admiral? Jun was stunned for a moment, then asked again in disbelief. Sengoku sighed again. Sakazuki, why do you think he was transferred out of North Blue? That kid ignored the political sensitivities between the kingdoms and the safety of the civilians. He suppressed all pirates with iron-blooded methods and caused extremely serious damage in many towns and countries. In the end, all North Blue countries were unbearable to suffer. More than 10 franchise countries expressed dissatisfaction with him and jointly put pressure on the headquarters. The headquarters had no choice but to transfer him from North Blue. Jun. Addition. Sengoku pinched his forehead and said with another headache. All in all, because of the special situation in North Blue, only Darren can master the balance well. Unlike the two of you who grew up comfortably in Marineford, Darren is an out-and-out North Blue man. He has climbed from the lowest level of a private to his current position step by step. He must have his merits. He has outstanding military exploits and outstanding strength, and he is vigorous and decisive in his actions without losing his tact. In North Blue, both black and white can mix well. And do you know? As for his application for promotion to North Blue Admiral this time, both Sakazuki and Porisalano expressed support. Darren has been recognized by those two guys. This is enough to prove his ability and means. Speaking of this, Sengoku's words became more serious, as if the elders were taking care of the younger ones. You two, especially you Jun, grew up in the headquarters, and your understanding of justice and marine is still limited to a very shallow level. Actually, this time I and Zayahi asked you to go to North Blue with the intention of letting you increase your knowledge and study hard. This kid Darren is very cunning and smart. You can learn much more by following him than staying at the headquarters. I beg you for reading, I beg you for everything, I'm so grateful. Chapter 5. Well, let's learn from each other. The phone bug communication was cut off. In the huge base chief's office, only the young Jun and Cake were left staring at each other, speechless for a long time. They had grown up in the headquarters, received countless favors, and accepted the most orthodox concepts of justice. They could never have imagined that a corrupt and depraved marine like Darren could receive such a high evaluation from their respected Sengoku Admiral. What they couldn't believe even more was that Sakazuki and Porisalano, two monsters with extraordinary talents and high vision, both unanimously agreed with Darren's strength and methods. You must know that the two people's personalities, ways of doing things, and personal philosophies have extremely obvious and even conflicting differences. It can be said that they are completely different from each other. How is this possible? Jun sat there with some blank eyes, muttering to himself. What happened after she came to North Blue had a huge impact on her pure and young heart. Click. At this time, the sound of a lighter being lit interrupted her thoughts. What are you doing? You're still smoking his cigars. Jun turned his head and saw Cake next to him was lighting a cigar with a lighter. He was furious. Cake shivered for a moment, seeing Jun's frost-covered face. He said in a trembling voice. That Sengoku Admiral told us to learn from Darren. Jun. Sengoku Admiral asked you to learn from him, is it to let you learn his bad habit of smoking, drinking, and picking up girls? Jun sullenly said, his teeth itching with anger. Chuji hurriedly put away the cigar, but muttered in a low voice. I think these are pretty good. Smoking, drinking, picking up girls can also be a good marine. What did you say? I said Jun, you are right. No, I can't accept it. Jun suddenly stood up, a determined light rising again in his autumn-like eyes. She clenched her fists tightly. Justice must be pure and must not harbor dirt. I have to stay and reform this BD Darren. Help him change his ways. We must not allow his depraved and rebellious justice to have a bad impact on North Blue Marine. Cake sat aside and looked at Jun, who was full of fighting spirit, and couldn't help but cover his face in silence. But in his heart, he was thinking about FIFEI. Military-civilian cooperation, caring for the people. Hey. He didn't know what he thought of, but he couldn't help but laugh obscenely. Stop giggling. Go to the school grounds quickly. Jun glared at him and said coldly. Jiaji was confused. Going to the school field? What are you going to the school field for, training? We have just arrived at North Blue, and the road is bumpy and bumpy. Isn't this too tiring? Jun stretched out his hand to hold down the golden sword at his waist, his eyes flashing with sharp light. Don't that BD Darren want to spar with us? Her face was full of competitiveness. I would like to see if he, the North Blue Admiral, truly deserves his title. As a genius who is favored by thousands of people in this department, she naturally has her own pride and persistence. Branch 321. School grounds. The sky is bright and the sea breeze is cold. Dust was flying in the empty school grounds. Rows of weapon racks are placed on the edge of the school grounds, displaying various weapons such as maces, sambos, and naginata. Not far away are dozens of human-shaped stone targets, and even further away is a row of artillery used for drills. There is also a dilapidated abandoned warship on the other side. Many Marines from Branch 321 have already started regular training here, but from time to time they glance at the figure in the center of the school field. Darren was naked from the waist up, only wearing black military pants, and was doing one-finger push UPS in the middle of the school field. 1997, 1998, 1999, 2000. After doing 2000 one-finger push UPS with his right hand, Darren switched to his left hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. The rhythm is stable, and every movement is transferred to ultimate, which seems to have a unique rhythm. The sharp-edged and explosive muscles, combined with his wild and uninhibited temperament, make him look like an aggressive cheetah in the wilderness from a distance. This is what Jun and Cake saw when they first arrived at the school grounds. I didn't expect this guy to train quite hard. Jun, who rushed to the school grounds in a hurry, saw this scene. Although he was still quite angry, he still had to admit it. Generally speaking, Marines stationed all over the world have relatively loose military discipline because they are far away from their headquarters, so they are naturally opportunistic in their training. Except for the period of surprise inspections by the headquarters, most Marines from all over the world are relatively slack in daily training. But she didn't expect that Darren, a guy with a corrupt life, would have such strict requirements for her in training. TCH, that's it. Jiaji put his hands in his pockets, his face full of disdain, but his tone was a little sour. In fact, he was a little shocked inside. After they observed for a while, Darren had completed 2001 finger push UPS again. You're here, do you want to train together? He dusted off his hands and smiled at the two of them. In the sun, sweat flowed down the deep lines of Darren's jaw and the ravines of the muscle lines on his body. Coupled with his handsome face, he had an extremely impactful beauty. The female Marine who was watching secretly from a distance had stars and red hearts in her eyes. Jun was also dazzled by this, and thought to himself, no wonder Mrs. Marjorie is so obsessed with him. Of course she is not so superficial that she can be easily seduced by men. Mainly the Darren model, which is so rare in Marine. She thought of Sakazuki and Porisalino, and then looked at Kaji next to him who looked like a gangster with his pocket in his pocket. By comparison, Darren, a dirty and shameless BD, seemed a lot more pleasing to the eye. However, she did not forget her purpose of coming here. He must be taught a lesson so that this BD who knows nothing about heaven and earth will stop being so arrogant. No need, Colonel Darren. We came here because we want to experience your strength, right? Jun said solemnly, and turned to look at Cake. Ah? I don't want to, it's so tiring. Cake blurted out, and he could sense the murderous intent that suddenly rose in Jun's eyes. He immediately straightened his chest, put his hands on his hips and changed his words. That's right. Colonel Darren. Let's see what you, the North Blue Admiral, are really capable of, right? Oh? Are you sure? The corner of Darren's mouth gradually curved into a smile that was not a smile. After all, you two are elites from this headquarters. If we really start to compete, I have to ask you to show mercy. His eyes flickered. Although Jun and Keiki are still very young and immature at this time, far from the level of admiral candidates in the original work, they are the proud ones who grew up under the leadership of many bosses in the department. Being from North Blue myself, I really want to know how good they are. And most importantly, he was worried that he would not have a chance to find a reason to teach the two examination invigilators who came from the headquarters a lesson. After all, Marine is a violent law enforcement system, and in the final analysis, strength speaks for itself. Only by defeating them can they be made to obey. Otherwise, it won't work if they always find fault with me. Many things will be extremely inconvenient. Don't worry, Colonel Darren. For the sake of the cigar you gave Laozi, I will control the strength. Kaji grinned and rolled his eyes slyly. He suddenly realized, wouldn't this be the best opportunity to beat this guy up? Jun slowly pulled out the famous sword from his waist, his expression sullen and cold. Since it doesn't make sense, she has to use her strength to convince this lustful, depraved BD. The three of them each have their own secrets, and Kakuzu showed a sinister smile. Chapter 6 Don't slap me in the face. On the school field, dust was flying. Darren, Jun, and Cake faced each other from a distance, gradually exuding a menacing aura. The yellow sand rolled up, and the wide cloaks behind Jun and Cake were blown by the cold sea breeze. The Marines at the base of the 321 branch had already heard the news, surrounded the school grounds, and looked forward to the next scene with their eyes wide open. Deputy Chief of the Flying Squirrel, do you think the Chief of Darren will lose? A young sailor asked the Flying Squirrel with his arms folded. The Flying Squirrel in the military cap smiled, but did not answer. Losing is not in that guy's dictionary. A more accurate statement would be to what extent those two heaven's proud sons from the headquarters will be abused. So Colonel Darren, who do you want to play with first? Jiuji was eager to try to speak authentically, and he tossed his not much hair coquettishly while speaking. Noticing that quite a few girls from base 321 Marine were all looking expectantly in their direction, he felt even more embarrassed. I have received guidance from many masters in the headquarters, and even Sengoku Admiral praised his talent. Among his peers, no one can compare with him except Jun. He could already imagine in his mind that he put Darren down cleanly, and then those girls Marine cast adoring and passionate eyes on him. Thinking of this, Jiuji couldn't help but let out a smirk. Darren glanced at him and shook his head. No, save some time, let's go together. Cake and Jun were stunned at the same time when they heard the words, and then anger rose in their hearts. This guy has such an arrogant tone. Then don't blame me for being rude. I will show mercy. Jiuji gritted his teeth. Be sure to let the mud legs of North Blue see how powerful their headquarters Marine is. His knees sank slightly, and the muscles all over his body tensed up visibly. Boom! As a pit exploded on the ground under his feet, Jiuji's body was propelled by astonishing force, and his figure shot out from the spot like a cannonball, rushing towards Darren at an extremely fast speed. It's not Marine 6 styles shaving. Cake and Jun haven't entered the officer training camp yet, and haven't mastered the skills of the Superman 6 styles. It's an explosion of pure speed and power. The Marines of the 321 branch watching the battle on the school field gasped in unison, only to feel a flash in front of their eyes, and Major Jiuji disappeared. In less than a second, he had crossed a distance of more than 10 meters, and in an instant he was in front of Colonel Darren. His muscles exploded, and his fist smashed towards the latter's abdomen like a bamboo shoot. Nothing fancy. No reality. But he used his powerful physique to ultimate. Seeing that Darren was still motionless in front of him, as if he didn't notice his offensive, Jiuji laughed heartily. He could already imagine the ugly picture of Darren being punched by himself, and then spit on the ground. Let you play handsome. Show off your muscles. Let you sleep, Madame Marjorie. Let you be so enthusiastic about caring for the people. Give Laozi a climb. Boom. The punch finally landed, and it hit Darren's well-defined abdominal muscles impartially, causing white waves of air to ripple. But the sly smile on Jiaji's face suddenly froze. It didn't feel right. This punch of mine seemed to hit an iron plate. Don't move. Not far away, Jun, who was holding a famous sword and was ready to strike at any time, was also stunned on the spot. Jiaji raised his head in astonishment, and what caught his eyes was Darren's young, slightly helpless face. That, Major Kaji, I appreciate your mercy, but please take this sparring seriously. Darren smiled playfully. The corner of Jiaji's mouth twitched. Cage, what are you doing? Stop playing. Jun's face flashed with doubts, and he couldn't help shouting. Addition. He gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and the muscles in his entire arm stiffened, and he punched Darren again. Boom. Another turbulent wave of air spread out, and the violent wind swept up waves of dust. Branch 321's base chief, Darren, remains still. Jiaji was stunned again. Is this Iron Body? Although he hasn't learned Marine 6 styles yet, he has never eaten pork and seen pigs running. This technique of resisting attacks makes the body have the hardness of steel, which is clearly the effect of Iron Body in Marine 6 styles. The principle of Iron Body is to accelerate blood flow and make muscle movement faster. But what is incredible is that Darren in front of him obviously doesn't have the feeling of surging strength when he casts Iron Body. I said, Major Cake, you really don't need to be merciful, I really want to see your strength. Darren's voice sounded slowly again at this time. Jiaji, what are you doing? I told you to go all out. Jun said angrily. Jiaji's expression was almost like crying, and he said in his heart that I didn't let the water go. He gritted his teeth and swung his arms wildly at Darren. Bang bang bang. The stormy fists turned into countless fist shadows, covering Colonel Marine. The fist, which was powerful enough to easily crush the rock wall, landed on Darren's chest, abdomen, legs, and even his head, but failed to make the latter take even half a step back. It doesn't work at all. The figure of Colonel Marine stood there motionless, like a tough reef in a storm. Doesn't work. How can this be? Jiaji stared blankly at Darren's nonchalant expression and the faint smile in his eyes, and an unbelievable thought suddenly popped up in his heart. Could it be? At this moment, he saw Darren in front of him suddenly grinning at him. Have you played enough? If you have played enough, it will be my turn. Jiaji was taken aback for a moment, only to feel a bone-piercing chill gushing out from the soles of his feet, rushing straight to his forehead along his spine. A big rough hand approached him with lightning speed, and it magnified crazily in the reflection of his pupils. The speed is so fast, there is nowhere to escape. Jiaji's face suddenly changed, and the faint speculation in his heart finally evolved into reality with Darren's shot. This guy possesses such a powerful strength that he can easily crush himself. Don't slap your face. Jiaji screamed strangely, but the next moment the big hand directly covered his face. Under Jun's incredulous eyes. Under the sluggish expressions of the 321 branch Marines who gasped. In the helpless sight of the flying squirrel. Amidst the wailing of Jiaji himself screaming like killing a pig. Darren, who held the face of Jiaji with one hand. Smiling and stepping forward. Then slammed Jiaji's head into the ground hard. Boom. The ground within a radius of 20 meters shook violently, and a shocking crater was formed immediately, and dense cracks continued to spread in it. Jiaji's whole head submerged into the ground of the deep pit, and his two legs wearing wooden clogs hung upside down in the air, twitching from time to time. The dust billowed like a dragon. At this moment, everyone present grinned at this scene, their eyes twitching and twitching. It hurts just to look at it. Chapter 7 Monsters from North Blue. Damn! Seeing this scene, Jun's expression changed drastically, and he finally realized that Darren clearly possesses great strength. This is teasing them. Jiaji is good at physical combat and close combat, and his physical strength is extremely amazing. But his attack landed on Darren, but failed to cause him the slightest damage. Looking at Darren's naked upper body covered with hideous scars, a thought suddenly popped up in Jun's heart. This guy's physical defense may have been cultivated to an inhuman level. Even under normal circumstances, the hardness is already comparable to iron body. When thoughts flashed, Jun didn't hesitate anymore, and his figure shot out from the spot like a pink phantom. There was a strong fighting intent in her eyes, and the famous golden knife in her hand shone with a dazzling cold light. Things have developed to such a point that it is impossible for her to back down. She and Jiaji came here on behalf of the headquarters, and there are so many Marines watching around, they have to save face no matter what. Be careful, Colonel Darren. The moment the voice sounded, Jun's figure appeared in front of Darren's eyes. The famous golden knife in his hand cut through the air, causing a sharp explosion. Draw out the knife, peach smoke. Cut off with one blow. Laugh. The famous golden knife slashed down fiercely, and blood shot out. A ferocious bloodstain bloomed on Darren's chest, and a large amount of blood gushed out. The pupils in Jun's eyes shrank suddenly. No hiding? She looked at Colonel Marine in front of her with a face full of astonishment, and she couldn't react for a while. The blade of the famous knife in his hand was firmly stuck in Darren's chest muscles, unable to penetrate an inch. Then she saw a smile. A cruel, joyful, even faintly crazy smile gradually rose from the corner of Darren's mouth, opening an unscrupulous arc. Feel the breath of all things, the realm of cutting iron. Darren licked the salty blood that splattered on his mouth, and looked at Jun with admiration in his eyes. As expected of a genius in the headquarters, he is only one step away from the sword master. As soon as the words fell, Jun felt a violent wind blowing towards his face, tearing his cheeks so painfully. The explosion of air exploded in front of him. So fast. Her complexion changed drastically, and she subconsciously held the famous knife in front of her to block it. Bang! A black military boot kicked heavily on Mingdao's body. Jun only felt a surge of immense power, as if he had been hit head-on by a high-speed sea train, and flew out like a cannonball. Circles of air ripples spread in the void. Boom! 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 After Jun's figure knocked down several heavy stone targets one after another, he rolled a few times and fell to the ground. Countless gravels rolled down. A bloodstain spilled from the corner of Jun's mouth, the hand holding the sword kept shaking, the tiger's mouth was dripping with blood, and there were bursts of burning pain. She stared at the man in the distance with a face full of disbelief, and a storm arose in her heart. This guy, not only has a monster-like physical defense, but also possesses the strength close to that of an adult giant. Damn it! Darren UBD! How dare you slap Laozi in the face? At this time, an angry howl suddenly sounded. Laozi lives on his face. Jiaji, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, struggled to pull his head out of the pit, panting, and his eyes were stained red at some point. His momentum suddenly changed, like a ferocious beast waking up from a deep sleep. To force Laozi to use such strength, you are proud of yourself. With a hunched body, Jiaji staggered and gradually stood firm. The military uniform on his body suddenly swelled up, and the muscles on his shriveled body bulged and swelled like volcanic rocks, with a hideous expression. Crackling! With the explosion of strength on his body, tiny cracks appeared on the ground under his feet under the pressure of powerful air waves. Such a terrifying scene made the Marines watching the battle change their expressions slightly. What a powerful physique! There is such power in the body. Is this the genius of the headquarters? They were horrified to see Major Cake from the headquarters, striding towards Darren, his aura reaching ultimate. The speed increased again and again, and it was twice as fierce and fast as the previous shot. Like a meteorite, it flew sideways towards the head of Darren's base. Then, boom! And was blasted back at a faster speed. Scarlet blood spurted from his mouth, and the military uniform was torn to pieces by the violent force in an instant. After rolling on the ground more than a dozen times, Jiaji curled up like a cooked shrimp. Gake opened his mouth wide, like a fish deprived of oxygen, and his bloodshot eyeballs protruded from their sockets due to pain. Vomit. He vomited out a puddle of sour liquid, filling the air with the smell of nausea. Quiet. The entire school ground fell into a deathly silence. Under everyone's shocking gaze, the new North Blue Admiral walked towards Jun and Cake slowly step by step. The tall body cast a shadow under the scorching sun, covering the two of them. Darren looked down at the two examiners sent by the headquarters to stare at him condescendingly, with a sunny smile on his face. The two really deserve to be the masters of this department. He winked. Please teach me more in the future. Damn. Darren UBD, how could you be so strong? At this time, Jiaji, who had finished retching, raised his head out of breath, his eyes were bloodshot, and stared at Darren. Hearing Jiaji's words, Darren seemed to think of something interesting, with a smile on his face. Compared to real monsters, I'm really not that strong. He smiled and immediately looked down at the scar on his chest. Well, the bleeding has stopped and it feels like a scab is about to form. Okay, it's very interesting to discuss with the two of you. He turned around and walked towards the distance of the school field. The warm-up is over, I have to start the formal training now. Gake and Jun? They were dumbfounded. The fight just now turned out to be just a warm-up for you? You were also beheaded. The bleeding doesn't stop. Oh, it's almost scabbed over, that's fine. The two of them looked at each other, and the shock in their hearts was beyond words. Rumble. Just as Cake and Jun were feeling overwhelmed, heart-throbbing sounds suddenly came from beneath their feet. On the ground of the schoolyard, dust and gravel were constantly beating. They seemed to notice something and looked up. The scene that caught their eyes made their brains go blank. 100 meters away. The man who crushed the two of them with his incomparable arrogance just now was holding a huge black iron chain. Rust Madara's black iron chain is about 10 meters long, extending all the way, and the tail is linked to the abandoned warship outside the school grounds. I saw that as the muscles on his body bulged like hard volcanic rocks. Darren held the huge chain in both hands. It was actually dragging the 6-meter-high medium-sized warship. Slow down. Step. Step. Every step you take. Darren's military boots made a shallow hole in the ground of the school field. And as he went forward, the huge warship being towed, it rubbed a deep groove with the ground of the school ground, causing waves of earthquakes. Looking in the distance from the direction of Jun and Cake, the seemingly insignificant Colonel Marine, towing the warship of astonishing size, under the blazing sun, formed a very impactful visual picture. Jun and Cake were dumbfounded and opened their mouths, but they couldn't say a word. You guys just came to North Blue, so many things are not clear. At this time, the flying squirrel came to the side of Cake and Jun. He looked at Colonel Marine, who was struggling to drag the warship forward in the distance, and there was no concealment of admiration in his eyes. Colonel Darren was Sakazuki Rear Admiral's adjutant before he was transferred from North Blue to headquarters. Colonel Darren's dense scars, most of them were caused by sparring with Sakazuki Rear Admiral. As soon as these words came out, Jun and Cake gasped in unison. That horrible scar was caused by sparring? How is this a sparring? This is clearly a beastly fight. A man who can fight Sakazuki's monster. Thinking of the discussion just now, Cake and Jun blushed. I'm afraid they tried their best just now. In the eyes of that lunatic Darren, it's like playing a house. Another monster. Jiaji swallowed a mouthful of saliva with a grunt, and said dryly. North Blue produces monsters. This saying has been widely circulated in Naval Headquarters Marineford in the past 2 years. Because of the most chaotic sea area among the 4 seas, 2 perverts with different personalities but equally terrifying came out. Sakazuki, Polosalino. It took them less than half a year to graduate from the officer training camp, rising with amazing talent and unstoppable attitude, and was personally recognized by Zephyr Admiral as the title of monster. But now, maybe it won't take long. Another monster will be born in this chaotic sea. His name is Rogers Darren. Chapter 8: The Road to Monsters. Hearing what Giagi said, the flying squirrel couldn't help but smiled and said, "A monster? Maybe. I joined the 321 branch at the same time as Colonel Darren. I clearly remember that on his first day of training 5 years ago. A trace of nostalgia flickered in the flying squirrel's always cold and resolute eyes. At that time, he was very thin and weak. After running 10 laps on the school field, his physical strength was completely exhausted. He had to rest for half an hour before he recovered and stood up again. Among the recruits in the same period, his physical fitness is the weakest one. But he didn't give up because of it. I insist on training every day, and I challenge my physical limit almost every day. At first, it was walking with a gun barrel, and then a canoe. It took 3 years for Colonel Darren to barely drag this abandoned warship by 1 meter. Compared to the natural monster of Sakazuki Rear Admiral, Colonel Darren is a monster on another level." Jun and Cake both fell silent when they heard the words. Bang dang! Darren threw down the thick iron chain and stood under the scorching sun gasping for air, only feeling the tearing pain in his throat and lungs like a bellows. The muscles all over the body seemed to be burning, and there was a burning pain. But he has long been used to this pain. Darren glanced back at the long groove left on the ground after the warship was dragged, and roughly estimated the distance. 101 meters. Well, finally broke my own record. He sensed his body data again. Physique, 58.106, plus 0.03. Strength, 53.837, plus 0.06. Velocity, 57.539. Fruit, 71.345. Physique has increased by 0.03, and strength has increased by 0.06. The growth of attributes is getting slower and slower. It seems that we need to change to a larger warship. Darren stared at his data panel, muttering to himself. For his perception talent, this is the best usage he can discover and explore. Use the feedback of various data to judge whether the current training method is effective. The human body has a strong ability to adapt. The same weight and external pressure and similar training methods may achieve good training results at the beginning, but as the human body continues to adapt, the effect will gradually weaken, and finally approach stagnation. This is the scientific explanation. Before Darren traveled, he also had a general understanding that professional athletes would also constantly change their training plans in order to continuously improve their sports performance. Progressive overload. This is a very basic principle in kinematics. It means that within the acceptable range of the human body, the load of training is continuously increased, so as to achieve the improvement of sports performance. It's just that for Darren, who has the talent of precise perception, he can use the feedback of various data more accurately to judge whether his current training is effective. So even though he experiences hell-like torture and monster-like practice in others' eyes every day, he still enjoys it. Because you can get immediate feedback. Every time you do more push-ups and squats with weight, you can clearly see that your attributes are improving. Just like the characters in the game. Of course, this world is not a game, but a real existence. He knows the dangers of the pirate world better than anyone else. So he practiced harder than anyone else. Because only in this way can he compete with the real monsters in this sea. With the help of talent, he firmly believes that as long as he makes inhuman efforts, one day he will be able to be like Whitebeard, with unparalleled strength, and easily intercept a warship advancing at high speed with his bare hands. Then, let's start physical training. As his breathing gradually stabilized, Darren raised his head and waved at the flying squirrel. He felt that today's body load had reached its limit, so he continued to forcibly carry out strength training. Not only would it have no effect, but it would cause hidden injuries to his body, strain his muscles, and overdraw his body's potential. Colonel Darren called me. On the other side of the school grounds, the flying squirrel said something to Gigi and the two, and then walked away. But he stopped quickly, as if he remembered something, turned around and said with a smile, "By the way, what's coming next is exciting, don't blink." Cake and Jun were stunned. The flying squirrel didn't explain much, just smiled mysteriously. Although it is not his character to have a bad taste, I don't know why. Seeing these two proud men of heaven in this department look like they have never seen the world and are shocked, I always feel inexplicably happy. Gather. The flying squirrel drank coldly. In less than 20 seconds, dozens of Marine soldiers from around the school grounds had quickly gathered in the center of the school grounds. They seemed to have been prepared a long time ago and divided into two queues. Bang! With a crisp buzzing sound, the Marines in the front row all drew out their sabers. Swish! At the same time, the Marines in the rear queue also raised their flintlock guns in unison. All of them held their breath. The target, whose eyes were locked, turned out to be Darren in the middle of the school field. Hey, this is a joke. Gigi seemed to realize something, his face was full of astonishment, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Jun swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said in a harsh voice, "This kind of training method can really kill people." Before they could suppress their shock, the flying squirrel over there had already issued an order in a stern tone. "Attack!" The voice fell. The Marine in the front row, holding a saber in hand, charged towards their base commander menacingly. The sharp and cold saber showed no mercy, slashing at various parts of Darren's body crazily. Head, face, neck, chest, back, arms, thighs, throat. Every part is taken care of properly. Clang, 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 clang. However, it was as if they were cutting on steel, with large sparks popping out from the blade, and then a gap opened. After a round of cutting, the sabers were scrapped one after another, and the Marines in the front row quickly dispersed. Marine, who was in the back row and was ready to go, immediately pulled the trigger of his flintlock gun. Bang, bang, bang! A dense rain of bullets enveloped Darren's figure, constantly refracting and bouncing, leaving clear craters on the ground. After firing a round of bullets, Marine in the back row immediately drew out the saber from his waist and rushed towards Darren. At this time, the Marines in the front row once again gathered at the Marine position in the back row and began to load bullets into the flintlock gun. Back and forth. Sword. Shooting. From time to time, I even saw Flying Squirrel dragging out a heavy cannon from the nearby armory, and taking advantage of the gap between the rotation of the two Marine teams, to fire a shot at Darren. Swords broke, bullets fired, and shells exploded. Rolling black smoke and fire rose up in the school grounds, kicking up vast amounts of smoke, dust, and yellow sand. From a distance, it looked like a small war was taking place. Cake and Jun on the edge of the school grounds stared dumbly at this horrific scene of self-mutilation. Transfixed. No iron body, no dodging, no blocking. That madman. He was just relying on his body's defense to resist such a ferocious attack. Is this something humans can do? Cake and Jun looked at the man who was still standing despite the hail of bullets, and murmured with pale faces, asking for all support, full praise, and gratitude. Chapter 9: The Rise of Germa. That evening, the residence of the head of the 321 branch base. After completing his training, Darren simply rinsed his body and walked out of the steamy shower. Looking at the body in the mirror that was full of scars and as explosive as a cheetah, he was in a trance for a moment. Physique, 58.418. Strength, 53.890. Velocity, 57.548. Fruit, 71.345. After the final anti-blow training, I also had a lot of wounds on my body, but they have basically scabbed and it is estimated that they will be completely healed after a night's sleep. This is reflected in the body perception data, which is that the physical fitness has successfully improved by 0.312, reaching 58.418, one step closer to the 60-point mark. It is true that the progress is getting slower and slower. It seems that we will have to find time to transport several heavy guns from the warships to the school grounds. Darren looked at the dense scars on his body and frowned. As his physical defense becomes stronger and stronger, ordinary swords and guns are basically ineffective against him. The slashes of the saber and the bullets of the flintlocks could only leave a shallow red mark on the surface of the body's skin. In today's training, most of his injuries were actually mainly caused by the flying squirrel's bombardment. If he wanted to continue to improve his physical resilience and ability to withstand blows, Darren knew he had to increase his intensity. This is the benefit of the perception talent. With accurate feedback from the data, he can well control the intensity of training. It will not cause injuries that cannot be healed, let alone fatal, but the training intensity will be controlled within a reasonable range. Compared with the beginning, the improvement of my physical fitness data has become slower and slower, but it is still improving. Although Darren has been promoted to the governor of North Blue and controls the marine military power in the entire North Blue Sea area. But power is one thing. Darren knows better than anyone else that personal strength is the foundation for settling down on this ocean. What he has to do now is to run North Blue as a monolith and make the entire North Blue Marine his territory as much as possible before passing the review and going to the headquarters officer training camp. More power means better access to cultivation resources. On this basis, improve personal strength as much as possible. Before mastering Haki, improving strength, speed, and physique is the best way to improve your strength. Darren thinks that he is not a penultimate monster like Sakazuki, so he practices harder than anyone else. According to Darren's judgment, the strength of an adult giant is about 60 points. And when his physique reaches 60 points, even under normal conditions, his physical strength will reach the strength of the 6-position iron body. And he is getting closer and closer to this goal. Yes, Darren is walking the path of a monster. There are no shortcomings, it is powerful in all aspects. The kind of power that makes people despair. He believes that with the help of his perception talent, he will one day be able to reach Kaido's terrifying and inhuman physical strength. Tuk tuk tuk. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Darren threw on a bathrobe and walked over to open the door. Basic Commander Darren. The one outside the door is the flying squirrel. The ice cubes you requested have arrived. Darren nodded and smiled. Sorry to bother you. The flying squirrel then gestured to the 2 marine soldiers behind him, and soon they walked into the mansion carrying boxes of ice. Clatter. The cold ice cubes were poured into the bathtub. The 2 marines looked at Darren with admiration and left respectfully. What's the situation with those 2 guys now? Darren took off his bathrobe, walked into the bathtub with floating ice cubes without changing his expression, and asked casually without his whole body being submerged in the 0-degree ice water. Ice baths were his habit. After intense training, ice baths can promote blood circulation in the body, aid recovery, eliminate inflammation, and relieve soreness. The flying squirrel looked at the tank full of ice water and felt goosebumps appear on his skin. Hearing Darren's question, a strange smile appeared on his face and said, "They must have been stimulated by you, and they are training on the school field now." Darren was startled, and then he stopped laughing. It seems that the geniuses in this department have their pride. But after thinking about it, the reactions of the 2 of them were normal. There is also a chain of contempt within the marine system. The elite of the naval headquarters look down on the branches stationed in the Grand Line, and the branches of the Grand Line look down on the marine base everywhere. This is also normal. After all, in terms of strength, military discipline, and equipment, the Marines of this headquarters have a crushing advantage. As for Sahai Marine, due to its high level of autonomy and the fact that the mountains are high and the Emperor is far away, management is even more neglected and military discipline is lax. Cake and Jun, who grew up in the headquarters, were well educated, well loved, and extremely talented. How could they have imagined that when they came to a place like North Blue, they would be easily tortured and killed by Darren? No, I was suddenly aroused by myself to be competitive. But Darren, are you sure their arrival won't affect anything? When there is no one else around, Flying Squirrel serves as Darren's right-hand man and usually calls him by his first name. Darren half squinted his eyes. My actions here cannot be hidden from the headquarters. The so-called review this time is actually just a superficial effort to go through the motions. That shrewd old man Sengoku sent Jun and Cake here, in fact, largely because he wanted me to lead them. The 3rd officer training camp is about to begin. Although they have already been selected as candidates, they still have to put on a show and accumulate some resume and meritorious deeds. If the headquarters wants to move me, I'm afraid it won't be the 2 of them who are stunned, but I will have to be baptized by Vice Admiral He. The Flying Squirrel was silent for a moment. I always feel that your situation is too dangerous. I think the headquarters will find something soon. Darren smiled and shook his head. North Blue is too small and the headquarters will look down upon it. And even if the headquarters finds something, what can we do? If they want to investigate, let them investigate, and let them see the situation in North Blue clearly. Darren paused, then changed the topic. I heard that Vinsmoke Judge has been causing a lot of trouble recently. The Flying Squirrel replied. Yes, he flaunted his power everywhere, expanded his troops aggressively, led his troops to conquer the East and West, and threatened to behead the kings of 4 countries, including the Kingdom of Yadis, in order to dominate North Blue again. Darren sneered. That guy seems to have acquired a lot of advanced weapon technology, and he is probably levitating. Vinsmoke Judge once collaborated with Vegapunk, who is known as the genius scientist who is 500 years ahead of the world. In the original plot, after Vegapunk was taken away by the world government, he fled back to North Blue with part of Vegapunk's technology. After returning to the Kingdom of Germa, Vinsmoke Judge used science and technology to revive Germa 66, and later led Germa 66 to trigger the killing of the North Blue 4 Kingdoms event, beheading the leader of the North Blue 4 Kingdoms. A giant painting was drawn to commemorate this event. Send someone to deliver a message to him. North Blue can't help but let Germa 66 mess around. Although the review of this department is just a show, if Vinsmoke Judge really turns North Blue upside down under my rule, that's not okay. He tapped his fingers gently on the edge of the bathtub. The overlord of North Blue is not Germa 66. The Flying Squirrel nodded, then hesitated, and stopped talking. Anything else? Darren glanced at him. The Flying Squirrel considered his tone and said slowly. Recently, a new power group has arrived in North Blue. It is very powerful and its methods are extremely cruel. They have defeated several well-known mafia families, including the Galen family, and taken over their businesses. I sent people to check the background of this gang and found that something is not simple. He took a deep breath, his face solemn. The leader of this gang is a kid less than 10 years old. His name is... The Flying Squirrel exhaled slowly. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Chapter 10 The Elegant Magneto Fruit. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Hearing the name, Darren was taken aback for a moment, and then a strange expression appeared on his face. As a time traveler, he is not unfamiliar with this name at all, it can even be said to be familiar to him. One of the future 7 warlords of the sea, Flamingo. The largest intermediary in the underground world, Joker who controls more than half of the world's illegal trading channels. On the surface, he is the king of Dressrosa, and in private, he cooperates with Kaido of the Beasts to stir up the world's great villain. only. At this time, the 7 warlords of the sea system has not yet been established. Kaido of the Beasts has not yet become the 4 emperors of the New World. And Doflamingo is just a yellow-haired kid who just came to North Blue with a few minions to accumulate power. That's right, the background of this brat. The flying squirrel spoke vaguely, with a hint of apprehension. Darren smiled and pointedly pointed out. It's just a disenfranchised celestial dragons, now coming to North Blue like a stray dog, biting people everywhere. The flying squirrel took a look at Darren. Although he had worked with him for so many years, he already knew that Darren was a lawless guy who feared chaos. However, the latter's tone of contempt for the distinguished world nobles celestial dragons still made the flying squirrel very helpless. You are calm enough. He sighed helplessly. Although Doflamingo has been deprived of the right to continue living in the holy land of Marie Joyce, the blood of celestial dragons still flows in his body. Seeing him holding high the banner of the Don Quixote pirates now, it is estimated that he wants to expand his power in North Blue and take root here. It's all ruined. His expression was a little troubled. Darren, do we need to report to headquarters? Logically speaking, Doflamingo raised the pirate flag, and as North Blue Marine, they naturally wanted to attack him. But Doflamingo's identity as celestial dragons makes people feel suspicious. Darren pondered for a moment. Doflamingo is indeed tricky. You know, in the original plot, this guy was a lunatic who dared to rob the sky of gold. With his identity as celestial dragons, he forced the world government to give him a concession and gave him the identity of 7 warlords of the sea. Marine is also afraid of him because of his identity, and dare not touch him easily. Although Staff Crane had gone to attack him many times, he had suffered a lot, and even later Doflamingo was frightened and fled when he saw Staff Crane's warship. But this is enough to explain the problem. Because Doflamingo is still at large. With the formidable strength of Marine's veteran, the Crane's staff officer, even if she is not as good as Garp and Sengoku at the same time, she wants to crusade and arrest a Doflamingo who has not yet grown up, and it is effortless. But she repeatedly let Doflamingo slip away in her hands. To put it bluntly, it is scruples about its identity as celestial dragons. No, let me deal with that kid, you don't have to worry about it for now. As for the headquarters, it is estimated that Old Man Sengoku will not be able to sit still soon. The flying squirrel nodded, turned, and left the mansion. Darren lay still in the icy water, lost in thought. At a certain moment, he suddenly beckoned. It was as if a faint electric arc flickered between the fingers, and an invisible and strange force field suddenly spread out. The next moment, an incredible picture appeared. I saw a coin flying out of the trouser pocket of the military uniform hanging beside it, floating flexibly and steadily over Darren's palm, and suspended there quietly, as if controlled by some strange force. If someone here sees it, I'm afraid it will be a big surprise. Because with the movement of Darren's fingers, the metallic coins flipped and flew around his palm like a dexterous butterfly. Paramecia magnetic fruit. In the original storyline, it belongs to the devil fruit ability of Supernova Eustace Kid in the Evil Age. Creates a magnetic field, magnetizes metal objects, can control magnetic force and the ability to electrically manipulate all metal objects such as iron. This was the loot captured by Darren in a mafia cleaning operation. After confirming that it was the magnetic fruit from Eustace Kid, he ate it without hesitation. The magnetic fruit is essentially a devil fruit with great development potential and an infinite upper limit, but it was developed into shit by that idiot kid. Obviously he can be an elegant scene man Magneto, but he just wants to play Lego and be a Gundam. A bug-like god-level fruit was wasted in vain. At least in Darren's view, as long as it is developed properly, the power of magnetic fruit is definitely no less than that of the top Logia. And this naturally became Darren's biggest hole card. Thinking of this, he slowly closed his eyes. He lay like this in the extremely cold ice water, the invisible magnetic field shrouding the surroundings strangely, the metal coins fluttering dexterously, and sometimes there were weak purple arcs dancing and flashing. Under the influence of the biomagnetic field, the injuries on his body surface healed quickly, and the muscles all over his body heaved and contracted rhythmically. This is his recently developed magnetic fruit ability. By exposing the human body to a biomagnetic field of a certain strength, it can help the recovery of injuries and continuously improve physical fitness. Of course, even with his current strong physique, he can only last about 3 hours under this biomagnetic field. The longer the time, the stronger the pressure and pain he will endure. Once the limit of the body's tolerance is exceeded, the internal organs will be irreversibly damaged. Time passes minute by minute. With the action of biomagnetic field. In Darren's perception. His physical data. It will jump up every 10 minutes. Physical fitness plus 0.01. Strength plus 0.01. Speed plus 0.01. The next day. Darren put on a brand new military uniform and a large cape. As soon as he arrived at the base director's office, he saw Xiaji sitting there listlessly with dark circles under his eyes, yawning constantly. He clearly looked depressed after staying up all night training. Darren smiled when he saw this. It seemed that he really irritated this guy. Major Jiakai, good morning. He said hello. Morning. Jiaji responded in a daze, and then he seemed to hear the owner of the voice clearly. He suddenly trembled and jumped up from the sofa. Don't slap me in the face. He took a defensive stance, his hands stretched out in front of his eyes, mainly covering his face. This is a psychological shadow. Darren laughed and shook his head. Don't worry. I know you rely on your reputation to make a living. Jiaji glanced at Darren suspiciously, then slowly put down his hand. As if he felt that he was losing face, he stiffened his neck and snorted coldly. You know the truth. He paused and added. Yesterday's sparring session, you know, well, I didn't use my full strength. After all, you are the leader of North Blue. If I beat you up in front of so many of your subordinates, the impact will not be good. Darren smiled sensible and said. Yes, Major Jiaji is a genius in this department. How can I be your opponent? He took out a box of cigars and handed one to Geiji. Of course. Jiaji was very satisfied with Darren's performance. He put one hand on his hip and took the cigar with the other, his face full of pride. But Darren, where did you get this cigar? Such good stuff is rare even in our headquarters. While he was talking, Jiaji had already lit his cigar and was puffing away happily. Darren also sat down next to him, crossed his legs, and also lit a cigar. I have more here. If you like it, Major Jiaji, I will send someone to send you a box later. One box. Jiaji shook his hand and his eyes widened as if it was hot. He is not a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. This kind of cigar exclusively for the nobility is produced in West Blue's Bellman Islands tobacco plantation. Each cigar costs more than 50,000 belly. 10 pieces per box, 20 boxes per box. In other words, a box of cigars has exceeded 10 million belly. And his annual salary as a major in the headquarters is less than 2 million baileys. This guy Darren, where does the money come from? Chapter 11 Reasons for Sending Troops. At this time, Jun also walked into the office. Seeing Darren and Gage sitting there talking together like good buddies, she frowned, but finally said nothing. Basic Commander Darren. Jun gave Darren a military salute. Darren smiled, waved his hands and said, Major Jun, you are welcome. He glanced at Jun and Cake seemingly casually. It can be seen that after yesterday's discussion and beating, they looked at him with a lot of convincing eyes. This after all, speaks with strength. Then I don't know what schedule you two have today. Darren exhaled a puff of smoke softly like a dragon, and asked with a smile. Jun and Cake looked at each other, and the former said with a serious face. Colonel Darren, after observation, we found that there are certain problems with the income and expenditure of your branch. Oh. Darren's deep eyes flashed a look of interest. Major Jun, what do you mean? Jun had already prepared an intelligence document and put it on the desk. His face gradually turned cold. Colonel Darren, according to the materials provided by this department and my observations, we don't care about the situation of other Marine branches in North Blue, but only the Marines of Branch 321, their income levels far exceed the military expenditure standards stipulated by this department. Darren flicked the cigarette ash and laughed. Isn't this a good thing? As a Marine who shoulders justice, we may die gloriously because of the mission of crusade against pirates at any time. Aside from the so-called justice, Marine is a very dangerous profession. Without enough military pay and subsidies, who would be willing to fight for justice with such a little money a month? Jun gritted her teeth. Colonel Darren, you know I don't mean that. What I mean is that the military expenditures of the branches come from the allocation of the headquarters, which means that the military expenditures of the Marines of each branch can be determined, but under your command, the Marine military salary standards of the branches of the 4 Seas have far exceeded the allocations from the headquarters. Limit. Even more than 5 times or higher than the Marine of the same level in this department. So, Colonel Darren, what I want to ask is, where did this extra military dispatch come from? As soon as this remark came out, before Darren said anything, the face of Jiaji next to him changed slightly. Looking at the high-end cigars on the table, he suddenly realized something, turned his head, and stared at Darren. Facing Jun's and Cake's questioning eyes, Darren just shrugged easily and said, "Don't you already know the answer to this question, Colonel Jun?" Jun gritted his teeth and said word by word, "You accepted a bribe." Bribe? Darren seemed to have heard some funny joke, and shrugged with a smile, No, how can the matter of Marine be called a bribe? It's called a reasonable fee." Jun looked in disbelief at the calm Darren in front of him, and couldn't help saying angrily, "So the rumors are true, you really are inextricably linked to the North Blue Mafia, and even took money from them. Do you know that those are the hard-earned money of ordinary people? It is because of the rampant and oppressive mafia that countless families have been ruined." Family ruined? Darren couldn't help laughing. "I believe you have also read my work report. Under my jurisdiction, the crime rate in the entire North Blue has been significantly reduced, and the living standards of civilians have also improved a lot. Major Jun, you are right. The money of the mafia does come from civilians. So, I did receive money from civilians. But I have received money from civilians, so I can do things. Did you know that in a place like North Blue, what civilians are afraid of is not that the Marine takes money, but that the Marine doesn't take money?" Jun trembled with anger when he heard Darren's words. Common people are afraid that Marine will not charge money? What a fallacy! Protecting civilians is Marine's responsibility. If you collect money, the nature will change. Darren, get out, where is your belief in justice? Darren smiled. You have your beliefs, I have my way of doing things. I'm only talking about the results, and the results are, I've managed North Blue better than at any point in history. The situation in North Blue is far more complicated than you imagined, and many things are not what you saw in Marine Ford. Of course. He spread his hands. If you don't accept what I say, you can file impeachment with the ministry. As long as the ministry issues an order, I am willing to accept any punishment from the ministry. Jun opened his mouth, wanting to say something else, but at this moment, the flying squirrel walked in with a hasty expression. Colonel Darren. Flying Squirrel's face was extremely solemn, as if he felt the tension in the office. He hesitated to speak. Darren glanced at him, waved his hand and said directly, "Tell me, what happened?" The Flying Squirrel nodded and said solemnly, "Germa 60 SIXS operation to kill the 4 kingdoms has begun. The evil army has assembled more than 10,000 troops and is about to launch an attack on the kingdom of Yadis. Based on the strength and combat power of both sides, once the Kingdom of Germa launches a war, the Kingdom of Yadis is estimated to not be captured within an hour. The Tyrell governor of the Kingdom of Yadis has sent a request for help to our North Blue Marine, hoping that our North Blue Marine will send troops to mediate. After the words fell, the expressions of Cake and Jun suddenly changed. Germa 66, a powerful force known as the Evil Army and House of War, is a unique non-territorial country in the world and a member of the franchising countries recognized by the world government. At the top of the power pyramid in the Germa Kingdom is the Vinsmoke family. As officers of the headquarters, the two of them naturally know something about North Blue, a powerful military country. The king of the Kingdom of Germa is the contemporary head of the Vinsmoke family, Vinsmoke Judge, nicknamed Strange Bird. He is a scientist who masters profound military science and technology. And the Germa 66 he leads is one of the most powerful troops in the world, and is extremely famous in North Blue. If Vinsmoke Judge really wants to dominate the North Blue as he claims, it is estimated that the entire North Blue will be dragged into the war. Thinking of this, both of them trembled inwardly, and their eyes became a little panicked. They grew up in Naval Headquarters Marine Ford. After all, they were too young now and had never seen war with their own eyes, so they were a little panicked for a while. Subconsciously, he looked at Darren. So, didn't that strange bird receive the letter we sent? Darren half squinted his eyes and said with a half smile. When Flying Squirrel saw Darren's expression, the familiar relationship he had worked with for many years made him instantly realize that Vinsmoke Judge was going to be in trouble. It has definitely been delivered to him, he said in a low voice. Very good. Darren laughed and put out his cigar, his eyes gradually becoming cold. Then let's go. The Flying Squirrel nodded, took out a military phone bug, called his subordinates at all levels, and acted quickly. Darren casually put on a large cloak of justice. Etc. Jun's voice came from behind, and his tone was uneasy. Darren glanced back at her. Jun hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth and said, "Should we report to the headquarters first? We at Marine do not have the right to interfere in disputes between countries, rashly interfering in other countries' internal affairs, if not careful, will cause political disputes." What an innocent girl! A thought flashed through Darren's mind. With the strength of Germa 66, if we wait for the headquarters reply, it is estimated that the heads of the kings of the 4 North Blue countries will already be hanging on the wall of Vinsmoke Judge. He sneered. Furthermore, I will not allow Germa 66 to start a large-scale war within my jurisdiction, resulting in the casualties of innocent civilians. Jun was stunned when he heard this, and his eyes lit up. It seems like this guy still has some sense of responsibility. But what Darren said next almost made her vomit blood in anger. Otherwise, if all the civilians die, who will I ask to collect the money? Jun's chest rose and fell rapidly, staring at the tall man in front of him. He shouted angrily. Darren, UBD. Are you protecting civilians just to collect money? At this time, the sound of military bugles gradually sounded from the distant military port. That's Marine from the 321st branch gathering. Darren smiled. Of course not. Jun was startled, and felt inexplicably relieved. Darren smiled. Besides this reason, Mrs. Marjorie is in the Kingdom of Yadis. We just slept together the night before yesterday. If we don't take action, there is no way we can justify it. Jun. Addition. They were stunned. I dare you to send troops just to save your mistress? Chapter 12 I come to end this war. Kingdom of Yadis. Border waters. The sky was gloomy, and the sea was roaring with gusts of wind, setting off huge waves. On the border, tens of thousands of soldiers of the Kingdom of Yadis held swords and spears in a loose battle formation. Their eyes were horrified and their faces were pale as they watched the huge ships constantly appearing on the distant sea. The hands holding the weapons trembled uncontrollably. A boat. 2 ships. 3 ships. One after another, warships, like military fortresses, moved forward on the windy and turbulent sea as if they were walking on the ground, sailing towards the kingdom of Yadis with the momentum of iron and blood. A flag with the word 66 branded on it hangs over every battleship. The main structure of the battleship is rock and metal, dragged forward by giant snails. The main battleship headed by it is even more huge, fully possessing the size of a small town, and the towering tower of the main castle hangs a high-spirited and chilling cross-falcon flag. Saint Germain. This is the main battleship of Army of Evil Germa 66. Damn! Is the Marine here yet? King Yadis III is a fat middle-aged man with a golden crown and a mustache. He wears luxurious clothes, and the fat on his body squeezes out the folds of the noble clothes. At this moment, he was looking at the Germa 66 army coming forward like a torrent of steel on the distant sea, like a black cloud pressing down on the land. Cold sweat oozes out of his face in anxiety. Vinsmoke Judge, that lunatic, even threatened to behead his own head and make the kingdom of Yadis hand over his king, otherwise he would lead the army of evil and razed the entire kingdom of Yadis to the ground. Looking at the hidden eyes cast on him from time to time by the surrounding army soldiers, Yadis III was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Your Majesty, I have informed Lord Darren that the 321 branch has dispatched troops and will arrive at any time. Tyrell, the governor and minister of the Yadis kingdom, replied respectfully. He was a handsome man who looked to be in his early 30s, with a hint of femininity between his brows, and a hint of fragrance emanating from the luxurious dress. Hearing the words of his own executive governor, Yadis III, who was so anxious, felt a little relieved, but his face was still full of apprehension. The kingdom of Germa has been established in North Blue for 300 years. It has a fearsome and powerful army. It highly advocates force. The vast majority of the country are adult men, and all citizens are brave soldiers. In the face of such overwhelming military strength, although their own army has a numerical advantage, it is estimated that it will collapse in less than 10 minutes after a real fight. Aboard the Saint Germain, a tall, burly blonde figure stood at the bow of the ship like an iron tower. Wearing a metal helmet, with long golden hair like a lion's mane, he has a serious expression. He has a pointed black beard that goes up diagonally, and a small beard on his protruding jaw. Wearing an orange cloak, light grey combat uniform with Germa's 66 logo, black combat boots, and holding a silver-white metal spear in his hand. Vinsmoke Judge, the head of the Vinsmoke family, the commander of Germa 66, and the current king of Germa Kingdom. It's really a bunch of poor people. It's a shame for North Blue that such a weak country can exist in North Blue for so long. Vinsmoke Judge stared coldly at the army on the coastline in the distance, and a sneer sneered at the corner of his mouth. Master, are we sure we want to do it? The new North Blue Admiral at Marine. A man in a butler's tuxedo stood respectfully behind Vinsmoke Judge and asked cautiously. Vinsmoke Judge raised an eyebrow. The butler man's pupils shrank. Laugh. Blood spurted, and a sharp spear pierced his heart. The bright red blood gushed out, and the light in the butler man's pupils quickly faded. He looked at his master in disbelief, kneeling on the ground weakly. North Blue Admiral? That's just a mere naval headquarters colonel. What qualifications does he have to send me a letter to warn me? Vinsmoke Judge looked at his subordinates coldly. No one can stop Germa's brilliance and dominance. After that, he pulled out the spear suddenly, swung it, and splashed a line of blood on the ground. He never took another look at his subordinates who were slowly falling behind him and lost their vitality. Germa, there is no need for cowardly soldiers. As for the letter sent by the so-called Admiral of North Blue named Darren, he had already thrown it directly into the trash can. Such a thought flashed in Vinsmoke Judge's mind, and he looked around. On one battleship after another of Germa 66, there were dense figures standing there. Muscular and tall, every soldier wears sunglasses, with a dull and indifferent expression. Even if they were about to usher in a war, the expressions on the faces of these soldiers did not have the slightest emotional fluctuation. Replica soldiers. Vinsmoke Judge looked at his group of loyal subordinates, and smiled with satisfaction. The cooperation with Vegapunk allowed him to obtain part of the bloodline factor technology. Through the transformation of the baby's blood factor, he mastered the cloning technology, and used it to create replica soldiers for Germa 66. The clone soldiers have a strong physique and absolutely obey orders, and their bloodlines have added the concept of no fear of death, no betrayal. According to Vinsmoke Judge, this is the best and most powerful army in the world. A mere marine, in front of his own war army that is not afraid of pain and death, is simply vulnerable. The most important point is that with the current technology I have, it only takes 5 years to manufacture a 20-year-old soldier. In other words, as long as there are enough funds, I can copy soldiers infinitely and create the largest army in the world. As long as he conquers the 4 North Blue countries including Yachties, and then takes advantage of the situation to capture the entire North Blue, with the help of the entire North Blue's resources, his number of troops will be endless, and he will even dominate the world. Thinking of this, Vinsmoke Judge raised his hand with a sneer and made a gesture. Accompanied by his actions, the originally scattered battleship camp quickly adjusted. Driven by giant snails, dozens of warships approached quickly and methodically, bordering each other. In the terrified and shocking eyes of tens of thousands of soldiers in the Yachties kingdom, Germa 60 SIX's originally scattered dozens of warships were combined into a giant floating on the sea. Towering military fortress. Huge black barrel. There are also tens of thousands of dense army of replicant soldiers holding knives and guns. Looking from afar, the entire Germa 66 fleet has turned into a giant war beast armed to the teeth, exuding a fierce and terrifying aura. This is the kingdom of Germa. For the glory of Germa. Dominate the North Blue. Vinsmoke Judge smirked and raised the spear in his hand, shouting loudly. The voice fell. Tens of thousands of clone soldiers raised their weapons neatly and their voices shook the world. For the glory of Germa. Dominate the North Blue. The deafening shouts seemed to turn into substantial sound waves, spreading towards the army of the Yachties kingdom on the coast. The overwhelming killing intent almost made them suffocate, and even many young soldiers fell to the ground directly, and the weapons in their hands fell with a clang. Yachties III himself was so frightened that he was trembling all over, and had to rely on the support of several ministers next to him to barely stand still. It's over, it's over. He murmured pale. On board the Saint Germain. Vinsmoke Judge laughed wildly when he saw how miserable the army of the Yachties kingdom was. Kneel down and surrender. Germa is the overlord of North Blue. He held up the metal spear in his hand, and flickering blue lightning flashed from the spear. Following his movements, the entire fortified and iron-blooded military fortress of the Germa kingdom was advancing towards the coastline at full speed. The huge scale and volume set off turbulent waves several meters high on the sea. Vinsmoke Judge took a deep breath and said with a grin. All ready, to attack. Before he could finish speaking, a pitch-black cannonball suddenly fell from the sky and landed heavily beside him. Vinsmoke Judge's pupils shrank. Boom! A violent explosion rose immediately, and billowing flames and pitch-black smoke spread out. The sudden change caused the army of clone soldiers who were about to charge to stand still. Coastline. The nobles and army of the Yachties kingdom were also stunned on the spot, watching this scene with blank faces. Damn! Who the hell? The strong wind blew away the thick smoke, and in the flames, the ashen-faced figure of Vinsmoke Judge climbed out of a deep pit, gnashing his teeth and roaring. As if aware of something, he turned his head and looked in a certain direction. At the same time, the ministers and soldiers of Yachties kingdom also looked at that position. I saw the howling wind and the surging waves on the sea. A huge warship slowly emerged. On the towering mast, the word Justice in black is dancing in dragons and phoenixes. A tall, imposing young figure stood on the bow of the warship, behind him was a wide white cloak fluttering in the strong wind, making a sound of hunting. "It's Darren. Marine is here. We are saved." Yachty's 3 burst into tears of joy, his face flushed with excitement. In contrast, Vinsmoke Judge's face was extremely livid. Under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of people from Yachty's kingdom and Germa kingdom, that warship sailed into the confronting sea at a steady and fast speed. Like an insurmountable moat, the armies of the 2 countries were separated from each other. In an instant, the atmosphere on the sea became dead silent and tense. Everyone involuntarily turned their eyes to the figure on the bow of the warship. Short black hair, sword eyebrows, and star eyes. Deep and stern facial features. Colonel Marine's mouth gradually curled into a smile. Looked up. Fierce eyes. Looking at Vinsmoke Judge, who looked extremely pale in the distance. "In the name of justice." His voice echoed across the empty sea. "I'm here to end this war." Chapter 13 Magnetic Fruit Famous Scenes. "I'm here to end this war." Colonel Marine's deep voice gradually echoed on the dead sea, causing everyone's eyes to widen. On the deck of the warship, North Blue's Marines looked at Hacky's stern admiral on the bow, with admiration in their eyes, and the eyes of many young female Marines directly turned into red hearts. "Damn it! He pretended it again. Why can't I think of such a line?" Chuji glanced left and right at the reactions of the others, belatedly cursed in a low voice, his face flushed. Jun's eyes flashed slightly. At this time, Vinsmoke Judge's furious voice came from Germa Kingdom. "Darren, what are you doing? Are you trying to shoot me?" Germa is a member of a member country of the world government, and a powerful country that is qualified to attend the World Summit. If you attack me, you are provoking the member country. And you Marines don't have the right to interfere in disputes between countries. Darren narrowed his eyes, the cloak of justice behind him fluttered with the wind, and sneered. "Vinsmoke Judge. It is true that the Kingdom of Germa is a member of the government, but the Kingdom of Yachties is also a member of the government. The most important thing is that I will not tolerate such a serious war under my jurisdiction." Vinsmoke Judge laughed angrily and said. "So do you think you can stop my Germa 66 army with just a Colonel Marine and a few hundred people on a warship? Naive Marine brat, stop talking big here." He raised his hand heavily. "No one can stop Germa's ambition to dominate North Blue." A flash of madness and violence flashed in his eyes. "Fire! Sink that warship for me directly." With Germa's status as a member of the world government, even if this so-called bullshit North Blue admiral was killed on the spot, he would not receive the slightest censure from the world government. And this can also send a signal and a warning to naval headquarters. Even their Marines must not hinder Germa's road to domination. Trembling under Germa's gunfire, surrender. The voice fell. Boom boom boom. The deafening sound of gunfire shattered the dead silence on the sea. Everyone in the Kingdom of Yachties was horrified to see. On board Germa's battleship, countless fires bloomed and vomited crazily. As streaks of fiery red light jumped into the sky, they only felt that the ever-changing sky suddenly became grey, as if it was covered with a thick layer of dark clouds. No. That's not a cloud. Those were almost countless cannonballs and bullets, densely packed like locusts cutting through the air, making sharp explosive noises, drawing dense parabolas high in the sky, covering the area where the warship was located. The dark expanse formed a terrifying and oppressive death net. There is no escape. In an instant, a scorching gust of wind rushed in from the sky overhead, hundreds of shells. At this moment it seemed to be pouring rain, and even the sea was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. It is even vaguely visible that the shape of the artillery shell is not a regular ball, but similar to a rocket launcher and a missile. This is the powerful military technology of Germa 66 that can dominate North Blue. On the warship, Cake and Jun's expressions changed drastically. Damn it! Germa 66 actually dares to attack Marine. Vinsmoke Judge crazy. Jiaji was so anxious that a thin layer of sweat broke out on his forehead. Jun suddenly pulled out the famous sword from his waist, but his expression was extremely serious. A dense shelling of this scale was enough to easily flatten a small mountain range in an instant, and it was impossible for them to intercept it. The most important thing is that they are in the middle of the sea now. Once the warship under their feet is sunk, even if they survive this terrible bombardment, they will not be able to resist the second round of bombardment after falling into the sea. However, when the two of them were anxious, they were suddenly shocked to find that the other marines on the warship had strange expressions on their faces. Could it be? Jun and Cake suddenly realized that they both turned their heads to look at Darren on the bow of the warship. At this moment, the supreme military commander of the North Blue Marine moved. There was a sneer at the corner of his mouth. He looked up at the rain of shells falling all over the sky, and slowly raised his hand. Push lightly in the void. That feeling, as if the movement gently pushed the air. Then, suddenly, a faint purple arc flickered across the void. The invisible force field spread silently. Cake and Jun froze, their eyes gradually widened, as if seeing some incredible scene. On the coastline, tens of thousands of soldiers of Yadi's kingdom, including the king, were even more dumbfounded, their eyes almost popping out of their eyeballs. I saw the dense fire net pouring down like locusts all over the sky. Innumerable shells and bullets, as if suddenly hit an invisible film. The speed of the fall suddenly decreased. Finally, it froze in midair strangely. Dense shells, suspended silently in midair 5 meters above the warship, motionless. At such a close distance, even Kaji and Jun could clearly see the lines on the shells and smell the pungent smell of gunpowder. Quiet. The world suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Ultimate's dead silence descended, even giving everyone an illusion. In the world before my eyes, all the air seemed to be buzzing and vibrating. On Germa's main battleship, Vinsmoke Judge stared at this strange scene with tearing eyes, and couldn't believe his eyes. The roaring and falling shells, unexpectedly stopped in mid-air. The whole world seemed to stop at this moment. In an atmosphere so silent that your heart beats faster. Suddenly a slight voice came out. Click. Lighter lit. On the bow of the warship, the black-haired Colonel Marine was blocking the icy sea wind with one hand, and lit a cigar with a lighter in the other. Either light or dark red ons light up. One last chance for you, Vinsmoke Judge. His tone was very flat. Accompanied by his words, the countless cannonballs suspended in mid-air slowly turned under the traction of some invisible force, as if the cannon was adjusting its angle. One after another, the rocket launchers that swallowed the flames also changed their direction. The target is far away in the direction of the Germa kingdom. Vinsmoke Judge's expression changed dramatically. Looking at the countless rockets and missiles that had turned their directions densely, a piercing chill shot down his spine. Admiral North Blue took a deep puff on his cigar, and the smoke he exhaled condensed into a snow-white flag in the air. Go back, I can pretend nothing happened. Chapter 14. One person destroys a country? What kind of ability is this? Cake stared blankly at the slowly changing direction of the cannonball above his head, and even stuttered when he spoke. The ability to manipulate metal. Jun was also stunned. The flying squirrel next to him crossed his arms and lit a cigarette with a smile. Darren, the ability to manipulate magnetic fields is getting more and more precise. And far away. On the Saint Germain, Vinsmoke Judge watched this oppressive scene with shock, and couldn't help but grit his teeth. However, what Darren said directly ignited the anger in his heart again. This marine brat has a big breath. Does he really think that with the power of a devil fruit, he can fight against the army of evil of the kingdom of Germa? Stop joking. If you can't even deal with an old brat like you, how can Germa 66 dominate North Blue? Vinsmoke Judge roared with red eyes. Attack with all. Let the old man go directly to it. Knock down the warship. After the words fell, the Germa fleet rioted again. Under the drag of the giant snail, the power was fully activated, and it crazily accelerated towards the warship Darren was on. Darren didn't speak. He slowly raised his hand again. His movements are so slow, it is even more awkward compared to the charge of Germa 60 SIXS, dozens of warships roaring forward on the sea and setting off turbulent waves. Even the tens of thousands of people in Yadi's kingdom on the coast can clearly see his movements. The slender and powerful 5 fingers stretched gently in mid-air. Then, make a fist. Next second. Buzz buzz. A violent, sharp sonic boom sounded suddenly. Everyone's eyes widened. In mid-air, the group of dense artillery shells that seemed to cover the sky suddenly trembled violently. It was as if an invisible storm emerged from the void. Then the air roared and roared. The rain of cannonballs suspended in the sky. A death net that can easily flatten half a mountain. Accompanied by Admiral Marine's action, he shot ferociously towards Germa 60 SIXS battleship group at a speed twice as fast as when he fell just now. Vinsmoke Judge's pupils were instantly bloodshot. Rumble. The torrential rain of shells crazily fell into the war fortress built by dozens of warships. Earth-shattering huge explosions, followed by flowers blooming all over the land of Germa Kingdom, constantly bursting into fiery red mushroom clouds. Under such a violent bombardment, the army of replicant soldiers had no time to react. They could only watch their cutting-edge technological weapons explode beside them, and then were mercilessly swallowed and submerged by the flames and shock waves. The raging flames soared into the sky, and the island-like kingdom of Germa shivered under the indiscriminate bombardment. The vast explosion swelled out horizontal air waves, which spread out round after round towards the sea in all directions, setting off waves of turbulent waves. Thick black smoke billowed into the sky, and the distant vibrations and wind waves made the soldiers of the kingdom of Yadis on the coast turn pale. On the warship that was shaken by the storm, everyone including Jun and Cake, Marine firmly grasped the mast and other fixed objects to avoid being thrown out. Jun and the two couldn't help looking at the figure standing still in the storm like a rock on the bow. Against the backdrop of the explosion of the kingdom of Germa in the distance, Admiral North Blue was smoking a cigar, with his usual calm smile still hanging from the corner of his mouth. The wide snow-white cloak on the back, under the light of the fire, was as dazzling as blood. In a trance, they finally realized that the reason why Darren was able to govern the extremely chaotic sea area of North Blue so obediently and in an orderly manner, in addition to his strong and delicate political skills. The most important thing is his monster-like strength. Strong enough to easily destroy a country by one person. The successive explosions lasted for a full minute before ending slowly. When the icy sea breeze blew away the thick smoke, everyone finally saw the tragic situation of the Germa kingdom composed of dozens of warships, and all gasped. The ground was scorched, with embers of flames burning everywhere, as well as deep or shallow potholes. The majestic and fortified forts and fortresses have collapsed and turned into charred ruins. The ruins were strewn with the bodies of clone soldiers, many of which had been blown to pieces, leaving only blurred limbs and broken arms. On the main battleship Saint Germain, the cross-falcon flag hanging at the highest point gradually turned into flying ash in the flames. Most half of Germa Kingdom was directly razed to the ground. Cough cough cough. At this time, a violent coughing sound suddenly sounded somewhere in the ruins. Damn marine brat, how dare you! With the scorched rock walls and rocks shaking off, the figure of Vinsmoke Judge struggled to stand up from the ruins. At this time, he was no longer as arrogant as he was at the beginning, his body was covered with blood, and he looked extremely embarrassed. The cloak with the 66 logo branded on his back spread out from his body like a living thing. It seems that you have developed the first generation of battlesuits. Darren raised his eyebrows and murmured with interest. Germa 60 SIXS battlesuit is a high-tech product made by Vinsmoke Judge. This powerful battlesuit is made of special shape memory armor, which is very strong. Its cloak acts as a shield, which cannot be burned even by fire. It was also the defensive function of the cloak that helped him block the impact of the explosion. In that case, then let me try the power of this battlesuit. Darren murmured softly, his eyes twinkling brightly. He turned his head and said something to the Marines. Hold on tight. Jun and Cake were taken aback. But before they could react, they saw other Marines, including the flying squirrel, tightly hugging the railings on the hull. Before they had time to think, they imitated and hugged the fixtures on the warship. Then I saw Darren take a deep breath. Hiss. Accompanied by his breath, the cigar he was biting in his mouth burned a lot visible to the naked eye. Colonel Marine stared disdainfully at the Saint Germain 100 meters away. Knees slightly bent. The body sinks. The cloak flutters behind him. The body muscles are tense and compressed like a spring. The posture is like a cheetah ready to go. Hey, 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 it shouldn't be. Jiaji seemed to have guessed something, and the corners of his eyes twitched. As if to confirm his idea. The corners of Darren's mouth, tensed and sinking, curled up. Compressed like a spring, Ultimate's body suddenly exerted force. Boom. A dull loud noise came from the hull of the warship. Cake and Jun felt that the world in front of them suddenly turned upside down. Terrible centrifugal force surged out, and their bodies were almost thrown upside down. The entire huge warship was unexpectedly tilted by Darren's foot. The bow of the ship plunged into the sea, the tail of the warship was raised high, and the deck's inclination angle reached almost 45 degrees. Boom! Darren's feet exploded with unparalleled force, and the huge tilting warship moved sideways for several meters. With the help of this recoil force, Darren's figure also shot out from the bow of the ship like a sharp arrow off the string, and broke through the sound barrier in an instant, blasting the air into a sharp explosion. His figure roared parallel to the sea surface, the speed was so fast, the air waves engulfed in it even plowed out a long white wave groove on the sea surface. Chapter 15 Germa's Technology. What a freak! Seeing the figure that shot out like a sharp white arrow towards the Saint Germain, Jun, who firmly grasped the railing of the warship with both hands, looked like he had seen a ghost. Boom! At this time, the highly tilted tail of the warship fell into the sea again under the action of gravity, and the waves rushed down, drenching all the Marines on the warship. Jiaji, however, didn't care about this at all and stared at Darren's figure in shock, his eyes almost popping out of his sockets in shock. This exaggerated explosive power, that BD actually wanted to use his own power to directly cross a distance of nearly 100 meters and enter the Germa kingdom. Hey! Does that BD always like to be so crazy? Jiaji looked at the flying squirrel not far away with a twitching corner of his mouth, and couldn't help but ask. A helpless smile appeared on the flying squirrel's face. This is Darren's way of fighting. In the past year alone, more than 5 warships have been scrapped by him in various ways. If it weren't for North Blue Marine's strong financial resources and just relying on the little military expenditure allocated by the headquarters, the North Blue Fleet would have gone bankrupt long ago. Flying Squirrel Hartchnan couldn't help but complain. It's too late, it's too late. The warship here once again regained stability on the sea, and Darren over there had already smashed into the land of the Kingdom of Germa like a cannonball fired horizontally with overwhelming force. Boom! A deafening roar sounded, a large amount of dust flew up, and the entire ground seemed to shake slightly. Next second, with a cigar in his mouth, Darren slowly stood up from a 5-meter diameter pit, with an unruly smile hanging on his lips. Smooth landing. He smiled and said, the cloak behind him dancing wildly in the vast dust and strong wind. Kill. Kill him for me. When Vince Moke Judge saw the brutal Admiral Marine, his pupils shrank, and then he gave the order with a ferocious expression. The voice fell. Countless clone soldiers rushed out from the ruins of surrounding forts and fortresses. The clone soldiers, wearing uniforms and sunglasses, moved neatly and uniformly, exuding a cold aura, as if there were no human emotions. Swish! They all raised their spears, hundreds of guns pointed at Colonel Marine. Pull the trigger. Bang bang bang. Large swaths of fire were swallowing in the muzzle of the gun, and countless bullets roared out from the muzzle, leaving traces in the void. Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Darren grinned, a look of madness flashed in his eyes. Without using the ability of magnetic fruit, he just walked forward leisurely in the face of the dense rain of bullets. Vinsmoke Judge's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had seen some incredible scene. Ding 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 ding. Densely packed bullets landed on Darren's body one after another, shattering and exploding his suits and military uniforms one after another, but they made a crisp sound as if they had hit steel. Sparks flew up, and bullets ricocheted off Colonel Marine's body like raindrops hitting the ground, leaving fine craters on the surrounding ground, fortresses, and building walls. From a distance, Colonel Marine looks like a traveler facing a violent storm. So tough. How is this possible? How can humans have such a physique? Vinsmoke Judge roared with tearing eyes. Seeing that the shooting was ineffective, a clone soldier took out a small rocket launcher from the military fortress, carried it on his shoulder, aimed it, and pulled the trigger. Bayou! The palm-sized small bazooka made a sharp explosion, dragging a long crimson tail flame and roaring towards Darren. But the latter suddenly raised his hand and grabbed him. Brand new technology. This is much better than Marine's shells. Darren looked at the trembling bazooka in his hand with great interest, said something casually, and then threw it heavily. Bayou! The bazooka returned the same way, and exploded in front of the clone soldiers carrying the bazooka barrel, and the raging flames instantly engulfed a range within 5 meters in diameter. It's as powerful as a small heavy artillery, but it's more portable. Darren squinted to observe the power of the rocket launcher, and gave an intuitive evaluation. He already had an idea in his heart. He has worked so hard to harvest wealth from the mafia and support the North Blue Marine with military expenditures several times higher than the headquarters. Of course, his goal is extremely clear. He wants to make North Blue Marine his private plot. The entire North Blue fleet will become his personal armed force. As a time traveler, he is well aware of the biggest constraint of being a Marine. That is, no matter how you try to whitewash it, the justice of Marine always overrides the power of the world government. This is a real issue that cannot be ignored. Marine, the largest violent law enforcement agency in the world, is an agency under the world government and also the face of the government. And the most critical point in this is military spending. The world government collects gold from the sky from the members of the world's major alliance countries, and then directly or indirectly controls Marine's financial lifeline through the transfer of military expenditures. Marine, which has no independent financial power and lacks additional channels to obtain military expenditures, can only be restricted everywhere, and finally has to bow its head in reality. The ultimate goal of Darren's money-making is to control an independent military force that can be used by himself and is not subject to the government. At least for the moment, after the hard work and planning in the past few years, North Blue Marine's military expenditure has been completely self-sufficient, and even the military expenditure standard far exceeds the level of the same level of the headquarters. But this is not enough. Darren is deeply aware of the weakness of the 4 Seas Marine, and its combat power is far inferior to the elite of the headquarters. Compared with the level of New World's manpower haki, there is still an extremely long distance. Although I have strengthened training and scientifically implemented various means of training methods, I have already improved the overall strength of North Blue Marine by a large margin. But this is still far from enough. But back to reality. Things like improving the combat effectiveness of the army cannot be accomplished overnight, and it cannot be achieved overnight. But Germa 66 in front of him opened up a whole new way of thinking for him. Germa 66 controls one of the most advanced and cutting-edge military technologies in the world. Whether it is a variety of new weapons, humanoid technology, or even combat uniforms, it can quickly improve the combat effectiveness of the North Blue Marine. if you can obtain the technology of Germa 66 and use it to equip your North Blue Marine. Darren believes he will have a formidable North Blue fleet in short order. That being the case. The corner of Darren's mouth cracked an arc, and the figure quickened his pace. The target, the commander of Germa 66, Vinsmoke Judge. The data during the new book period is very important. I ask for all support and follow-up reading. I am very grateful. Chapter 16. I am a genius in the headquarters, so it is A+. As Darren began to charge, striding forward, the ground where he was standing shook violently, blasting a hole, as if he had been hit by an invisible sledgehammer. He sank directly, and the mud flew. Under the eruption of this inhuman force, Darren's whole body was like a roaring cannonball, wrapped in a violent hurricane, and was thrown out in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Vinsmoke Judge only felt a sense of suffocation and oppression rushing towards his face, and a biting chill came down his back, as if he was being targeted by a giant sea king's beast. The murderous intent emanating from Colonel Marine is like a demon killed from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, as if the sea breeze that blows is filled with the smell of iron and blood. Kill. Get rid of him for the old man. Recalling the cruel methods Marine used to suppress pirates in his mind, Vinsmoke Judge screamed with bloodshot eyes. As soon as the words fell, dozens of clone soldiers around picked up their weapons and rushed towards Darren. Two gleaming long knives slashed head-on, the corners of Darren's mouth curled up, and his figure turned slightly. The sharp blade brushed past his body. The moment of passing by. Colonel Marine's hands were like steel-poured spears, turning his palms into knives, and pierced the throats of the two replicant soldiers at an incomparable speed. Laugh. The bright red blood spurted up, and the pupils of the clone soldiers quickly dimmed. Without the slightest lingering. After easily eliminating the two people in front of him, Darren's figure rushed out again like a tiger out of its cage. With a physical defense comparable to that of an iron body, he slammed into the camp of replicant soldiers, as if a tiger was in a herd of sheep, with overwhelming momentum. Looking from afar, Colonel Marine was surrounded by a dense army of clone soldiers, and the sound of blood and bones being torn from the center of the encirclement continued to be heard. The warm corpses of the clone soldiers flew out of the crowd and fell down, accompanied by splashes of blood. In just 10 seconds, the ground was already stained red with blood, and fragments of corpses were everywhere. Jun and Cake on the warship looked at this scene with shock, their faces were shocked. At this moment, Darren seemed to have become an efficient and precise killing machine. Wherever he went, none of those clone soldiers whose physique surpassed that of ordinary people could persist for a moment under his pervert physique and fierce close combat, and would die at the touch of a finger. Destroying. Every part of Darren's body turned into a sharp weapon for killing, harvesting life at an alarming speed like a gust of wind sweeping fallen leaves. Bullets, steel knives, tomahawks, long swords. All kinds of weapons fell on his body, but as if they were chopped on steel, sparks splashed out, leaving only a faint red mark. Colonel Marine, who was covered in blood, laughed wantonly, and the snow-white cloak of justice behind him was dyed blood red. That guy is enjoying the fun of fighting. Jun stared blankly at Colonel Marine, who was full of presumptuous grins, and couldn't help but recall the scene on the school ground yesterday in his mind. Facing his slashing iron swordsmanship, Darren chose to resist. Now it seems that he is not conceited about the defense of his body at all, but he is enjoying the feeling of life and death hanging by a thread and indulging in fighting. This is really a lunatic. Jun gritted his teeth and couldn't help cursing secretly. Cake next to him glanced at Jun, and saw her staring at Darren's back, dazed. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he turned his head and shouted hastily at the flying squirrel. Quick! We want to go too. Laozi is going to beat Vinsmoke Judge away. The flying squirrel was stunned for a moment, wondering why Gigi, a lazy pig, suddenly became so active, and subconsciously said, "Are you sure? Colonel Darren doesn't like us meddling in his battles. He is enjoying it now, and according to our information, the commander of Germa 66, Vinsmoke Judge, is very powerful, and the high-tech weapons he developed. Before he finished speaking, Jiaji grabbed the collar of his military uniform. The latter blushed and said viciously, "Damn flying squirrel! Who do you think Laozi is? I'm a genius in the headquarters, plus it's worth it. A mere Germa 66, how could it be my opponent?" He let go of his hand, turned around suddenly, rolled his small eyes, glanced at Jun from the corner of his eyes, and looked in the direction of Germa 66 with dignity, and said with a low voice, pretending to be low, "It's been a long time since I felt this blood-soaked feeling. I didn't expect someone from North Blue to be able to put such pressure on this genius." Looking at Jiaji's chic figure, the corner of Flying Squirrel's mouth twitched. He waved his hand resignedly, making a military gesture. The Marines took action immediately. The engine power of the warship was fully activated, and they accelerated towards the battleship group of the Germa Kingdom. And the other side. Bang! The crisp sound sounded like gold and iron clashing. Several steel knives slashed heavily on Darren's chest, sparks splashed and snapped. The replicant soldiers in front of them looked at the steel knife that was broken in two, and their eyes flashed with astonishment. Although they are deprived of pain by Vinsmoke Judge, they are not afraid of death or betrayal, but the basic emotions still exist. But they couldn't figure out why the body hardness of the man in front of them was harder than the weapons they hammered out of fine steel. And obviously, compared to the beginning, this Marine's physical defense has become stronger. It's almost there. As expected, actual combat is the best way to improve your strength. Darren suddenly laughed. In his insight talent perception, after the round of fighting just now, his physique and strength have been greatly improved, especially the physique item, which has already broken through the 60-point mark. It's time to get down to business. After the physique has increased to 60 points, facing the attack of the clone soldiers, there is no obvious improvement effect. Moreover, these guys have been deprived of the emotion of fear, tireless and not afraid of death, and continuing to fight with them is just a waste of time. Thinking of this, Darren licked his chapped lips. A sharp whistle sounded from behind. Several replicant soldiers leaped high, and slashed at Darren's neck with steel knives in their hands. But in the next second, they were shocked to find that the long knife they swung stopped suddenly when it was only a palm away from the back of Darren's head. Buzz buzz. Suppressed to the ultimate silence, it enveloped the surroundings. The long knife hovering in midair kept trembling and buzzing. Then, no one saw Colonel Marine move in any way. The ground under his feet suddenly moved. Strips of steel bars were lifted from the ground like black pythons, intertwined like living creatures, and turned into a dense black net, covering the clone soldiers. They didn't even have time to react. Their bodies were completely restrained by the intertwined and twisted steel bars, and then they were ripped off alive. The steel bars imprisoned their bodies, and both ends were deeply inserted into the dilapidated ground, tightening more and more. Under Vinsmoke Judge's horrified and nearly frozen eyes. Darren's location is the center, hundreds of clone soldiers within a radius of 100 meters. All of them have been bound by the steel bars that grow from the ground, and they are constantly tightening. Blood gushed out, and the rusty steel bars of Madara cut their skin and flesh alive. In just a few seconds, scarlet blood flowed all over the ground, their bodies were pierced and strangled by entangled and twisted steel bars, and various organs flowed everywhere. The entire battlefield was suddenly silent. The chief executive of the North Blue Marine stands amidst the rubble of blood-red corpses. Countless steel bars around the body dance wildly like a long black snake. Like a devil coming out of hell. Chapter 17 I am the king of North Blue. Dust billows. The cold steel is dancing wildly. Vinsmoke Judge looked at the Germa kingdom, which was mostly in ruins. His eyes were tearing apart. Damn it! This old man is the man who wants to lead Germa to dominate North Blue. Darren squinted and smiled. Marine is the overlord of this sea. As for the title of King of North Blue, I will not give it to you. He raised his hand and waved forward. Dozens of twisted steel bars suddenly rioted, stretched suddenly, pierced the air under the action of the magnetic field, and shot towards Vinsmoke Judge. Laugh. Vinsmoke Judge's boots suddenly ejected two streams of white smoke, driven by the propeller. The silhouette soared from the spot like a strange bird. Then let you see the true power of Germa 66 with your own eyes. Darren Kidd. Wielding the metal spear with both hands, he kept knocking out all the steel bars that were passing through rapidly, and the whole person swooped down from the sky, with long golden hair fluttering behind him. Tsitsizi. The shining blue electric light bloomed on the spear, emitting a dazzling light. Electromagnetic thrust. In a blink of an eye, Vinsmoke Judge swooped in front of Darren, grasping the lightning spear with both hands, and stabbing down blatantly. The high-temperature current and penetrating power even made the air explode with a bang. The power of technology. Facing the lightning spear that was powerful enough to pierce through steel and fortresses, Darren just chuckled. The oncoming wind disturbed the ends of his black hair. Seeing that the tip of the spear was getting closer and closer to the center of his brow, he could even feel the hot current temperature, but he still kept smiling. An invisible magnetic field fluctuation suddenly spread out from his body. Next second, there seemed to be ripples in the air. The exploding spear seemed to have pierced into a mass of transparent paste, and the penetration speed slowed down at an astonishing speed, and finally stagnated. Vinsmoke Judge's pupil shrank. No matter how hard he drives the spear, the omnipotent high-tech weapon in his hand remains motionless, as if tightly held by a big hand. Using the power of technology against me is your greatest stupidity. Darren said lightly. Damn. I don't believe it. Vinsmoke Judge let out a hysterical roar, and simply gave up the spear in his hand. His body spun in mid-air, his boots burst out with dazzling lightning, and he volleyed towards Darren's head sideways. Electromagnetic shatter. However, the same scene happened again. The combat boots, which constantly sprayed out white-eyed air waves, were also frozen and imprisoned in mid-air by that strange force, and could no longer move. Vinsmoke Judge's expression flashed with astonishment. My own high-tech weapon was completely restrained by this guy's devil fruit ability? Before he could react, Vinsmoke Judge only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and Colonel Marine in front of him had disappeared. So fast. The bursting wind blew by his side, Vinsmoke Judge gritted his teeth, and a chill came down his spine. Behind him, the fluttering cloak suddenly squirmed like a living thing, wrapping his body. Boom! A military boot volleyed forcefully into his stomach. Under the explosion of majestic power, the commander of Germa 66 flew upside down like a cannonball, shooting towards a military fortress in the distance. Rumbling. The entire castle was pierced through in an instant, dense cracks filled the wall, and then collapsed. Countless rocks fell, and the earth groaned unbearably. Darren landed firmly. Damn! This is impossible. My technology is clearly invincible. Seeing the figure of Vinsmoke Judge staggering out of the rubble, Darren smiled with satisfaction. He is testing the power of this battlesuit. Vinsmoke Judge is different from his future children. His body has not been genetically modified by technology, and he does not have that invulnerable monster body. Most of his strength comes from his high-tech weapon battlesuit. Without the combat uniform, his strength would not exceed that of a Marine officer. Although this is only the first generation of battlesuits, its power is far inferior to that in the Cake Island plot, but it is objective enough. Looking at it now, at least judging from Vinsmoke Judge's attack and the defense level of the cloak just now, Darren is very satisfied with the power of this first-generation battlesuit. At least within the scope of his estimates, any professionally trained Marine equipped with a similar battlesuit would probably have a combat power no less than that of a Marine Commodore. And at this moment... Ha 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 ha! Let Laozi help you, Darren. The geniuses from Naval Headquarters will defeat the evil army commander in this battle, save the kingdom of Yardis from the flames of war, and become the hero of Marine. A wild laughter came from not far away. Darren froze for a moment, then looked back. I saw that my own warship had landed at some time, and Jun and Flying Squirrel were leading the Marines to engage in a fierce battle with the remnants of the clone soldiers. The figure of Jiaji rushed out of the crowd with great momentum, kicked up billows of dust all the way, and rushed towards Vinsmoke Judge like a broken bamboo. Several black lines floated up Darren's forehead. This guy wants to show off again? He subconsciously wanted to speak, but unexpectedly Jiaji laughed proudly and said, "Darren, don't make a move." Darren thought for a moment before stopping in his tracks. Jiaji was ecstatic when he saw this. Looking at the panting Vinsmoke Judge, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but a smug smile. From the fight just now, he has already seen that this guy's strength is not strong. As long as he gets him down, Jun will definitely look at him differently. Even if it doesn't work, I can become the hero who saves the kingdom of Yardis. How many ladies will be waiting for me to care for? Thinking of this, the pace of Jiaji's charge became faster and faster. Vinsmoke Judge, commander of the evil army, and I, Major Naval Headquarters, in the name of justice. He didn't finish his sentence. Boom! A combat boot wrapped with blue lightning just stepped on his face impartially. Then, flying backwards at twice the speed of the original charge, it crashed into a military fortress. Not far away. The Flying Squirrel covered his face with his hands in pain. Vinsmoke Judge lost so thoroughly, it wasn't because he was weak, but because Darren was too strong. Jun shook his head speechlessly. Kicking the idiot Marine out of nowhere, Vinsmoke Judge turned his head panting and stared at Darren. Damn it! One after another, you Marines are too intrusive. Boom! The combat boots under his feet sprayed out hot air again, and the figure soared up and swooped towards Darren again. He is absolutely unwilling to admit that the technology he has worked so hard to develop from Vegapunk has lost so completely. However, in the face of his offensive, Darren just raised his hand and shook it slightly. The invisible magnetic field diffuses, X. The figure of Vinsmoke Judge froze in mid-air. In the next moment, severe pain came from his hands and feet. Laugh. The sound of flesh being pierced came out. The metal spear in his hand. And the boots passed on the feet. The loaded metal components squirmed and stabbed out like a living thing, piercing through his hands and feet, dripping with blood. Ah! The severe pain made him unable to bear the wailing. But soon several thick steel bars sprang out from the ground, coiled around him like a python, and was tightly imprisoned in the air. Bang! A piece of metal sealed his mouth, stopping his wailing abruptly. Thick blood shots densely filled around his pupils. Hush! Colonel Marine walked in front of him, made a silent gesture, and smiled gracefully. Sorry, your plan to dominate North Blue is over. Chapter 18. Then I go? That evening. Kingdom of Yardis, capital Vilna. Gorgeous side hall of the palace. Darren, UBD. That's Germa. A member of the world government, you almost killed it. The furious roar came from the military phone bug placed on the coffee table, and the phone bug vividly simulated the appearance of Admiral of Headquarters Sengoku beating like a thunder and smoking from his 7 orifices. Do you know that the Kingdom of Germa is not a member of an ordinary member country, it is one of the member countries that are eligible to participate in the World Summit. Do you know how much political pressure it will cause if you do this? It is Marine's duty and responsibility to protect the members of the member countries. Darren was sitting on a soft leather sofa with a glass of whiskey on the rocks and a lit cigar in one hand. He crossed his legs and smoked a cigarette, listening casually to Sengoku's scolding. Jun, the Flying Squirrel, and Cake, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, stood there without daring to take a breath, watching their noses, and hearts. Damn! Darren, UBD, Did you hear what the old man said? After spraying for 2 minutes, Sengoku was even angrier when he saw that Darren didn't intend to answer. You North Blue Admiral don't want to do it. Darren smiled and said. Then shall I leave? Sengoku. On the other side of the phone bug, Admiral's office. Sengoku suddenly misfired, his old face flushed red. The situation in North Blue is extremely chaotic, and he has not forgotten the lesson of those 2 bastards, Polo Salino and Sakazuki, who served in North Blue. Only Darren, a cunning brat, can manage North Blue in a submissive manner. If he leaves office, without his suppression, I am afraid that the sea area of North Blue will soon become the back garden of pirates and mafia families. Kidding. Darren's smile became more intense. He picked up the whiskey and took a sip lightly, feeling the spicy and strong liquor flowing down his throat. He said lightly. Sengoku Admiral, don't be so nervous, I'll take care of this. Hearing Admiral North Blue's calm attitude, Sengoku almost jumped up again, the corners of his eyes twitching uncontrollably. He took a deep breath, fighting back the urge to rush to North Blue and beat Darren up. Boy Darren, what are you thinking? If this matter is not handled properly, it will cause a series of reactions. Sengoku said in a low voice and solemn tone. The Germa Kingdom has been a member of the world government for 300 years since it was established as a kingdom. Marine takes action against the members of the franchise countries. If this matter becomes serious, even the old man will not be able to protect you. Darren exhaled smoke and smiled. Of course I understand, Sengoku Admiral. But this incident happened for a reason. Vinsmoke Judge led Germa 66 to attack the Kingdom of Yachties, and the Kingdom of Yachties is also one of the joining countries of the government. If I hadn't taken action to stop this war, I am afraid that the Kingdom of Yachties would have been plunged into chaos and bloodshed. Sengoku's mouth twitched. Are you stopping this war? You almost slaughtered the entire army of Germa Kingdom. Darren continued. As for the chaotic situation in North Blue, I believe that with the wisdom of Sengoku Admiral, it must be clear. There are constant war frictions among countries. This incident just sends a signal and a warning to many countries in North Blue. As for the casualties of the Germa Kingdom, Germa 66's army is basically clone soldiers. The product of this cloning technology is essentially a weapon, and naturally it is not a civilian. Based on Vinsmoke Judge's own ambition and unruliness, after studying and judging, I think this is the only way to teach him an impressive lesson. If you don't use crushing force to subdue him, with his character, he will only become more and more arrogant, rampant, and unscrupulous. At that time, the Yachties Kingdom will not be the only one who will be dragged into the quagmire of war. It's hard to imagine how many innocent civilians will be killed by the flames of war, and how many happy families will be torn apart because of Germa's ambitions. Hearing Colonel Marine's righteous words, Jun and Cake who were standing next to him rolled their eyes in unison. You don't care about civilian casualties, you only worry that the outbreak of war will cause you to lose money. Sengoku on the other side of the phone bug was also silent at this time. He naturally knew something about Vinsmoke Judge, the ambitious commander of Germa. Indeed, as Darren said, the Yachties Kingdom is only the first step for Vinsmoke Judge. After all, the latter's ambition and goal is to dominate the entire North Blue. So Darren, what are you going to do about it? Sengoku pondered for a moment, the anger in his voice dissipating quite a bit. Although he is very dissatisfied with Darren's actions, since the incident has already happened, it will not help to pursue accountability. Darren's talents, methods, and achievements, all prove that he is an indispensable mainstay for Marine's future. And from what Sengoku knew of Darren, the cunning, shrewd brat never got himself into trouble. No matter how sensitive the political issue is, he can perfectly solve it in an unexpected way. I don't need Sengoku Admiral to bother you too much about this. Darren flicked the cigarette ash and smiled with interest. I'll take care of everything and make Vinsmoke Judge an offer he can't refuse. He will not protest to the world government. The Kingdom of Germa will still maintain its status as a member of the member countries. Marine will not be implicated or affected in any way. North Blue will still maintain peace and stability. Darren leaned forward slightly, his smile piercing. Under the governance of our Marine. The side hall suddenly fell silent, only Darren's strong and domineering voice echoed faintly. After 3 seconds. I'll leave that to you, Darren. Either way, this has to be dealt with. Sengoku's deep voice came from the phone bug. Darren smiled with satisfaction. Promise to complete the mission, Sengoku Admiral. Blue. The phone bug lost communication. Darren turned to look at the flying squirrel. How's it going with Germa? The flying squirrel said in a deep voice. 10 warships and more than 5,000 troops have been dispatched from other branches of North Blue. Basically, the situation in the entire Germa kingdom has been brought under control. Their fleet has already left Yachties under our escort kingdom seas. As for Vinsmoke Judge himself, he has been imprisoned on our warship according to your wishes. Darren nodded. After years of cooperation and working together, he has great confidence in the flying squirrel's ability to handle affairs. What are you going to do with Vinsmoke Judge? No matter how you say it, he is the lord of the country. Jun, who had been silent all this time, finally couldn't help but speak. Darren glanced at her, suddenly smiled and said. There is no need for Major Jun to worry too much. Now we have more important things to do. What's the matter? Jun was taken aback. Darren clapped his hands and said with a smile. Celebrate our victory. Chapter 19 Marine does not charge money, the public is dissatisfied. As Darren clapped his hands, the door to the ornately decorated side hall was suddenly pushed open. Soldiers from the Kingdom of Yachties wearing standard military uniforms carried in large wooden boxes one after another. In less than a minute, dozens of large wooden boxes were piled on the marble floor of the side hall, looking like a hill. Darren, could this be? Looking at the obviously heavy wooden box, Jun suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. At this time, a man dressed as a butler walked in, with a flattering smile on his face, nodded and said, Admiral Darren, I am the Minister of Finance of the Yachties Kingdom. He pointed to the large wooden box on the ground. This is a small gift from our Yachties Kingdom, please don't refuse the North Blue Marine Fleet that shoulders justice. As he spoke, he asked his soldiers to open the wooden box. In an instant, Jun and Cake's eyes widened, and their mouths opened into an O shape. Dazzling and bright lights emanated from the large wooden boxes that were opened one by one, illuminating the entire side hall of the palace with colorful lights. Clatter! A dazzling array of gold and silver treasures, large piles of colorful banknotes, all kinds of rare treasures, fine cigars, high-end wine. Like flowing mercury, they tilted out of the fully loaded wooden box. The whole side hall is filled with the smell of money and corruption. This. Chuji stared dumbfounded at the hills of gold and silver treasures in front of him. He stuttered when he spoke, and the expression on the swollen pig's head was extremely funny. What wealth is this? He couldn't even count them. Growing up in Marineford, he has never seen such a huge wealth in his life. Darren smiled with satisfaction. Your Majesty King Yachties is too polite. It is our duty to Marine to protect the members of the alliance countries from harm. The finance minister laughed and said. Of course. Who in the entire North Blue doesn't know that our admiral is selfless, honest, and dedicated to protecting the lives and property of our North Blue people without asking for anything in return? North Blue can have Lord Darren's protection, it is really the blessing of North Blue. It's just that we can't let the many soldiers of North Blue Marine come here in vain. Hospitality is the tradition of our Yachties Kingdom. Please don't refuse, Lord Darren. He's pretty good at talking, as expected of the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Darren smiled and was about to nod. Unexpectedly, Jun stepped forward suddenly, with an angry look on her pretty face. She gritted her teeth and said, no. We can't accept this money. She turned back and glared at Darren fiercely, and said angrily. We Marine will never accept money from other sources. Darren, this is bribery. If you dare to accept the money, I will directly report you to the headquarters. Gigi next to him also shouted. Yes. I will report you to the headquarters. As if the expression was too excited to affect the wound on his face, he grinned his teeth in pain, and his teeth itched with hatred in his heart. If it wasn't for the BD Darren, he wouldn't be killed by Vin's moke judge and make a fool of himself in front of Jun. Hearing what the two said, the smile on the Chancellor's face froze. He glanced at Darren cautiously, and asked respectfully. Master Darren. These two are. Darren smoked a cigar and smiled relaxedly. Oh, these two are Major Jun and Major Cake from Naval Headquarters Marine Ford. Well, they are my adjutants now. Direct from Naval Headquarters. The Chancellor caught the clue in Darren's tone instantly. He was able to get into a high position in charge of a country's finances in the Yachty's kingdom, so he was naturally an extremely shrewd old fritter. So he immediately turned around with a smile, bent over to Jun and Cake and said. It turned out to be Master Marine who came all the way from the headquarters. I'm really stupid. I'm a little rude. I'm very sorry. Jun said to the Minister of Finance with a solemn expression. Hi sir, here I have to clarify a fact. Our Marine shoulders the justice of defending peace. Protecting civilians is our responsibility and obligation, and we don't need anything in return. She pointed to the glittering gold and silver treasures all over the place, her tone was firm. We cannot collect this money, otherwise this will be the greatest insult to justice. Of course. Major Jun is right. The Chancellor of the Exchequer agreed with deep conviction. However, the two of you came from afar and worked tirelessly. The Yachty's kingdom also prepared an extra gift for the two of you. Major Jun looks like a powerful swordsman. It just so happens that there is a piece of fine iron in the treasure house of our kingdom, which can cast a good scabbard for your beloved knife. As for Major Kaji, our side also happens to have a lot of good cigars. Jun. Plus, Omega. I said it all, we can't accept anything. Jun yelled angrily. The Minister of Finance was taken aback for a moment, then smiled again. Of course, in addition to the above gifts, we will also compensate you two for your hard work in this battle. There are also many excellent swords in the royal family's treasury, which can be selected by Major Jun. As for Major Gigi, our royal song and dance troupe has prepared a wonderful performance for you. Addition, oh. Really? His eyes lit up and he blurted out. Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, Jun kicked his whole body away, his head sank into the wall, and his feet were dangling in mid-air. Your Excellency the Minister. I seriously refuse, and I don't mean to ask you to add money. Jun turned pale with anger, took a deep breath, and clenched his silver teeth. The Chancellor of the Exchequer was stunned for a moment, with a look of embarrassment on his face. If you keep postponing, don't you just want to add money? Isn't not enough? At this time, Darren couldn't stand it anymore, he sighed helplessly, and made a relief. Excuse me, Mr. Minister. We all like these gifts very much. Please tell Lord Yachty's, we North Blue Marine are deeply grateful for this. The Minister of Finance breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile. In fact, this is because the people are too enthusiastic and spontaneously fundraising, thanks to North Blue Marine for their efforts. In addition, the royal family has prepared a banquet for you tonight, please attend. After saying this, he bowed slightly towards Darren and the others, then walked away quickly. When the gate was closed, Jun finally couldn't hold back the anger in his heart, and said angrily to Darren, who sat down again and crossed his legs. Darren. Before she finished speaking, Darren interrupted her with a wave of his hand. Jun, you have also seen the embarrassment of the Minister of Finance. If you don't accept the money, he will have no way to go back to the business. That's how North Blue works. In their view, if you don't collect the money, they can't feel at ease at all. Justice doesn't work in this sea area. To some extent, this is similar to giving red envelopes to doctors for surgery on Earth. If the doctor does not accept the red envelope, the family members will be worried. This has nothing to do with occupation. This is human nature. Seeing that Jun still wanted to refute, Darren shook his head. Okay, that's it, you all go to prepare, and you have to attend the dinner later. Chapter 20 The Extra Plan of Caring for the People. Damn Darren! You have betrayed the faith of justice. Shame on you, Marine! Scum of justice! Jun's angry curses came from behind him, but Darren laughed and walked out of the side hall of the palace. He doesn't care what other people think of him. If you care too much about your reputation, you will only restrict your actions and be unable to let go. This is a world where the jungle preys on the weak and obeys the most primitive law of the jungle. Darren does not deny that there are indeed some people in Marine who insist on their inner justice from the bottom of their hearts, and he also sincerely respects these people. They are willing to give everything for the ideals and beliefs in their hearts, to protect those things they want to protect, and to sacrifice their youth, energy, and even life. Such people are indeed respectable and great. That's why Darren doesn't dislike Jun who gets in the way. Because there must always be a fool like Jun, which will make the world full of hope. But Darren didn't think he could do that. Because the right way is really too difficult. Darren does not have the monster-level talent of Sakazuki, nor does he have the rich family background and background of Jun. From the beginning of the crossing 5 years ago, step by step to the present, especially in the chaotic sea area of North Blue. Every step he took was extremely difficult and thrilling, like walking on a tightrope on a cliff. So he has to be careful and cautious, careful and careful. Grab as much power, wealth, interest, and status as possible. And now, it's time to reap the fruits of victory in this war. With that in mind, Darren quickened his pace. Night fell. Vilna, the capital of the Yadi's kingdom, was brightly lit and bustling. Royal Palace, guest hall. Aristocrats, celebrities, ministers, crown princes, and wealthy businessmen of the kingdom of Yadis attended the ceremony in full dress and toasted to each other. The crystal chandelier on the ceiling casts bright light, reflecting charming ripples on the red wine in the hands of guests. The guests chatted happily. Let me tell you, the battle at that time was really thrilling. Germa 66 really deserves to be an evil army. Their commander, Vinsmoke Judge, is as powerful as a monster. On one side of the banquet hall, Jiaji, who was wearing a brand new tuxedo, looked like a dog, shaking the red wine glass in his hand, bragging among a group of noble ladies and ladies in full costumes. Don't you all know that the weapons he uses are extremely cutting-edge high-tech weapons, and the electric current released from the spear can directly stun an elephant? Hearing this, the noble ladies and young ladies covered their mouths with their hands and let out shocking low cries. Then what? Then Jiaji deliberately lowered his voice, making his voice full of magnetism, imitating the appearance of Darren in his mind, and smiled lightly. The power of Germa technology is indeed very strong, but I am a genius who has been tempered in naval headquarters. I am just a Vinsmoke Judge. Who is my opponent? I just kicked that guy more than 10 meters away with a random kick. Facing the majesty of justice, he still wanted to struggle to the death. In the end, I really thought he was too noisy, so I blocked his mouth. The wives and ladies all stared at Jiaji with their eyes wide open. The admiration in their eyes made the latter very happy. That's amazing, Major Cake. What a genius at naval headquarters. A powerful evil army like Germa 66 was easily defeated by you just like that. Facing the flattery of everyone, Jiaji only felt that the pores all over his body were stretched freely. It's still North Blue. So many glamorous noble ladies and ladies, the best red wine, the best cigars, and wonderful song and dance troupe performances. No wonder that a whole Darren has been in this place. As for the truth of what he just said? Well, anyway, when the war broke out, the kingdom of Germa was some distance away from the coastline. Coupled with the barrier of fog on the sea, even the army of the kingdom of Yardis couldn't see what was going on, let alone those who were in ladies and gentlemen of the capital Vilna. After thinking about the details, Gigi took a sip of the red wine, smoked a cigar with a desolate expression, and sighed sadly. Do you know? I have been looking for a decent opponent all my life. I thought that coming to North Blue could bring a little fun to this day. I didn't expect to be so disappointed in the end. The wives and ladies were even more shocked when they heard the words, staring at Gigi with bright eyes, and sighed one after another. Even Major Gake is so powerful, so how powerful will Lord Darren be? That's right, Lord Darren is not only powerful, but also handsome and charming. Yes, yes. Thinking of the appearance of the top officer of the North Blue Marine, a shy blush appeared on the faces of the ladies, and the eyes of the noble ladies were even more obsessed, looking like they were in love with spring. Addition. No, didn't you all hear me? Isn't this talking about this genius? Why is that BD Darren involved again? That guy wasn't even at the party, okay. Jiujixinchin couldn't help roaring, the muscles on his face twitched, and his face gradually turned black. He took a hard puff on his cigar, his face full of resentment. That. Mr. Jiuji. At this time, a timid voice suddenly sounded from behind. He turned around subconsciously, and saw a girl in a white lace dress standing there with a reddish face. Her small white hands were constantly stirring in front of her, exuding a shy youthful temperament. What a beautiful, pure girl! Jiuji felt as if his heart had been hit by something, his heartbeat slowed down by half a beat, and a pair of red hearts suddenly shot out from his eyes. Love! This is love! He screamed frantically in his heart. That, Mr. Gage, I think. The girl raised her eyes shyly, glanced at Jiuji timidly, and quickly retracted them in fear, with a naive look like a frightened deer, and said Nyonyo. 2. Phone bug, contact information. She's shy. She wants my phone bug contact info. She must have heard my record. She likes me. As if struck by lightning, Jiuji nodded vigorously in a panic. No problem, I'll give you my personal phone bug number. The corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising. No. I want to ask if you know Mr. Darren's contact information. The girl shook her head with a slightly red face. Click. Jiuji felt as if his heart had been hit by something, his heart stopped beating, and the red hearts in his eyes suddenly petrified and split open. In the girl's astonished eyes, like a deflated balloon, he turned around petrified, walked towards the corner of the banquet hall with a bleak back, and squatted there, motionless. 2 lines of tears flowed down his face without disappointment. Not far away, Jun, who was wearing a pink evening gown with high crosses, declined the invitation to dance for the 15th time. He glanced at Kaji squatting in the corner and breathing black smoke, and the corners of his mouth twitched. She took a sip of the red wine, as if remembering something, she gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. On the other side, Darren also came to the port and boarded the warship. Chapter 21 What do you want? Darren Base Chief. On the deck of the warship, the North Blue Marine soldiers on duty saw Darren's appearance, and immediately raised their hands to salute. Thanks everyone. Darren smiled. Everyone shook their heads, and immediately returned to their posts. The treatment of the North Blue Marine is not known to be much higher than that of Marines of the same level in other sea areas, not to mention that in addition to the basic military salary, they also have fixed paid vacations and are equipped with the most sophisticated arms and weapons. North Blue military training at the highest level. Everyone in the North Blue Marine knows in their hearts that everything they have is due to their admiral. Darren walked into the cabin of the warship slowly, walked down the narrow steps, and came to the bottom of the cabin. At the bottom of the cabin, a makeshift prison has been erected. The commander of Germa 66, Vinsmoke Judge, was imprisoned here. Seeing that damned marine coming, Vinsmoke Judge, whose whole body was imprisoned by steel shackles and even his mouth was sealed, struggled frantically, bloodshot eyes appeared in his eyes, and he made an indistinct sound. It is conceivable that if eyes could kill, his violent and vicious eyes at this moment are enough to kill Darren 100 times. Darren waved casually. The steel block blocking Vinsmoke Judge's mouth flew out of nowhere. The former roared angrily immediately. "You damn marine brat! How dare you imprison this old man? You are the North Blue Admiral. The Germa Kingdom is a member of the world government. You are dead." His voice stopped abruptly, and his pupils shrank. A sharp steel bar suddenly twisted out of the prison cell, pierced the air, and hovered firmly between his eyebrows. In the reflection of Vinsmoke Judge's pupils, under the light of the shaking torch, the tip of the steel bar reflects a cold light, like a lion majesty that chooses to eat someone. "Have you said enough?" Darren smiled. Vinsmoke Judge gritted his teeth. "It seems that enough is said." Satisfied with his reaction, Darren hooked his fingers, and the lion majesty-like steel bars slowly closed. "Vinsmoke Judge, you are right. The Germa Kingdom is a member of the world government. According to Marine's discipline, this operation will indeed cause me a lot of trouble." Darren fumbled for a cigar, bit into his mouth and lit it. "But you forgot one thing." He looked at the overlord of North Blue, who was as desolate as a dead dog in front of him, with a half-smile. "You cannot represent the Kingdom of Germa." Hearing Darren's words, Vinsmoke Judge's heart skipped a beat, and he said harshly, "What do you mean? This old man is the head of the Vinsmoke family, and even the king of the Germa Kingdom. Why can't he represent the Germa Kingdom?" No, Darren sneered, "you still don't get what I mean." He exhaled slowly. "This time, I seem to have killed a lot of Germa 66 troops, but you and I both know that they are just clone soldiers. As long as you have enough time and funds, you can create them again in a short time. In the final analysis, clone soldiers are not human beings, they are just weapons. And most importantly, the world government doesn't care about the life and death of the franchise countries, the Five Elders don't care, and the Celestial Dragons don't care even more. What they care about is whether the members of the member countries can regularly hand in the heavenly money they need. As long as the Kingdom of Germa can pay the heavenly money on time, the big shots don't care if the person sitting on the throne is you, Vinsmoke Judge." Vinsmoke Judge's face suddenly turned pale. "Well, it seems that you are beginning to understand what I mean." Darren raised his hand. The steel cage that imprisoned Vinsmoke Judge suddenly spread out like flowers blooming. At the same time, the twisted metal also intertwined and gathered behind Darren to form a steel chair. Vinsmoke Judge, who had regained his freedom, did not attack Darren angrily. Instead, he stood there with a livid face. He knew very well that without his combat uniform, he could not be this man's opponent. Darren sat slowly on the steel chair, smoking a cigar and smiling. "I believe that the other nobles of the Germa Kingdom will be interested in the position of the king, and they should also hope that you die here and never show up again, don't they?" Vinsmoke Judge was silent, his expression extremely ugly. He knew Darren was right. The Kingdom of Germa has a long history. In addition to the Vinsmoke family, there are also other noble families, large and small. After he left the research team and returned to Germa, he used high-tech weapons to forcefully take over the authority of the Germa Kingdom. Needless to say, it was bloody. In the process, he also suppressed other nobles of the Germa Kingdom and carried out a wave of purges. But he couldn't kill all these nobles. It's conceivable that those guys would really like to die in the hands of this marine. "Don't you dare kill me!" Vinsmoke Judge said hoarsely. Darren laughed. "I admit this. After all, you are the king of a franchising country, and I am just a mere colonel marine. It's just that I can hand you over to the world government. As a scientist who has strong scientific research skills and has worked with Vegapunk on the MADS team, I believe the government will be very satisfied with my move. Vinsmoke Judge's face changed drastically. What on earth do you know? He managed to escape from the pursuit of world government agents and avoid falling into the hands of the government and becoming a research tool in their hands. But how on earth did the marine brat in front of me know about such a secret event? Darren smiled and said, "What do I know? You don't have to worry about it. You just need to know one thing. By cooperating with me, you can continue to be your king and commander in peace. Maybe when I am in a better mood, I can help you fulfill your ambition to dominate the North Blue Dot. Or trying to resist me. I will hand you over to the world government, and then support another nobleman in Germa to be the king. As long as the amount of heavenly gold in the Germa kingdom increases by 20%, I believe that the government will not hold me accountable, but will also maybe you can give me a public reward." After the words fell, Vinsmoke Judge fell into a long silence, and his expression became uncertain. Darren was not in a hurry. Just minding his own business and smoking a cigar. He knew this guy's character very well. Desire for power, vanity, and arrogance. Do you fight to the death for your own face, or do you lose your freedom and power? Darren believes Vinsmoke Judge will make the right choice. Half a minute later, Vinsmoke Judge raised his head, his eyes were bloodshot, and hissed. "What do you want?" Chapter 22 Protecting the Celestial Dragons. The next day, a piece of news was sent from Germa Kingdom, a member country of the world government. Germa 66 completed a public military exercise with the North Blue Marine Fleet yesterday in the waters near the North Blue Yachties Kingdom. During this exercise, both sides demonstrated strong military combat capabilities. The King of the Germa Kingdom and the commander of Germa 66, Vinsmoke Judge, expressed his cooperation with Colonel Darren, the Admiral of the North Blue Marine, and promised to sign a long-term friendly cooperation agreement to jointly maintain the security, peace, prosperity, and stability of the North Blue Sea area. In the office of the base chief of the 321 branch, Jun and Cake looked at the latest newspaper in their hands, dumbfounded. How can this be? In particular, the newspaper report was accompanied by a photo of Darren and Vinsmoke Judge shaking hands while standing under the seagull flag, making them unable to believe their eyes. The day before, they beat life and death, and almost wiped out Germa 66. Isn't it friendly cooperation within a day? Looking at Darren and Vinsmoke Judge's familiar, kind, and warm smiles on their faces in the group photo, people would think they are long-lost brothers without knowing it. This is like a dream. How is this impossible? Mr. Vinsmoke Judge is a sensible person. After my patient explanation and advice, he quickly recognized our North Blue Marine's position and Marine's determination to maintain justice and peace. Darren glanced at the shocked Jun couple with a smile, and lit a cigar slowly. And he also realized his mistake in launching the war and decided to correct it. Isn't this a very reasonable thing? Kakashi nodded suddenly. Well, that does make sense. Damn. He gritted his teeth authentically. With Vinsmoke Judge's cruel, domineering, unruly character and ambition, how could he be influenced by just a few words from Darren? You are the demon fruit power that controls the metal. You are not a person with the ability to inspire fruits. Darren, what the hell did you do? Did you threaten him? Jun gritted his teeth in disbelief. It was discovered by you. Darren held up his hands, a you found out expression. He smiled. Actually, I didn't do anything. As I told Sengoku Admiral, I just made him an offer he couldn't refuse. It's just that I didn't expect Vinsmoke Judge to be so sensible. Jun and Cake. They looked at Darren's smiling expression and knew that it was impossible to ask anything from him. Although I don't know what method this guy used to make Vinsmoke Judge succumb, but things finally got such a result, which is still perfect. They stopped this war. Hundreds of thousands of people in the Kingdom of Yachties were not involved in the flames of war. The Kingdom of Germa has dropped its claim to North Blue Marine. Jun has harvested several pennants sent by the Yachty's royal family. Several boxes of fine wine and good cigarettes were found in Jiaji's mansion. Everything seems to be developing in a beautiful and happy direction. What a ghost! Looking at Darren's leisurely and confident smile in control of the overall situation, Jun felt aggrieved in his heart, feeling like scratching his head and scratching his head. Threats and lures, deception to collect money, violence and blood, deception. These are obviously extremely bad things, words that have nothing to do with the justice she believes in, but falling into the hands of the BD Darren has become the best means to successfully govern North Blue. This is incompatible with all the education she has received in the past. It just overturned her 3 views. Blue, 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 blue. At this time, the call of the military phone bug suddenly rang. Darren picked up the phone bug and connected. I'm Darren. Admiral of Headquarters Sengoku's hearty laughter came from the phone bug. Ha 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 ha, Darren, you brat, you really deserve to be the subordinate that the old man relies on, and you have handled this matter beautifully. Jun and Kikai rolled their eyes, with black lines all over their heads. They clearly remember how Sengoku Admiral went into a rage on the phone bug yesterday. All glory to justice, thanks to the guidance of Sengoku Admiral. Darren said humbly. Sengoku smiled with satisfaction. The old man was right. From now on, it seems that the old man made the right decision to send the 2 little guys, Jun and Cake, to North Blue. Those 2 little guys are really a headache. Plus, that kid eats too much and is lazy every day, and always wants to come here to steal the old man's cigars. And what about Jun? He is too similar to her sister, and his ideas are too naive. Listening to Sengoku's complaints, Darren glanced at Jun and Cake, whose faces were gradually darkening, with a strange look on their faces. All in all, those 2 little guys are still very immature, you should show them more when you have time. Sengoku didn't realize the seriousness of the matter, and the more he talked, the more excited he became. Ahem. Noticing that Jun's eyes were getting colder and colder, and his body began to exude a chilling killing intent, Cake couldn't help coughing lightly twice. Sengoku. The military phone bug fell silent. Sengoku Admiral, I heard that you are very dissatisfied with me. Jun said to the phone bug with a deadpan face. Sengoku. Hey, hello? Why can't I hear clearly? Hey, the signal doesn't seem very good. Can't hear clearly. Darren, you brat, did you hear what the old man said just now? Take good care of Jun and Cake, this old man, they are the future of Marine and the hope of justice. Hello, hello? Signal, how, not, connected. Brew. The phone bug fell asleep. The communication was interrupted. Jun. Addition. Darren. The 3 looked at each other. The flying squirrel, who had been standing beside him silently, covered his forehead in pain. This acting was too clumsy. But within a minute, the military phone bug rang again. Darren connected again. Sengoku Admiral. Well, Darren, I almost forgot to mention that there is a very important task. Sengoku acted as if nothing happened just now, with a serious tone. Sengoku Admiral, you said. Darren said. Sengoku said in a deep voice. Berndy Valdo attacked an official ship of the world government a few days ago. The world aristocrat Celestial Dragon's shield saint on the official ship was shipwrecked and floated to Badia Island in North Blue. The headquarters has received an order from the government, and the old man is already on his way to North Blue. Darren frowned when he heard that. He remembered the news he had read in the newspaper 2 days earlier, the great pirate world destroyer. Berndy Waldo sank the official ship of the world government. The world aristocrat Celestial Dragons was furious, and offered a high reward of 200 million Baileys. Ward-high bandits may become the biggest threat to the government. Sengoku Admiral, what do I need to do? Hunt down World Destroyer Burndy Waldo. Darren exhaled a dragon-like smoke, his eyes half closed. Sengoku shook his head and said, "No, although your strength is good, but compared to Burndy Valdo, there is still a long way to go. Fighting Burndy Valdo is the mission of this old man. And your mission is to set off immediately to Badia Island to protect Shield Saint. The CP department has sent personnel to North Blue to escort, but before they reach Badia Island, the government needs the nearest marine to protect the personal safety of Shield Saint. Thank you so much for everything." Chapter 23 As expected of a genius. Blue sky and blue sea, white clouds fluttering. The huge warship sailed at a steady speed on the endless blue sea, dragging a long white trail from its tail. In the dark cabin, Darren sat cross-legged on the deck alone with his eyes closed. The light from the oil lamp cast his figure in a vague shadow on the cabin wall. 3 smooth metal spheres floated in mid-air, moving centripetally around his body. If anyone is here, it is estimated that they will be surprised. Because these 3 metal spheres are flying and moving around Colonel Marine, even during the movement, the relative distance between them has always been absolutely consistent. This requires extreme control. Time passed minute by minute. With the slight movement of Darren's fingers, the 3 metal balls are constantly changing shape like a liquid, sometimes elongated and extended into sharp spikes, twisted and wriggled like sinister iron chains, and sometimes spread out like a solid steel shield. At a certain moment, Darren slowly opened his eyes. The 3 metal spheres gathered together immediately, and finally transformed into a silver metal wristband, solidified on Colonel Marine's right wrist. He exhaled lightly, a satisfied smile curled up on the corner of his mouth. Physique, 60.451. Strength, 55.890. Velocity, 58.048. Fruit, 71.871. Sure enough, real combat and fighting can force myself to grow faster. Darren sensed his physical condition with his insight talent, and couldn't help saying something with emotion. Over the past few months, in fact, his cultivation progress has basically slowed down a lot, and even the 2 items of speed and fruit ability have almost stagnated. Although as he continued to increase his training intensity, the various data of his body were still slowly improving, but the speed of improvement was not satisfactory. However, after the battle with Germa 66, Darren's physique and strength have improved by more than 1 point. If it is training, it will take at least a month to achieve the same effect. It's a pity that Germa 66 is too weak, and it didn't allow me to really enter the state. Darren smiled and lit a cigar. Germa 66 and Vinsmoke Judge are actually not weak, but their own abilities are too restrained to Germa's technological weapons. Undoubtedly, if it were not for his own appearance, with the military strength of Vinsmoke Judge and Germa 66, it would not be a big problem to kill the kings of the 4 North Blue countries and even dominate North Blue. I really miss the time when I fought with that lunatic Sakazuki. There was emotion in Darren's eyes. Before Sakazuki left North Blue and went to the headquarters for training, he would often train and compete with the former without using the Devil Fruit ability. Of course, the discussion between the 2 of them is terrible in the eyes of others. After all, that guy Sakazuki never holds back. A little carelessness, and it could be killed, and then tragically become an accident. During that time, although he was seriously injured almost every day, Darren was intoxicated by the kind of hardy fighting and the state of constantly pushing himself to break through the limit in the crisis of life and death. That was also the period when his strength leaped the fastest. Unfortunately, that is all in the past. After training in the officer training camp of the headquarters, under the teaching of the former Marine Admiral Blackarm Zephyr, the current Sakazuki is estimated to have mastered Haki. The distance between himself and him has been infinitely widened. After all, Teacher Kaido said, Haki is the most powerful ability in this sea. Thinking of this, Darren stood up slowly. He is not in a hurry. The 3rd officer training camp is about to start, and if there is no accident, I have already obtained a spot. Although the talent is far inferior to monsters like Sakazuki and Polosolino, Darren believes that with his own ability, he can definitely win a place in Marine. And before that, he had to build up the North Blue Fleet. Make this powerful fleet that is about to be equipped with Germa technology into a military force that belongs only to itself and only obeys its own orders. A steadfast light flashed in Darren's deep eyes as he stepped out of the cabin and opened the door. The sun was shining, and a Marine soldier outside the cabin was on patrol, performing daily maintenance on the guns and artillery. And on the spacious deck, Cake and Jun were training profusely with sweat. The former is carrying a huge 1-ton barbell, gnashing his teeth and doing handstand push-ups with a grim face. The latter held a long knife in his hand, with a serious expression, and practiced swordsmanship in an orderly manner. The sharp blade cut through the air, making bursts of sharp whistling sounds. The two of them have convulsions. Darren looked at this scene suspiciously, and asked the flying squirrel walking over. The flying squirrel rubbed his temple helplessly. The Germa 66 incident stimulated them quite a lot, especially Gigi. After returning, he practiced like crazy. Darren couldn't help laughing when he thought of the miserable appearance of Kaji being stepped on the face by Vin's Moke Judge and then kicked away. Boom! At this time, a magnificent water column tens of meters high suddenly exploded on one side of the warship. The turbulent waves then surged, and the entire warship shook suddenly. What happened? Is it an enemy attack? No. Yes, it's Sea Kings. The faces of the Marines on the deck changed slightly, and they moved quickly, drew out their sabers, raised their spears, and adjusted the artillery on the warship. A huge shadow slowly emerged from the splashing sea water, projected in front of everyone, almost covering the entire warship. The scorching sun above the head seemed to disappear, replaced by a huge monster with a height of 60 to 70 meters. The black scales, with gills, look like a huge eel. Eye pupils the size of lanterns, condescendingly looking down at the Marine on the deck, slowly opened the bloody mouth full of sharp teeth. Small Sea Kings. Darren looked at the strange fish in front of him with great interest. At this time, Vegapunk hadn't figured out how to load the sea stone on the bottom of the warship to get the Marine through the comm belt. In other words, at this time, the Sea King's creatures can still perceive the breath of the warship. The flying squirrel next to him subconsciously reached out and grabbed the handle of the saber at his waist, as if he was about to make a move. Darren pressed his shoulders and shook his head. The flying squirrel was taken aback, but heard a strange cry from the deck. Ha 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 ha! Come at the right time. Let's take this little reptile of yours to verify the cultivation results of this genius. The moment the arrogant laughter came out, Gigi's figure stepped on the railing of the warship and shot backwards like a cannonball. Roar! A touch of human anger flashed in the blood-red eyes of the Sea King's creature, as if irritated by the arrogance of the ant in front of him, he let out a deafening roar. The majestic sound waves suddenly suppressed, causing many Marines on the deck to fall over. Sea Kings opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, and swallowed the leaping Gigi in one gulp. Boom! +1 punch out. Ripples and ripples visible to the naked eye spread out. Sea King's pupils froze, and his expression became confused. Crackling. Under Gigi's punch, dense cracks appeared in its teeth, and then shattered. Sea Kings. Hot tears brewed in its eyeballs. At this time. Bang! The buzzing sound of the famous knife being unsheathed suddenly exploded. The famous golden knife tore through the air, only to see a golden sword glow whizzing out through the air, and disappeared in the void. Laugh! A thin bloodstain slowly appeared on the neck of the poor Sea King's creature. It's a clean break. Then. Boom! The huge head of Sea Kings was separated from the body, and then fell into the sea, setting off turbulent waves again. The blood gushing out continuously dyed the sea surface red. Deck. Kaji landed steadily, posing in a pose that he thought was handsome. Jun put the knife back into its sheath indifferently, with the cloak fluttering wantonly behind him. The other marines stared dumbfounded at Jun and Cake, who took out the Sea King's monster with an easy shot. After a second of silence, they all let out cheers of joy. Some even threw out the fishing net swiftly, preparing to add meals. As expected of a genius from the headquarters, the future candidate for admiral. Darren watched this scene and muttered to himself with emotion. Through the shots of the two of them, Darren judged at a glance that the strength of the two of them had obviously improved a lot compared to when they first came to North Blue. The combined strength, speed, and physical skills have increased by at least 30%. As for Jun, he even comprehended the flying slash, was able to cut out the sword light, and stepped into the realm of a swordsman in one fell swoop. It's only a few days. This terrifying talent, even if it is not as good as monsters like Sakazuki and Polisolino, is not far behind. Ha 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 ha. Darren, did you see that? Gigi walked over with a full face, raised his arms and flexed his arms, showing off his biceps. Sea King's that big, he'd just shattered all his teeth in one punch today, can you? Boom. At this moment, as if attracted by the blood of the Sea Kings, another huge wave exploded on the sea. 1 head. 2 ends. 3 heads. A total of 8 Sea Kings creatures with a height of more than 100 meters raised their heads and roared out from the undulating sea, echoing each other and sending out roars that shook the world. When the huge body twisted and rolled, the sea surface was full of turbulent waves, rushing towards the warship. The little warship wobbled and shivered in front of the 8 Sea Kings with larger bodies. Darren beckoned. The metal wristband on the arm suddenly fell off, and then twisted and stretched like a living thing into a sharp spear, which suddenly shot out through the air. The sharp explosions continued to explode, and under the force of the terrifying magnetic field, where the metal spear passed, white ripples continuously bloomed in the surrounding void. The speed climbed to ultimate in an instant. No one can see its trajectory. Everyone on the deck only felt a blur in front of their eyes, as if something was passing back and forth in the void, like a silver phantom. The figures of the 8 roaring Sea Kings creatures froze together. Laugh. The surface of their bodies continuously exploded densely packed tiny blood holes, jetting out high-pressure blood flow like a sieve. Rumble. Huge objects collapsed one after another, stirring up water jets that soared into the sky. While Darren recalled the metal spear, he condensed it into a wristband again, and put it on casually. Behind him was the picture of 8 lifeless Sea Kings falling into the sea continuously. He turned his head to look at the dumbfounded Gigi, and said, "Major Cake, what were you trying to say just now?" The corner of Gigi's mouth twitched, and he said with a smile, "I said you can definitely do better than me." Darren glanced at him, patted his shoulder, and looked away. The outline of an island gradually emerged on the distant sea. "Let's get ready, we're going to land on the island soon." The corner of his mouth curled up into a sarcastic arc that looked like a smile but not a smile. "Our mission this time is to protect the great, sacred, and noble celestial dragons. Ask for everything, be grateful." Chapter 24 Arrival. North Blue, Badia Island. The warship sailed slowly into the port. The anchor was lowered, and the marine members of the North Blue 321 branch headed by Darren walked off the bordering plate slowly. As soon as he set foot on the land of Badia Island, Darren was surprised. "It seems to be different from the Badia Island in my memory." Badia Island is one of the transportation hubs of several well-known routes of North Blue. Although the trade throughput is far behind some of the commercial and prosperous islands of the Grand Line, it is also among the best in North Blue. Many merchant ships and trade caravans will pass through Badia Island for supplies, which will also support the economic development of the island. However, where wealth flows, dirty activities will naturally be hidden, which is common sense in the world. Because of the wealth and prosperity of Badia Island and the convenient transportation, this place has naturally become a place for fishing for oil and water and hiding dirt. Mafia, underground forces, illegal trade, and even robbery by pirates have become the norm here. In order to balance the balance of power on Badia Island, Darren also spent a lot of effort and energy before. Even so, Badia Island in Darren's impression is still a bustling and chaotic place. But the scene he saw in front of him was somewhat beyond his expectations. The once crowded, oil-stained port of the island has been refreshed with blooms of flowers. The street looks very neat and tidy, without the slightest pile of garbage, and the street stalls and shops on both sides of the street are now neat and orderly. The old buildings have been painted with new paint, and the houses painted with white walls and blue roofs, which looks quite grand. In front of the entrance to the town, a brand new arch was temporarily built, with a height of 10 meters, and the colorful words "Welcome to Mr. Shield Saint" are hung on it. Because the celestial dragons were shipwrecked and drifted to Badia Island, the mayor of this island immediately issued a decree to rectify the city appearance, and spent a lot of tax money to renovate some dilapidated buildings. The flying squirrel walked to Darren's side and explained in a low voice. As for the color of this house, it is said that the city government is trying to imitate the decoration style of the Holy Land Marie Joyce, so that the world's nobles can feel at home here. Jun and Cake on the side were stunned. Darren couldn't help but smile. It seems that no matter which world you are in, there is such a thing as image engineering. But this is also normal. Celestial dragons are self-proclaimed gods in this sea, and they have supreme power. For a small place like North Blue, there are very few opportunities for local consuls to witness the true face of the world's nobles on weekdays. Now it happens that a celestial dragons who encountered an accident came to the area under his jurisdiction. Of course, the mayor has to behave well. Even if he tries to make a good impression, maybe the nobles of the world will be happy in the future, and a casual sentence can make him go on the pinnacle of life. Interesting. Darren nodded with a smile, turned to look at Jun and the others, and ordered. Let's take your troops in first, set up a protective circle around the area where Shield's ST is active. And pay attention to checking for suspicious people to ensure that no emergencies occur. While he's not interested in protecting the swine like celestial dragons, he'd even like to take out one or two if he can. But since this is an order from the headquarters, Darren will naturally do his best. After all, as far as the moment is concerned, the mission this time is likely to determine his political future in Marine. If something happens to celestial dragons under his protection, Sengoku probably won't be able to protect himself. Darren doesn't want to leave Marine. Being a pirate has no future, he doesn't want to be chased by Marine all over the sea. Darren doesn't think he is a good person, but he still has a bottom line in doing things. He can't do things like running to be a pirate and plundering civilians. Not to mention that for a traverser like him without cheats, Marine, which has a relatively complete training system, is undoubtedly the best choice. On top of that, he put too much energy and heart into North Blue to let it go. How about you? Jun frowned at Darren. Of course, she had heard about the bad character of that group of celestial dragons, and of course she was not willing to protect them in her heart. I have to go to our mayor to hand over the task first. After all, it is the city government's militia that is responsible for the security of celestial dragons. Darren smiled and said to Jun and Probe. Since you're here, you have to say hello to the local government anyway. You don't have to worry. The specific security work is mainly carried out by Major Flying Squirrel. You only need to assist from the side. After all, you two just came to North Blue, and you are not very familiar with the business here. After speaking, Darren turned his gaze to the Flying Squirrel. They leave it to you. The Flying Squirrel nodded. Seeing that Darren had directly issued an order, Jun couldn't force it, and stayed in place silently, watching Darren get into a carriage and head towards the city hall. Then let's go this way, Major Jun, Major Cake. The Flying Squirrel greeted with a smile, then turned around and set off with a group of subordinates according to the designated destination. He knew that Darren was going to meet the mayor to discuss some matters, and it would be inconvenient to bring Jun and Kaji with him. Jun and Cake looked at each other, hesitating to speak, but in the end they didn't say anything, and followed quickly. Badia Island. City Hall. Darren walked into the mayor's office led by a sexy secretary in professional attire. The interior of the office is upscale and magnificent. Animal skin carpets are laid on the smooth marble floor, and oil paintings that are known to be expensive at first glance are hung on the walls. It's really disappointing to welcome a distinguished guest, Colonel Darren, please forgive me. Without waiting for a long time, a flattering laugh sounded. I saw a middle-aged man in a suit trotting and sweating profusely. He was obese and bulging his high-end suit, looking like a ball. Mayor Hunter is busy with government affairs, I'm the one who bothered you. Darren smiled, took the cigar that Mayor Hunter respectfully handed over, and sat down on the soft leather sofa unceremoniously. Where is it, Colonel Darren, you also understand? Mr. Shield Saint came to Badia Island, and the place is already very busy. Hunter took out a silk square from his pocket, wiped the sweat off his face, and smiled. Darren nodded and lit his cigar. Understandable, after all, this is a rare event in decades. I came this way, and I was quite surprised to see the brand new Badia Island. It is estimated that Shield Saint will also be satisfied with your arrangement, Mr. Mayor. Hunter was overjoyed when he heard that. That's good, that's good. He had prepared a document and handed it to Darren with both hands. Look, Colonel Darren, this is the situation on Badia Island in the past 6 months. Watching Darren take the file and flip through it casually, Hunter explained carefully. Under your awe, the 2 major mafia families in Badia Island have maintained relative restraint in the past 6 months, and paid the required taxes on time. Darren glanced at the number at the end of the file, and smiled with satisfaction. Well, they're pretty safe. Hunter nodded and bowed. Of course, who in North Blue dare not give you face? He said with trepidation, stooping even lower. Others don't know, how could Hunter, as the mayor, not know what the man in front of him is doing? Badia Island used to be full of mafia gangs fighting each other, and there were constant conflicts due to the competition for territory. Bloodshed was the norm. It wasn't until a year ago that Darren, the newly appointed base chief of Branch 321, came to Badia Island and almost uprooted the mafia with the most powerful and ruthless means. To this day, Hunter still clearly remembers that hellish scene. Rivers of blood flowed in the streets and corpses piled up like mountains. The man in front of him stood there covered in blood, and the only 2 remaining mafia family leaders knelt down before him tremblingly. Since that day, no more gang vendettas and turf wars on Badia. The 2 remaining mafia families have separated each other into a fixed territory, the river does not violate the well water, and they regularly hand over half of their income as taxes. Because of the eradication of underworld fighting, civilians can recuperate, the social environment is stable, and the economy of Badia Island has also developed vigorously. Well, I still say that, you tell them for me. Darren let out a breath of smoke slowly. As long as they don't go overboard, I'll just turn a blind eye. As long as they keep themselves safe, money will always be earned. But I don't want to see any incidents of civilian bloodshed in my jurisdiction. He smiled. After all, I'm a righteous Marine, are you right, Mayor Hunter? Hunter nodded in fear, and said with a smile. That's for sure. Who in North Blue doesn't know that Colonel Darren is a symbol of justice? Chapter 25 The Little Girl Who Buys Flowers. The other side. The 3 flying squirrels led hundreds of Marine soldiers, walking on the busy streets of the town, heading towards the residence of Shield Saint. Jun looked preoccupied, looking at the back of the flying squirrel walking ahead. She felt something was wrong, and always suspected that Darren was deliberately distracting her and Gigi to act alone. Big sister, you are so beautiful. At this time, a childish voice sounded from the side, interrupting Jun's thoughts. Jun was taken aback, and turned around. What came into view was a little girl wearing a plain floral dress, with a backpack on her back, which contained packaged red roses. The little girl looked only 7 or 8 years old, her eyes were big and shiny. She bowed politely towards Jun, and said, "Do you want to buy flowers?" Seeing the cute look of the little girl, Jun's heart almost melted. A gentle smile appeared on his face. He squatted down, and stroked her hair. "Little sister, how much do you spend?" As if seeing the long knife hanging on Jun's waist, the little girl said timidly, "Sister, a 200 Bailey, can you?" Jun chuckled. "That shouldn't be asking me." Noticing the little girl's eyes, she smiled softly. "Don't worry, my sister is Marine, she's protecting you. My sister's knife is only used to deal with bad guys." "Little girl, really?" Jun nodded and smiled. "Of course, that's what we at Marine should do." She looked at the flowers on the little girl's back. "Give me one." As he said that, Jun took out 200 Baileys and put them in the hands of the little girl. The little girl raised her head in surprise, then put down her school bag clumsily, and carefully picked it up with her small face. "Well, this one blooms the most beautifully." She picked out a red rose that was obviously in full bloom, raised her hands high, and handed it to Jun. Jun took it and asked with a smile, "Little sister, why did you come out to sell flowers at such a young age?" The little girl smiled sweetly and replied, "Leah is old enough to help Dad." She looked proudly at the roses in her backpack. "This is a flower planted by my father. It is as beautiful as my sister." Jun laughed. "So that's the case, is Dad a flower farmer? Where's your mother?" "Mom." The little girl's eyes darkened. "Mom is sick, and my father told me that she went to a faraway place for treatment." Jun froze for a moment, sadness flashed in his eyes. Then the little girl turned around again, looked at Jiaji next to her, bowed politely and asked, "Uncle, may I ask you to buy flowers?" Jiaji's face darkened. The corners of his eyes twitched, he squatted down, and a self-conscious smile appeared on his face. "Little sister, I'm only under 20 years old, you should call me brother." The little girl opened her eyes wide in surprise, carefully looked at the man wearing a brown hat and biting a cigarette in front of her, and finally shook her head firmly. "No, uncle, you don't look like a brother, you look like an uncle." Addition. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a smile with a stiff expression. "Little sister, if you call me brother, I will buy all your flowers." The little girl's eyes lit up, but she soon became entangled again. A pair of white and tender hands kept stirring in front of her, her face full of grievances. "Although Leah wanted to sell all the flowers. But Dad told me not to lie." Boom! Gake fell headfirst to the ground. He got up again and said viciously, "Damn! Open your eyes wide and look, Lao Zi is only 19 years old." He screamed frantically. "It's all right, all right." Jun saw the pitiful look of the little girl who was so frightened that she was about to cry, kicked Cake out angrily, squatted down and patted the little girl's head. "Although that uncle is ugly, he is also a good man. Don't be afraid." The little girl blinked her big eyes and nodded blankly. Immediately, she spread out the 200 Baileys she got from selling flowers in Jun, and counted them clumsily. Then she took out 40 Baileys and put them in the left pocket, and put the remaining 160 Baileys in the right pocket. Seeing this, Jun asked curiously, "Why are you splitting up the money?" The little girl said seriously, "Dad said that part of our income must be handed over, so that those with weapons will not come to trouble us." Jun's face changed slightly. But at this time, a man ran over anxiously, took the little girl's hand, bowed to Jun with some trepidation. I am sorry, Master Marine, Leah is not sensible and talks nonsense." After saying this, he picked up his daughter and ran away. "Goodbye, big sister." "Goodbye, uncle." The little girl in her father's arms smiled and waved at Jun and Cake. "Damn it! Everyone said that I am a brother, not an uncle," Jiaji said bitterly. Jun looked at the distant figure of the father and daughter, but seemed to realize something. Turn in part of your income, whoever bears arms, taxes. She frowned, walked forward quickly, and stopped the flying squirrel who was deploying tasks not far away. Major Flying Squirrel, tell me, is that guy Darren doing something shady again? Jun looked serious. The flying squirrel looked at Jun with a serious face in front of him and said with a headache. Major Jun, Base Commander Darren, as the highest commander of the entire North Blue Marine, naturally has things he has to deal with. As his adjutants, our first responsibility is to carry out the orders he issued. Our most important task at the moment is to carry out the security work of Shield Saint. Jun shook his head stubbornly and said, No, I want to know what Darren did. Since the order from the headquarters has been issued, Marineford must have communicated with the governor of Badia Island. There is no need for Darren to go to the handover in person. Since the mission of protecting Shield Saint is so important, and Darren is the first person in charge of the operation, it is even more important that he should not leave. She gritted her teeth and asked, Darren, is he going to collect taxes from those mafia families from the mayor? The flying squirrel was stunned for a moment, feeling a little surprised. Although Jun's thinking is very naive many times, she is indeed very smart and she actually guessed Darren's purpose. I knew it. Jun clenched his fists fiercely. From the flying squirrel's reaction, she already got a definite answer. How can you do this? Mafia forces are not as harmful to civilians as pirates, but their existence will also make civilians oppressed and exploited. Jun asked angrily. Forget it, Darren, that depraved, corrupt BD is beyond redemption. But Major Flying Squirrel, how can you be like him and collude with the mafia family? We are righteous Marines. Our responsibility is to protect civilians, not to exploit them. She had wanted to question Darren a long time ago, but the sudden war started by Germa 66 interrupted her. The flying squirrel looked at the anger and determination in Jun's eyes, and suddenly let out a long sigh. What an admirable belief! It's a pity that in a place like North Blue, pure justice is the most useless thing. Major Jun, do you see this street? He did not answer directly, but pointed to the street in front of him. Can you please tell me what you saw? Jun was stunned for a moment and looked around. There are many shops on both sides of the street, displaying a wide range of goods, and the flow of people is like weaving. Young parents are playing with their children, and there is laughter everywhere. A scene of peace and tranquility. Peace. For some reason, Jun's voice became lower. Yes, the flying squirrel shook his head. But you don't know that a year ago, this street was a notorious lawless street on Badia Island. It used to be full of crooks, hooligans, scammers, murderers, a darkness and chaos that a Marineford-born genius like you could never imagine. Jun opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, the flying squirrel pointed to a building not far away. That's a hospital. That place was originally a shelter for refugees and homeless people. He pointed to the direction of the port where they landed in the distance. The port where we docked the warship originally looked like a stinky ditch full of corpses. The road we walked on was a stinking garbage dump a year ago. Seeing the faces of Jun and Cake whose expressions gradually changed in front of them, the flying squirrel let out a long breath. Badia Island is one of the most chaotic route transit stations in North Blue ever. Pirates plunder recklessly, and dozens of mafia families, large and small, run rampant here. Gunshots are heard here almost every day. The crime rate on the entire island exceeds 30%. More than half of the children join the ranks of pirates, liars, gangsters, and gamblers for various reasons before they reach adulthood. The island of Badia, where trade is flourishing, is to some extent a breeding ground for crime. This, how is it possible? Jun and Cake murmured with pale faces. They looked at the island with prosperous commerce and trade in front of them, and they couldn't connect with the dirty and chaotic picture described by the flying squirrel. But in the past so many years, Hasn't North Blue Marine sent troops to suppress it? Jun suddenly gritted his teeth. Send troops? Of course there are. The corner of the flying squirrel's mouth curled into a mocking smile. When Sakazuki Rear Admiral was in office, he led troops more than once to fight against pirates and the mafia, killing bloody rivers and leaving almost no one behind. Of course, this process also resulted in the casualties of many civilians and officials, and also caused a lot of political pressure, which finally led to him being transferred to the headquarters. But, at least it works, right? Jun said again. Effect? No. The situation on Badia Island has gotten worse. The flying squirrel looked rather complicated. That's impossible. Jun and Cake retorted in unison. Since Sakazuki sent troops to attack, it can have a deterrent effect no matter what. How could the situation in Badia could get any worse? They couldn't believe it. It's really hard to believe, and I'm afraid I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't experienced it firsthand, but it is what it is. The flying squirrel sighed. Because pirates and mafia families can't be killed, at least in the sea area of North Blue. Less than half a year after Sakazuki Rear Admiral launched a strong force, a large number of gangsters, criminals, liars, pirates, mafia members, once again swarmed into this prosperous trading island like locusts, making this place once again turned into a chaotic lawless place. And in fact, no one can solve these problems. Porisalino Rear Admiral's indulgence policy has no effect, and Sakazuki Rear Admiral's Iron Blood policy has no effect. Until a year ago Darren was promoted to head of Branch 321's base. The flying squirrel said lightly, and when he mentioned that name, his eyes gradually showed deep admiration. He took Marine to forcefully suppress the rampant pirates and mafia families in this place, leaving only 2 mafia families, and divided them into clearly defined territories. He once told me, pirates, mafia, these things can't be eradicated in any era, and the key to governance is control, at least in the North Blue Sea area. After retaining 2 mafia families that were relatively easy to control, Colonel Darren let them go completely, allowing them to maintain a hostile balance and unify the underground forces of the island. So the situation finally stabilized. For their own benefit, but also in fear of Colonel Darren's bloody purge, the 2 mafia families cooperated peacefully. There is no more fighting between gangsters, civilians can recuperate, the economy and trade of Badia Island have achieved long-term development, and the appearance of the city has undergone earth-shaking changes. The crime rate that used to exceed 30% has dropped to below 5%. Chapter 26 Marine's Biggest Problem. The flying squirrel's words were like invisible sledgehammers, constantly hitting the hearts of Jun and Cake, shaking their hearts and making their faces gradually turn pale. They never thought that the island in front of them, with dense crowds and prosperous trade, was once the sinful city and lawless place described by Flying Squirrel. What they even failed to understand was that all the peace and prosperity they saw in front of them actually happened because Darren single-handedly supported 2 major mafia families. Heavy shocks constantly challenged all the concepts and education they received in the headquarters. But, don't the mafia family's income come from squeezing civilians? Jun murmured palely, with a look of confusion in his eyes. Yes, this is indeed the case. The flying squirrel frankly admitted. But compared to the possibility of encountering shootings every day, my family and friends were killed due to gang fights, my children gradually learned bad things because of this harsh living environment, and finally joined gangs or went to sea to become pirates. Compared with being in fear day and night, not even daring to do business, unemployed, bankrupt, civilians are more willing to pay a certain amount of protection fees to the mafia family in exchange for a relatively peaceful and stable living environment. This is reality. Jun took 2 steps back with weak legs, shook his head and said, But, if we Marine take action and wipe out all the mafia families, wouldn't civilians even have to pay protection fees? Wouldn't their standard of living be better? Why do we have to keep 2 mafia families? The flying squirrel sighed again. He couldn't count how many times he sighed. That's where Colonel Darren excels. He said slowly. If all mafia families are eradicated, the final result will be the same as that of Sakazuki Rear Admiral. In less than half a year or even a few months, countless mafia families, large and small, will appear again in this place. In order to grab the territory, they will break out more intense firefights, and in the end it will only be civilians who will be injured. Leave two mafia families and divide their territory. On the one hand, it will make them fear and be hostile to each other, and they will not dare to deceive us, Marine. On the other hand, it will also facilitate intimidation and management. The two remaining mafia families will, for their own benefit, protect their respective territories and fight against pirates and other underground forces who come to rob, thereby indirectly achieving the effect of protecting civilians. After all, for them who have stabilized their forces, the better and richer the lives of civilians, the higher the protection fees they can collect. And with Colonel Darren's intimidation, they don't dare to go too far. After all, they know deeply that everything they have was given to them by Colonel Darren. Jun heard it as if he was struck by lightning. Protect civilians with the help of the mafia and pirates. She had never heard of such a thing. But, if we Marine can obviously do more. No, the flying squirrel shook his head, and his tone was weak. Marine, you can't really do much. Because our Marine is a military force under the world government on this sea, and due to geographical factors, our Marine only has law enforcement rights. No governance rights, and no right to reside anywhere. That is to say, no matter what happens, whether it's pirates' plunder, gangs' vendettas, mafia's melee. We at Marine can often only investigate after the fact, or we can only solve temporary needs. Marine is not allowed to station troops in independent countries and islands, so there is no way to permanently protect local civilians. This is Marine's biggest problem. By supporting the mafia, Colonel Darren is able to achieve the effect of governance and protection to a certain extent in the local area, thus protecting the lives of civilians. This is a road that no one has ever taken, and at least in the immediate future, it does work. And the most important thing is that through this method, Colonel Darren can easily grasp the situation in various places, and can also focus most of his energy on dealing with the really dangerous pirates. Major Jun, Major Keiki, do you understand now? The flying squirrel looked directly at the two people from Jun with a solemn tone. If Marine has the right to garrison troops, then naturally there is no need to use such complicated methods and it can be directly stationed locally for protection. But the system does not allow it. After all, if the Marine had the right to station troops everywhere, it would not be an independent military organization, but a warlord. This is something that the world government and major kingdoms are not allowed to see. I know both of you have in your hearts a high and firm belief in justice, for which both Colonel Darren and I have the utmost respect. Yes, you heard it right. I am very familiar with Colonel Darren. Although he appears to be bohemian, it can be seen that he is not very repulsive to you. Seeing the somewhat disbelieving expressions on Jun's two faces, he added and explained. Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to discover these things. Please believe me, with Colonel Darren's ability and means, if he wants to hide it, you won't be able to find anything at all. Jun and Cake were silent after hearing this. The flying squirrel said slowly. You two, I know that you two have some opinions on our North Blue Marine style of work, but in the final analysis, this is North Blue, the way of the headquarters, it simply doesn't work in this sea area. In terms of results, this is the best era North Blue has ever had. His face was filled with proud pride. Seeing the islands and towns, under the jurisdiction of the Marine, continue to move towards peace and prosperity, this in itself is a kind of greatest pride and pride. It is also the best reward for my military uniform. Even in this process, the methods used are not so glorious. Both of you, it's not convenient for Colonel Darren to tell you these things, and he doesn't bother to explain them to you. The flying squirrel continued. For him, other people's looks and comments are not important at all. He has his own set of rules. But what I want to say is that Colonel Darren is actually not the scumbag you two think. Junbito bit his red lips and whispered. But no matter what, it is always wrong to collect money from civilians from the mafia. The flying squirrel smiled. It's not good to collect money, but North Blue Marine is really short of money. And most importantly, Colonel Darren has a principle. He winked. After receiving the money, he will do the work. The views of this book are less idealistic and more realistic than the previous one. Asking for all support, praise, and gratitude. Chapter 27 I Want Her. Jun followed the group of Marines absent-mindedly, his black eyes filled with confusion. After learning the truth of Darren's governance of North Blue from the mouth of the flying squirrel, she always felt like a dream about the prosperity and excitement in front of her. In a daze, she suddenly remembered what Sengoku Admiral and sister he once said to her. Jun, as a Marine, although we shoulder justice, sometimes justice is quite weak in this sea. But why? Isn't our Marine the most powerful military organization in the world? It is true, but this sea is too vast, and it is impossible for the light of the seagull flag of justice to shine into all dark, dirty, and gloomy corners. You may not understand this truth now. This is a kind of luck, but it is also a kind of misfortune. Jun became distraught, and Cake next to him also looked weak, and even forgot to care for the people. Soon they came to a magnificent mansion. The mansion was obviously newly built, with a blue roof and white walls, and exquisite flower gardens. A security line has been set up outside the courtyard by poorly equipped militiamen, probably hundreds of people. Damn trash! Such a little thing can't be done well. They heard a violent yell coming from the mansion, accompanied by the sound of objects being thrown. Soon, they saw the frightened militiamen kneeling on the ground starting from the front row, their faces gradually turning pale. Accompanied by a figure wearing a white silk dress and a glass cover on his head, he came out of the mansion arrogantly, and the waves of kneeling were like ripples, spreading towards the outside. Shield Saint was furious. He never expected that this time he would meet that crazy man Berndy Waldo while he was going on a tour in high spirits. What made him even more unexpected was that a mere pariah would dare to attack the official ship of the world government and his own ship. Most of the CP members who accompanied him died in that horrible disaster like the Doomsday, and then the sea storm came and washed him to this island. This was the most embarrassing moment since he was born. Damn it! The blonde-haired Shield Saint gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. He glanced at the two CP members in black suits behind him. These are his last two guards. Go away. Get out of Laozi's way. Feeling unhappy, he kicked down the militiaman who was kneeling on the ground in front of him. He looked up and saw a Marine wearing a snow-white cloak walking towards him. Master Shield Saint, I am the Flying Squirrel, the Deputy Base Chief of the North Blue 321 Branch, under the order of Naval Headquarters. I am here to protect your personal safety. The Flying Squirrel walked over, raised his hand to salute a military salute, and said expressionlessly. Hilda Saint glanced at him sideways. His attitude was extremely arrogant, and he sneered disdainfully. Hey, my sweet puppy Marine is here. Why is he a deputy base commander and your boss? The Flying Squirrel clenched his fist, then quickly unclenched it, and said in a deep voice. The master of the base is handing over the security tasks to the city government. Next, our North Blue Marine will be responsible for your safety until the official ship from the CP department arrives. Cut. Laozi didn't expect that you guys could only use the protection of the nursing home's wine bags and food bags. Anyway, the CP department will arrive in an hour or two anyway, so let's use it. Hilda Saint said casually, not caring about the ugly face of the Flying Squirrel, and turned to look elsewhere. The moment he saw Jun, his eyes suddenly lit up. The greed and wretchedness in his eyes made Jun frown, feeling uncomfortable all over, and subconsciously took a step back. Tisk, 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 tisk. I didn't expect there to be such a beauty in marine. Shield Sen looked Jun up and down, his eyes full of aggression, and he clicked his tongue in admiration. The flying squirrel's face changed slightly. Jiaji's pupil shrank, and he couldn't help taking a step forward. They've heard about Celestial Dragon's nasty hobby, and if he's after Jun. It's a pity that you are too old. Almost, you were my young master and I fell in love with you, and then became Lao Zi's 18th wife. Ha 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 ha. Shield San wrinkled his eyebrows up and down and smiled lewdly at Jun. Let's go out and have some fun. Lao Zi is suffocating to death in this crappy place for the past few days. Under the ugly faces of all the Marines, Shield Saint swaggered out of the mansion. This damned BD dares to attack you. Cake whispered indignantly. Obviously I am qualified to be your husband. Jun rolled his eyes, let go of the hand holding the knife handle, but felt inexplicably relieved. Celestial dragons, the nobles of the world, possess supreme power. If they are really targeted, they may bring a lot of trouble and pressure to Sister He and the others. Let's go. At this time, the flying squirrel said something with a gloomy face. Major Jun, stay away from him. Jun nodded, only asking in his heart not to cause any complications. So everyone led the marine soldiers to quickly follow the celestial dragon's footsteps. A mighty group of people, headed by Celestial Dragon's Celestial Saint, walked on the commercial street of Badia Island. Wherever they passed, the originally lively streets suddenly became silent. The civilians knelt down on the ground in large numbers, spreading out like waves, with terrified expressions, not daring to approach. The world government has ruled the world like a behemoth for 800 years. Facing the God who holds the greatest power in the world, the hearts of the common people are filled with a deep awe. But at this moment, a childish voice suddenly sounded. It was so piercing in this dead street where needles could be heard. Jun's expression changed drastically. Plus and flying squirrel pupil constriction. They opened their eyes and looked, trembling unconsciously. A little girl with black hair and a floral dress is carrying a large bouquet of flowers behind her back. With a sweet smile on her face, she innocently looked at the man wearing the glass cover in front of her, holding up a delicate rose with her immature hands. Uncle, do you want to buy flowers? Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Under the desperate eyes of everyone in Jun, they saw an excited, flushed smile gradually appearing on Shield Saint's ugly, pock-marked face little by little. There was strong greed and possessiveness in his eyes. There is an indescribable excitement in that pervert obsession. It seems that a naughty child sees a fun toy. Jun and Cake suddenly tensed up and gritted their teeth. Because when they saw the ugly celestial dragons, they slowly stretched out their fat fingers covered with jewel rings, pointed at the innocent little girl in front of them, and said with a sinister smile, I want her. Chapter 28 Meeting Mr. Shield Saint. I want her. Shield Saint's excited grinning laughter echoed in the dead street. Jun and Cake's faces paled suddenly. At this moment, a man covered in mud and dirt rushed out of the crowded kneeling crowd in a panic, and knelt down in front of Shield Saint with a bang. He pulled his daughter over, guarded her tightly behind him, and tremblingly said with a pale face, My lord, I'm sorry, my daughter is in your way, I'll take her away now. Seeing the panic on her father's face, the little girl named Lia finally realized that she had made a mistake. Her face turned pale, and her small hands tightly grabbed her father's clothes. Blocking the way? No, she's not blocking the way. Shield's St. Tisk laughed strangely, and his sick eyes did not move away from the little girl. This is your daughter, isn't it? Well, very nice. Starting today, your daughter will usher in the greatest luck in her life, becoming the 18th wife of my great Shield Saint. Ha 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 ha. As soon as this remark came out, the middle-aged man's legs softened and his eyes widened. He kowtowed vigorously, his eyes red and said, I beg you, Lord Shield Saint, don't take my daughter away. She is my last relative in this world. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the man's forehead hitting the floor was so ear-piercing, and the force was so deep that one could even see a faint bloodstain on the ground. The little girl behind her was so frightened that she couldn't make a sound when she saw this scene, and Doda's tears rolled down her eyes. Shield Saint snorted dissatisfiedly, raised his foot and stomped heavily on the back of the man's head, and said fiercely, "What's the matter, don't you still want to? I fell in love with your daughter, which is the greatest honor in your father and daughter's life. You should be grateful to date. Do you know how many people in this sea wish to marry their daughters to the great, holy, and noble celestial dragons? Your daughter becomes my wife, you will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of your life, and you will get the life of an upper class." The man's face was stepped on by the celestial dragons, rubbing out the bloodline, twisting endlessly. He roared and squeezed out a smile with difficulty. "Master Shield Saint, I am very grateful for your proposal, but Laya is still young, and I just want to live with her in peace." Shield Saint flew into a rage and kicked the man in the face hard. The man rolled over several meters, his face suddenly swelled, and blood gushed out of his mouth. "Dad!" The little girl finally cried out loud at this time. Jun's face was livid and stiff, and he subconsciously pressed the handle of the knife at his waist. Geiji gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. The surrounding civilians knelt there, trembling one by one, not daring to be angry, let alone speak, feeling relieved. Celestial dragons are descendants of 19 of the 20 kings who formed the world government 800 years ago. They call themselves descendants of the Creator and enjoy all privileges. They have supreme power, and any action that dares to provoke or fight against celestial dragons will usher in crazy revenge from the world government. Once offended, Marine Admiral or CP0 must come out to protect. That little girl was taken by the celestial dragons, which is not a good thing. Celestial dragons paranoid, perverted, and distorted personalities are no secrets in this sea, and they themselves are not shy about it. In name, it is called a wife, but in fact it is just a plaything. The celestial dragons, who regard others as pariahs and ants, don't care whether their playthings live or die. In general, once a celestial dragon's plaything, death is the ultimate luxury. The little girl was going to be Shield Saint's 18th wife, so where did his 17th wives go? The answer is self-evident. Ha 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 ha, come on, follow me back to the Holy Land Marie Joyce. Shield Saint didn't even look at the man who vomited blood and fell to the ground. He laughed and walked towards the little girl, about to reach out his hand. "No, you are a bad person. I don't want to go with you." With tears in her eyes, the little girl bit hard on Shield Saint's hand and struggled out of his hand. Shield Saint suddenly let out a cry of pain, but his eyes became more and more excited. "That's right, that's the look in your eyes, really nice eyes." He licked the corner of his mouth, looked at the little girl in front of him who was trying to strengthen himself, and smiled with satisfaction. Obviously frightened and defeated, but also stubbornly resisting. "It's really exciting. It's a magical experience, and I don't think I will get tired of it for a long time. Catch her and be careful not to hurt her, or I'll chop you up and feed them to the dogs." He grinned grimly and gave orders to the 2 CP members behind him. Without hesitation, the CP members acted quickly and surrounded the little girl step by step. "Damn! No!" At this moment, the man who fell on the ground finally breathed out, struggled to his feet with bloodshot eyes, roared and rushed towards Shield Saint. One of the CP members stepped forward and punched him hard in the stomach. The man suddenly bent over, his eyeballs protruding, as if he was suffocating. He slowly slipped and fell to the ground, spitting out bright red blood from his mouth. He really doesn't know what to do. A flash of impatience flashed in Shield Saint's violent eyes, and he suddenly pulled out a golden pistol. "Damn!" With a low curse, he bent his knees slightly. Jun tightened his grip on the handle of the knife at his waist. At the moment when the two were about to strike, A figure suddenly appeared in the middle of them like a ghost, holding Cake's shoulder with one hand and Jun's knife with the other, pushing it back abruptly. Cake and Jun were taken aback for a moment, but before they could react, their pupils shrank suddenly, and dense blood-shots oozed from their pupils. Die! Unrecognizable pariah! Shield Saint grinned impudently. In the man's desperate eyes. In the heart-piercing cry of the little girl. Pulled the trigger. Boom! Gunshots. The world was dead silent. Everyone's eyes widened. The CP members froze. Shield Saint froze. The man and the little girl were also stunned. A slight buzzing sound, as if something suppressed ultimate, came from in front of the man. He knelt there blankly, not even breathing. A rapidly spinning bullet vibrated and buzzed in front of his eyebrows. Hover there. It seemed to be imprisoned in the void by some strange force. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Damn it! Who the hell is it? Shield Saint let out a ferocious rage, with blue veins protruding densely on his forehead. A dark and frightening figure slowly walked out of the marine crowd. Short black hair, deep facial features, facial lines are as deep and as cold as a cliff. His figure is unusually tall, almost nearly 3 meters. A wide snow-white cloak fluttered behind him automatically without any wind. He walked slowly in front of the man with a dull expression and blood on his face, and raised his hand to pick off the bullet that was hovering in mid-air. Turn around. The tall figure enveloped Shield Saint like a mountain, putting a terrifying pressure on the latter. The black-haired Marine looked down at the celestial dragons in front of her. Until the latter finally couldn't suppress the fear in his heart and unconsciously took half a step back. He just smiled and said, "North Blue Admiral, Marine North Blue Supreme Commander, Naval Headquarters Colonel Darren, met Lord Shield Saint. Thank you for all support. Chapter 29 I appreciate you very much. North Blue Admiral, Marine North Blue Supreme Commander, Naval Headquarters Colonel Darren, met Lord Shield Saint." Colonel Marine's loose, relaxed, and magnetic voice fell slowly, echoing in the silent streets. The blood-stained man stared blankly at the tall and stalwart figure in front of him, motionless. Jun, Cake, and the others also looked shocked, and couldn't help but look at each other. Darren stopped the bullet. He stopped the celestial dragons from shooting. But for some reason, both Jun and Cake breathed a sigh of relief. North Blue. Admiral North Blue. Shield Saint was stunned for a moment when he heard the words. Shocked by the deep aura of Marine in front of him, his back was sweating, and he said fiercely and viciously, "How dare you stop Lao Zi?" He paused, and suddenly roared madly. "How dare you stop the celestial dragons?" Darren suddenly laughed. His eyes were half closed, and the corners of his mouth curled up like a cunning fox. "No, Lord Shield Saint, I didn't mean to stop you. I just simply think..." Darren turned around suddenly and kicked out fiercely. The shiny black military boots hit the man's abdomen forcefully. The astonishing burst of power made the latter unable to utter a wail at all. Like a kite with a broken string, it drew a bloody parabola in midair and flew backwards for more than 10 meters. Life or death is unknown. Hiss. Seeing this, everyone present took a deep breath. Jun and Cake's eyes were bloodshot, and they felt an indescribable anger welling up in their hearts, and finally couldn't hold back their inner emotions. One held down the handle of the knife, and the other tensed up, as if they were about to strike. Unexpectedly, the figure of the flying squirrel stopped in front of them in the next second, and said in a cold voice, "Do you want everyone on this island to die for your stupidity?" The coldness in the flying squirrel's expression and the austerity in this sentence were like pouring a basin of ice water directly on the heads of the two of them, giving them a bone-chilling chill. Their bloodshot pupils kept trembling, and even their breathing became heavy, but the tense muscles on their bodies forcibly relaxed. Yes, they get it. If they dared to do something here, once they caused celestial dragons displeasure, under the madness of the latter, I am afraid that the entire Badia island would welcome the wrath of celestial dragons. At that time, the life of that man, a mere civilian, will not be able to make up for it. But everyone on this island must be buried with them because of their impulsiveness and recklessness. They gritted their teeth so hard that they almost crushed their teeth. Shield Saint himself looked at the actions of Colonel Marine in front of him in astonishment, and was a little unpredictable for a while. At this time, Darren retracted his feet and said with a smile, "There's no need to dirty Sir Shield Saint's hands when dealing with such untouchables, is there?" Shield Saint was taken aback for a moment, and a smug smile suddenly appeared on his face. "Ha ha ha ha! Very good. You really deserve to be my watchdog of celestial dragons, you are very sensible," Darren said with a fake smile. "It is our Marine's duty to serve the great celestial dragons and the revered world government." Jun and Cake heard sparks not far away, their eyes were blood red. And their chests kept heaving. Darren took a step forward, moved closer to Shield Saint, and said in a low voice, "Master Zilders Saint, with your identity and status, there is no need to care so much about these untouchables. It is a waste of time. It's rare for you to come to North Blue. I, North Blue Marine, have prepared a small gift for you. Please don't refuse. This is the welcome and enthusiasm of the people of North Blue to the great and holy Mr. Shield Saint, and it is also a little bit of my personal care." As he spoke, he clapped his hands, and within 10 seconds, Mayor Hunter led a dozen militiamen, carrying huge heavy boxes, and trotted over with a smile on his face. "Hello Sir Shield Saint." Mayor Hunter nodded and bowed, with a flattering smile all over his face. Shield Saint didn't look at him, but squinted at Darren, and then stepped forward, casually opening a gap in one of the boxes. A dazzling light of various colors shot out from the gap, clearly a large amount of gold and silver treasures. A satisfied smile finally appeared on Shield Saint's face. He closed the case, stared at Darren appreciatively, and laughed. "Your name is Darren, isn't it? Very well, I appreciate you. With your talent and ability, a mere North Blue Admiral is simply inferior. As the celestial dragons of the world nobles, although he has extraordinary power, he will still be short of money. It is true that the expenses that the world government provides to each nobleman are huge wealth unimaginable to ordinary people, but for the corrupt, depraved, and extravagant celestial dragons, no amount of money is enough." Darren smiled and shook his head. "It's all about serving the Marine and justice. No matter what kind of position you are in, you can give full play to your strengths, and there is no difference. Although the North Blue is not as exciting as the Grand Line, I grew up in this sea area and has a deep affection for this sea area." Master Shield Saint, an official from the world government, arrived at the port 2 minutes ago. "For your safety, I suggest you set sail and return to the Holy Land as soon as possible." Shield Saint nodded and said, "It's true, the air in North Blue smells of filth and obscenity, it's really disgusting." He glanced contemptuously at the surrounding buildings painted with blue roofs and white walls, and said dissatisfiedly, "And the style of the building is just a poor imitation." Mayor Hunter next to him had cold sweat on his forehead and said with a sorry smile, "Master Hilda's Saint has taught you the lesson, once you turn around from a humble position, you should immediately order improvements." He didn't bother to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, turned around and said eagerly to the militiamen, "Hey, you guys, move quickly and move all the gifts from Lord Shield Saint to the port." Darren then made a please gesture. Then, "Lord Shield Saint, please come this way." Hilda's Saint smiled and just took steps forward, but suddenly thought of something and stopped again. "Almost forgot." Jun and Cake's expression suddenly changed. He glanced greedily at the little girl Leah, whose face was as pale as paper, then turned his head and looked at Darren with a smile. There was a kind of profound banter in the smile. "Catch my wife and ask her to return to the Holy Land with me. Once we arrive at the Holy Land, we will get married." The voice fell. The smile on Darren's face faded away. Chapter 30 Survive. Come on, grab her. Shield Saint laughed triumphantly, and gave orders to his 2 CP guards. No, do not want. At this moment, the little girl was crying until her eyes were swollen. Looking at the 2 men in suits who were walking towards her step by step, she struggled back in fear. But the 2 CP members stepped forward expressionlessly, grabbed the little girl's hands and shoulders, and acted violently, ignoring her breathless crying, and soon left bloodstains on the little girl's arms. The other civilians kneeling on the ground couldn't bear to turn their faces away, not daring to watch this cruel scene. Jun and the rest of the Marines stood there with livid faces, the anger in their hearts almost made their bodies burn, but their hands and feet seemed to be poured with cement, extremely heavy and unable to move. Darren took a deep breath. Master Shield Saint. What's the matter, Governor Darren, do you have any opinion on my decision? Shield Saint interrupted Darren with a mocking expression, staring at him with a half-smile. Darren's eyes narrowed gradually, but a more enthusiastic smile than before suddenly appeared on his face. Of course not. It's her luck that Lord Shields St has taken a fancy to her, and it's also the glory of the people of North Blue. It's just that I'm afraid that 2 of your lord's subordinates may hurt your wife, so I want to help you. After saying this, Darren's figure disappeared in place like a ghost. In the next second, he had appeared in front of the little girl. I didn't see any movement from him, and the 2 CP members felt an invisible force pushing them away. Darren beckoned casually, and the long knife at the waist of a CP member flew upside down, twisted into liquid metal in midair, and most of it quickly solidified into shackles, entangled the little girl's hands and feet. The remaining metal condensed into a pair of shackles, sealing the little girl's mouth and stopping her crying abruptly. Only a pair of frightened, tear-stained eyes were left exposed. Darren took a step forward, squatted down, met the little girl's hateful eyes, and said with a blank expression, "It is your honor to serve the great Lord Surtees Saint." He took the little girl's hand, and brought the latter with desperate and dull eyes to Shield Saint. Master Shield Saint, in this way, your journey will at least be a little quieter. Shields St glanced at Darren, and suddenly burst out laughing again. Ha 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 ha. Funny. Funny. Your Marine is so funny. He looked at Darren with admiration and amusement. You're very nice, Darren, I'll put in a good word for you to those old men in the government. Under the resentment and hatred eyes of countless civilians, Darren bent slightly and said with a smile. Thank you, my lord. Ha 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 ha. Shield Saint laughed again, then, let's set off and return. As his words fell, a CP member walked over nimbly, lying on the ground on all fours like a tame and loyal hound. Shield Saint stepped directly on his back and left in the direction of the port arrogantly. Another CP member also pulled the little girl who was in a daze, as if she was frightened and lost her mind, and followed. No, do not want. At this time, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded. Everyone was taken aback. The little girl's father tremblingly climbed up from the ground full of bloodlines, and stretched out his hand in the direction of the celestial dragons in despair, as if trying to catch something. But he couldn't catch anything after all. Jun looked sad and walked over, intending to help him up. Sorry, she whispered. She didn't dare to look at the man's heartbroken eyes. I saw that the team escorting the celestial dragons had boarded the gorgeous official ship, then set sail, and soon disappeared on the sea. A stiff smile suddenly appeared on the man's blood-stained face. That kind of smile, the hidden sadness, despair, absurdity, people can't bear to look directly at it. Leah, she might have a pretty good life. Jun said a comforting word that even she herself didn't believe. You also live well. Suddenly, the man slammed his head against the wall of the building. Boom! Blood spattered on Jun's face. She felt that her vision became very blurred, as if it was occupied by the dazzling red, and everything that caught her eyes seemed to be upside down, like hell. She vaguely saw the man's blood continuously flowing down the whitewashed walls of the city hall to welcome the celestial dragons. Blood red and snow white interweave into distorted colors in her world. That dull impact echoed repeatedly in her mind, buzzing. Screaming in panic, calling for a doctor, cursing, footsteps, broke the dead silence of the street. Hurry up and save people. He's still alive. It can still be saved. Jun knelt there blankly, his body weak. In his hand, he tightly held a delicate and blooming rose. The thorns of the rose pierced the flesh and blood of the palm, and blood flowed out. But she didn't realize it. Live well. She suddenly realized that her comforting words were so absurd. The little girl's mother has passed away due to illness, and the man's only true love is her. And now she's been taken by the celestial dragons. This man with his hands covered in mud, from this moment on, he is left alone. What reason and courage did he have to live on? In a trance, she recalled the words she said to the little girl again in her mind. Don't worry, my sister is Marine, she is protecting you. Of course, it's Marine's responsibility. Jun suddenly trembled all over. She raised her head and looked blankly at the sky. The sky was gloomy, very dark, and the light seemed to be covered by something. Boom! There was a thunder, flickering and exploding from the dark clouds. Blossoming snowflakes are gently falling like goose feathers. It's snowing. It's still midsummer. She murmured blankly. See circle calendar in 1492, North Blue's tropical island of Bardia saw its first snow in decades. Snowflakes that were not cold fell on Jun's body. She turned her head in a daze, and looked at the silent back of Admiral North Blue not far away. Her brain seemed to be frozen and she lost all thinking ability. In a trance, she suddenly understood. She finally understood what Sengoku Admiral said. This sea is too vast, and it is impossible for the light of the seagull flag of justice to shine into all the dark, dirty, and gloomy corners. Chapter 31 Reasons. Badia Island. Hospital. Although the head was hit, the strange thing is that the impact is not strong, and it will be fine to rest for a while. Well, I see, I'm sorry to trouble you, doctor. The flying squirrel nodded expressionlessly. The doctor gave him a complicated look, and then walked out of the ward sadly. In the empty ward, the flying squirrel looked at the unconscious man lying on the hospital bed, pursed his lips, and let out a long breath. Damn! Damn! Damn it! Not far away, Gigi roared with red eyes, punching the wall one after another. The dust on the wall shook off. On the grey and white wall, holes with bloodlines appeared one after another. She calls me uncle, she calls me uncle. Cake roared like a beast. Blood oozed from his fist, but he didn't realize it. Jun sat motionless beside the hospital bed, his eyes were closed, and his fingers were intertwined between his eyebrows. At a certain moment, she suddenly stood up. The delicate eyes were bloodshot, and she turned her head to stare at the man standing by the window smoking a cigarette. Darren! Why do you still want to smoke? An unexplainable anger rushed into her throat, making her voice hoarse. Didn't you say you are the overlord of North Blue? Don't you think you're great? Watching as Darren smoked one cigarette, he lit another right away. The anger in Jun's heart was even worse, his eyes were full of tears. Please speak. She bit her red lips tightly, biting so hard that a bloodstain was shocking. Call. Darren let out a long puff of smoke and flicked the ash as if he didn't hear anything. In the ashtray on the windowsill, the cigarette butts have piled up into a hill. The silence in the ward was eerie. It's like a tomb where people's hearts are buried. The flying squirrel looked at Jun, who suddenly snarled at Darren, opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything in the end, with a complicated look on his face. If not. Colonel Marine's voice suddenly broke the silence. Jun froze. She saw a sarcastic arc slowly rising from the corner of Colonel Marine's mouth. Darren turned around slowly, sneering. While speaking, he glanced at the wall clock on the wall. The blood on Jun's face gradually faded. I was speechless. Yes, otherwise what can we do? Not to mention a mere North Blue Admiral or the colonel of the headquarters, I am afraid that even if Sengoku Admiral was present, he would not be able to change the ending of the story. Those are celestial dragons. Celestial dragons, the nobles of the world with all the privileges in the world. If they dared to make a move, let alone the marine present, the civilians on the entire Badia Island might lose their lives because of their stupidity and impulsiveness. Am I still alive? At this time, an extremely weak voice suddenly sounded. Jun and the others were startled when they heard the sound, and quickly turned their eyes to look. I saw the man lift his heavy eyelids with difficulty and slowly wake up. Leah! Leah! He murmured in a daze, and out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw Darren standing by the window smoking a cigarette, and his whole body trembled. Master Marine! Master Darren! He gritted his teeth and struggled to sit up from the hospital bed, but fell powerlessly from the bed to the ground. You have a good rest first. Jun eagerly stepped forward to help. But the latter waved his hand and refused. The man's eyes were bloodshot, desperately staring at Darren's profile pleadingly. Master Darren, you saved me. As soon as this remark came out, Jun and Cake beside him froze at the same time. At the same time, they remembered what the doctor said just now. The force of the impact is not great. Could it be? They saw the man's dirty clothes, and the belt buttons were clearly made of metal, and they all reacted. Since you survived, live well. Darren smoked a cigarette, looked at the man calmly, and said lightly. Under my rule, no civilians will be allowed to die unnaturally. No, Lord Darren. The man knelt on the ground, looking at Colonel Marine mournfully. I beg you, save my daughter. When she was very young, her mother died of illness. She is a very well-behaved child, very sensible, never crying or making trouble, and she will help me sell flowers on the street. Selling flowers. The man was suddenly struck by lightning. Snapped. He slapped himself hard and wept loudly. It's all my fault. If I had the ability, if I didn't let her go to the street to sell flowers, none of this would have happened. The man broke down in tears and slammed his forehead on the floor. Please, Lord Darren, save Leah, she is my everything. As long as you save her, I can do anything. I can be your servant, I can kill for you, my garden, and my money, you can take anything. Please. He frantically flipped through his mud-stained clothes, and took out a few crumpled, mud-stained banknotes and a pile of coins from his pockets. As if because of the weakness of his body, his hands were trembling constantly, and the coins slipped from his hands, jingling and scattered all over the ground. The coin spins on the ground, oozing with mud and bloodline, before toppling over. The smooth surface reflects the light and shadow of the world. And Colonel Marine's stern face. No, you didn't understand me. Darren said lightly. He glanced at the wall clock on the wall again, then extinguished the cigarette in his hand, raised his hand and took off the white cloak hanging on the coat rack, and put it on behind him. The grand and cold justice spread out slowly on his broad back, surging and undulating like ocean waves. Endless iron and blood are brewing. The man stared blankly at Colonel Marine in front of him, his pale face was full of bewilderment. Seeing this, Darren sighed softly, staring straight into the man's eyes. I'll say it again, under my rule, no civilians will be allowed to die unnaturally. He glanced at the banknotes in the man's hand and the scattered coins. As for the money, Darren smiled. I've already received it. After saying this, Darren started to walk towards the door of the ward. Where are you going? Jun couldn't help but ask. For some reason, there was a feeling of uneasiness in her heart. Chiuji also stared closely at Darren's back, blood dripping from his fist. It's almost time. Darren didn't look back, just said something in a flat tone. Time? Jun and Cake were stunned. They suddenly remembered a detail. Ever since they entered the ward, Darren had been glancing at the clock on the wall from time to time, as if waiting for something. Before they could react, Darren had already walked out of the ward. Walking in the cold and long corridor of the hospital. Military boots made crisp footsteps. Darren's eyes gradually became cold and unruly. Darren! A voice suddenly sounded from behind. Darren stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the flying squirrel who was quickly following him. The latter pondered for a moment. Before the incident happened, Major Jun once had a relationship with that little girl and bought flowers from her. Major Jun didn't mean it. I know. Darren cut him off. He looked at the flying squirrel in front of him, smiled and said, "It seems that you have a good impression of Jun." The flying squirrel smiled wryly, and a touch of emotion flashed in his eyes. In this sea, there are too few people like her who stand up for justice purely. Darren didn't speak. This is a fact. So that's why he doesn't dislike Jun. Her anger was not aimed at herself. She herself knew very well that under the watchful eyes of everyone, no one could change the outcome of the matter. Her anger is more aimed at herself. Anger at your own incompetence. Anger at the impotence of justice. Anger at the injustice of this world. Anything else? Darren asked again. The flying squirrel was silent for a moment. Are you sure you want to go? No Marine has ever done anything like it. You do this, you don't have to. He faltered and hawed. Darren suddenly laughed and said, Flying squirrel, do you know? You're right, I do have many reasons for not going, and I can even count dozens of them casually. This world is full of all kinds of tragedies, and the ones caused by celestial dragons are countless. I'm just an admiral of North Blue, and I can't manage it at all. If I do this, it is very likely that I will get burned. Once discovered, no one can protect me. As a Marine, I should have understood a long time ago that Marine is serving the world government. Although I am angry inside, I just need to get used to it. There's no need to take such a big risk for a strange little girl. If I'm not careful, everything I've worked so hard to build in North Blue will be in vain. Yes, there are too many reasons not to go. Darren smiled. As for the reasons for me to go, I can only think of two. However, these two reasons are enough to overturn all the above reasons for not going. He spoke word by word, with an unruly and stern tone, like cold nails piercing deeply into the air. First, North Blue is my territory, and I will not allow such things to happen under my territory, even if he is celestial dragons. Second, that guy's face is so disgusting that I have the urge to kill him. Darren grinned almost cruelly. It's still the kind that can't be controlled no matter what. Thank you so much for everything. Chapter 32 The Only Hope. In the corridor of the hospital, the two looked at each other from a distance. Snowflakes dance outside the window. The flying squirrel felt that it was colder indoors than outside. Chilled to the bone marrow. Darren's smile became more intense, unruly, even crazy. You said such a thing has never happened. Yes, indeed never. But never doesn't mean it's impossible, and it doesn't mean it's wrong. His tone suddenly became meaningful. 1 and 0 have very different meanings. As soon as he said this, the flying squirrel seemed to be hit by thunder, and his hands trembled slightly. He only felt an unprecedented fear that gripped him tightly, making him unable to breathe and almost suffocating. But the next second, he suddenly clenched his fists hard, raised his head with determination in his eyes, and gritted his teeth and said, I will go with you. Darren smiled with satisfaction, as if he finally got the answer he wanted. However, he refused directly. No need, it's more convenient for me to do it alone. And even if something happens to me, I will feel relieved if the North Blue Marine Fleet is left to you. You stay here and keep an eye on those two guys. I'll be back soon. After saying that, Darren turned around and left without hesitation. It wasn't until Darren's back disappeared at the end of the hospital corridor that the flying squirrel, which stood as still as a statue, slowly exhaled. He actually noticed that a layer of cold sweat had broken out on his back. He was silent for a moment, then suddenly towards the end of the corridor, he solemnly saluted a military salute. Even though there is no one there. Suddenly, the flying squirrel unconsciously looked out the window. Heavy snow was falling all over the sky, and gloom enveloped the whole world. The clouds in the distance were extremely dark, with lightning and thunder, as if a terrifying storm was brewing. "It's going to change," the flying squirrel murmured, then turned around, his eyes quickly returning to their usual firmness. "As expected of you, Colonel Darren," he murmured, his voice actually trembling, but a sincere smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "It is a great honor to serve as your aide-de-camp." He clenches his fist. Darren was right. It's useless to go by yourself. With his own strength, he couldn't help Darren at all. But if you stay here, you might be able to do something. In a minute, Darren left the hospital and came to the north of Badia Island alone. This is a group of rolling mountains. Due to the heavy snow, the originally lush and lush forests of Yamanaka have turned into a snow-white world. After making sure that no one discovered his whereabouts, Darren took out a crumpled white paper from his arms. There was only half of the white paper, and there were obvious signs of being torn. "Life card. This is your life card." Putting the life card flat in the palm of your hand, you can clearly see that the life card is slowly moving in a certain direction, as if driven by an invisible force. After determining the specific direction, Darren put away the life card. Although it is indeed risky to act at this time, Darren is not a person who acts recklessly. He was able to climb from the lowest level of a private to his current high position and power step by step, relying on more than just force. Prudence, vision, means, and analytical skills, he considers himself to be no less than anyone else. As early as when handing over the task, he had determined that all the CP members who came to escort Hilda's saint this time belonged to the CP1 sequence. They were a group of intelligence officers who were worse than the CP9 who guarded Nice lobby. This also means that none of the guards escorting Shield's saint have mastered Haki. That's enough. Thoughts were floating in his mind, and a weak arc of electricity suddenly danced between the fingers of Darren's hands. An invisible force field instantly spread from his body. The metal wristband on his right hand melted instantly, squirmed like liquid metal, and quickly extended into an extremely thin metal plate. It is about 1 meter long and less than half a meter wide. The front section shows a triangular shape, and the whole is full of streamlined beauty. Like a silver-white skateboard, floating steadily in mid-air. Darren stepped onto the skateboard with one step, his knees slightly bent and his upper body leaning forward. Next second, driven by the rioting and boiling magnetic force, the metal skateboard took Colonel Marine and shot out at an extremely astonishing speed, breaking the speed of sound in the blink of an eye, and bursting into the void with dull sonic booms. Soon it disappeared into the dark clouds with lightning and thunder, and disappeared into the distant sky. At the same time, off the coast of Badia Island, a luxurious ship flying the flag of world government sailed slowly on the sea. Ah! What the hell weather, it's snowing in the middle of summer, and this isn't New World. On the deck, Celestial Dragon Saint Shields sneezed, tightened his fine clothes, and couldn't help but curse. The grey sky was covered with heavy snow, and the snowflakes fluttered down and landed on the deck and mast of the official ship, covering the entire body of the official ship with a layer of silver frost. The icy sea breeze was blowing head-on, and the low temperature covered the glass cover that Shield Saint used to isolate the air with white mist. Master Shield Saint. According to the scheduled voyage, if there are no accidents, the official ship will arrive at the Holy Land in 2 days. A CP member in a black suit came over respectfully, knelt down on one knee, and offered a soft mink coat with both hands. A total of 12 members of the World Government CP1 department will serve you during this return trip. Shield Saint took over the mink fur coat that looked expensive, put it on, and said with some dissatisfaction. How is it CP1? A member of CP0. Celestial dragons all have their own bodyguards, but when Shield Saint's bodyguards encountered World Destroyer Berndy Waldo before, almost all of them were killed. In the Cypherpol organization under the World Government, CP0, as the highest level of the Cypherpol organization, has the right to dispatch all personnel from CP1 to CP9. Normally, in the face of such threats and dangers, the Holy Land should send at least one CP0 member to be responsible for its own security. Instead of CP1, which is mainly responsible for intelligence work. The CP1 team leader said in trepidation. Report Sir Shield Saint, CP0 Masters are launching an operation with Marine to hunt down the big pirate Berndy Waldo, and many combat forces have been summoned. This return flight. The CP department has conducted a safety analysis, and there will never be any problems. Please rest assured. Upon hearing this, Shield Saint could only nod impatiently. Although celestial dragons have the power to dispatch CP0, but that is only limited to important events and crisis moments. Under normal circumstances, the real dispatch right of CP0 is actually in the hands of the 5 elders, the highest power in the world government. My lord, it's cold, please return to the cabin to rest. The CP1 team leader said respectfully. Shield Saint waved his hand. No, take me to see my wife first. The CP1 member nodded, turned around and led the way, and walked into another independent cabin. The cabin was very dark, filled with damp and rancid smells, and even faintly smelled of blood. In the center is a cage for slaves. The little girl with her hands and feet shackled and her mouth sealed with a shackle sat there trembling. The moment she saw the celestial dragons walk in, her red eyes from crying showed stubbornness and glared angrily. What a nice look! Shield Saint's heart was pounding with excitement. That's what it feels like. When the others knew who they were as obedient and fearful as a pug dog. It doesn't mean anything. It is only with this kind of stubborn eyes that it is interesting to conquer. Watching her gradually collapse under his torture step by step, the light in her eyes disappearing bit by bit. That kind of process is really the most interesting and enjoyable thing in the world. Wait a little longer, my lovely wife, wait a little longer, and we will live happily ever after we return to the Holy Land. He couldn't help raising his head and laughing. The boredom caused by the weather was swept away, and he walked out of the cabin. Although his blood was already gushing, he could hardly hold back his heart. But how could the venerable celestial dragons be having fun in this filthy, sleazy cabin? Moreover, her body was still dirty and covered with mud, so she had to go back to the Holy Land to clean it first. Otherwise, you will even get a cheap smell on your body. The door of the cabin was closed again. In the darkness, the dim lights trembled with the heaving of the ship, casting disillusioned light and shadows. The little girl sat there, motionless. There were new abrasions on the knees and arms, presumably from being dragged into the cage. The thin body curled up tightly to the corner, hiding in the shadows. What no one noticed was that her little hands were clenched into fists. Hold tight a piece of paper hidden in the palm of your hand. That's what the handsome marine brother stuffed into his hand when he bound him. She didn't know what it was. But somehow, she never let go. As if that would give her safety and shelter, and in this dark world. The only hope. Life card, English, Bible card, also translated, life paper, is a special item in the anime One Piece. It is neither afraid of water nor fire. It is made by mixing your own nails into the material. It is a representative the paper of the owner's vitality. Usually people will tear it up and give it to relatives or friends who are about to be separated, and the torn paper will point to the owner. The white paper that Ace gave to Luffy in Alabasta is the life card. Chapter 33 The way he looks at Maine is wrong. Remember to deliver the food on time, but don't starve my beloved wife." After walking out of the cabin containing the cage, Shields Sheng commanded the CP1 members. "Yes, Sir Shields Saint." CP1 members nodded respectfully. "By the way, there is one more thing." Shields Saint paused, then turned his head again. "Marine's top commander in North Blue, yes, that guy named Darren." CP1 was taken aback when he heard the words, and remembered the gift from the North Blue Admiral before, bent down, and said, "Does your lord want to promote him?" Darren, the highest officer of the North Blue Marine, has the rank of Naval Headquarters Colonel. According to reliable information, he has been included in the key training sequence of Naval Headquarters and has obtained the qualifications for the Marineford Officer Training Camp. This guy is very capable, with good skills and vision. Under his governance, North Blue's order and economy have been significantly improved, and it is indeed worthy of promotion." "Promoted?" Shields Saint suddenly laughed, as if he had heard some ridiculous joke. He sneered. "No, I mean, go back and find a chance to get him out of Marine and kill him." The leader of CP1 was stunned for a moment, unable to keep up with the brain circuit of celestial dragons. "Did that guy offend your lord?" Although celestial dragons have great power, they can easily decide a person's life or death. But Darren is no ordinary person. Guys who can get a place in Marineford Officer Training Camp are the ones that Naval Headquarters focuses on. Even with the power of the world government, it is not easy to rashly intervene in a key training officer of Naval Headquarters, or an officer with real power who controls the command of the entire North Blue Marine. At least on the surface, there needs to be a slightly justifiable reason. Annoyed? That's not. Shields Saint Jija laughed strangely. CP1 knelt down on one knee in trepidation. "The specific reason is..." Shields Saint glanced at him sideways, and suddenly stepped on the latter's head, kicking the latter until his head was bleeding. "I make a decision, do I need a reason?" "No, no need." Seeing celestial dragons get angry, the leader of CP1 trembled all over, his face was pale, and he didn't dare to wipe off the bloodline on his face. Shields Saint snorted coldly. "If I had to say a reason..." He narrowed his eyes and looked violent. "He doesn't look right at me. I hate the way he looks at me, is that enough?" After saying this, he walked into his own independent cabin. It's not the same as in the cabin where the slaves were held. Shields ST's independent cabin is very spacious, brightly lit and luxuriously decorated. A soft rug lay on the dry floor, and oil lamps gave off a warm glow. Shields Saint glanced at the gift from the so-called North Blue Admiral. The big boxes one by one, filled with the gold and silver treasures of the entire cabin, are exuding colorful luster at this moment, almost shining the cabin in gold and jade. A satisfied smile appeared on Celestial Dragon's face. He took off his mink coat and threw it on the ground. "Pass through the mountains of gold and silver, go to a hidden door at the end of the cabin, and unlock the door." The hidden door was slowly pushed open. "Come out, my darling." Hilda's Saint licked the corner of his mouth. The desire in his heart bursting out, and his narrow eyes flashed with a violent and excited red light. Soon, a woman knelt on the ground and slowly crawled out from behind the secret door. The woman had a beautiful face, and her hands and feet were heavily shackled. Her expression was numb and blank, her pupils were dull, and saliva was constantly dripping from her lips painted with bright red lipstick. Like a docile puppy, the woman crawled on the ground with her hands and feet together, as if she had lost her soul. She crawled to the feet of the celestial dragons, and gently rubbed her face against the former's calf. Twisted madness appeared on Shields Saint's face, and he laughed morbidly. He casually pressed the button of the gramophone, and soon a melodious saxophone music slowly flowed out. Celestial dragons picked up a thorn-covered whip. Outside the cabin, on the deck of the official ship. "Boss, are you okay?" The CP1 members looked at the bloodline on their leader's face and couldn't help but ask. "It's okay. It's our honor to be spurred by Lord Celestial Dragons. The CP1 leader smiled proudly, wiped the blood on his face, took out a pack of cigarettes, gave one to his subordinates, and then lit one himself. Call. The members of CP1 leaned on the railing of the official ship, exhaling thick smoke from their mouths and looking contented. They all like this feeling. The smoke from burning fine-cut tobacco, mixed with the moist smell of flying snow, is deeply inhaled into the lungs, making it safe and comfortable. Standing on this luxurious and respected official ship, overlooking the endless sea in the distance, it seems that the whole world is in front of you. Every time they went to an island, those stupid and lowly commoners would bow down to their masters and look at them with fear and trepidation. This feeling gave them a trance illusion of noble birth. This is a day that only outstanding people like them, who serve God, deserve to enjoy. At this time, bursts of melodious and extravagant saxophone music gradually came from the cabin, faintly mixed with the ferocious laughter of celestial dragons, the sound of whips falling, and the painful screams of women. Hearing this familiar music, all the CP1 members had a flash of envy in their eyes. Lord Shield Saint has started again. I just wonder if he will generously give us his playthings after this time. Hey hey! They seemed to have remembered something worth recalling, and smiles that all men understood appeared on their faces. You guys! The leader of CP1 looked at his subordinates helplessly and shook his head with a smile. He was about to say something, but suddenly he was stunned. Because he found that his subordinates were staring behind him with horrified eyes. A chill came to my brain. The leader of CP1 turned around and his eyes widened little by little. In front of the luxurious official ship, a man on a metal skateboard is floating in the air, with a wide white cloak behind him fluttering in the sea breeze. In the falling snow all over the sky. He was raising his finger, making a silencing gesture to them with murderous intent and a smile on his face. Hush! Please give me all your support, thank you very much, and ask for 5-star praise. Chapter 34 Goodbye. The music played by the saxophone gradually entered a climax. The music with an extremely wide range is like the raging waves of the sea, bumpy and turbulent. Inside the cabin, the celestial dragons danced recklessly, whipping mercilessly with the iron whips in their hands. His expression was crazy and excited, with a distorted and sickly smile on his face. Stepping on the rhythm of the music, the sound of whipping is intertwined with the melodious and passionate saxophone music, echoing each other. Snapped! 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 The sound of the long whip being thrown on the delicate flesh sounded. The woman gritted her teeth tightly, her body was already covered with dense bloodstains. Fiery pain came from the wound on her body, but she didn't dare to cry out, she just gritted her teeth, and struggled to maintain a flattering smile on her pretty face. No, no! Your eyes are wrong! Shield Saint suddenly roared angrily, and the hand wearing the gemstone ring swung the long whip again, with more and more force. You should look at me with rebellious eyes. You should hate me. You should hate me. Think about it, I killed your father, I killed your mother, give me a good memory. Snapped. The sharp whip fell through the air, leaving a bloody wound on the woman's chest. The woman snorted, her body was covered in blood, she lay on the ground wet, gasping for breath, but her eyes became more humble and submissive. She knew full well that if she showed hatred in her eyes, it would only further stimulate the celestial dragon's sickly twisted desires. Instead, he blindly obeys and surrenders, and often he loses interest in a moment. Damn! Damn! Shield Saint strode forward, and slapped the woman's face with his fat hand. The woman's body flew upside down 2 meters, her face was visibly swollen, a bloodstain overflowed from the corner of her mouth, and her long black hair was messily scattered. It's really boring. Celestial dragons cursed out of breath, getting more and more angry. He directly pulled out the golden pistol stuck in his waist, opened the safety catch with a click, and directly pressed it against the woman's forehead covered with bloodline. Originally thought that if she could please him, then she would be spared. It seems unnecessary now. Sure enough, the noble god does not need to have any compassion for these humble and dirty ants. Anyway, I have found my next beautiful toy, haven't I? Thinking of this, Shield Saint grinned cruelly again. I'm sorry, my beloved wife. He looked down at his 17th wife, his finger lightly on the trigger of the pistol. Bye now. But at this very moment, Shield Saint suddenly saw the woman's pupils shrinking. Her originally empty expression gradually became colorful, and her eyes were fixed on her back. Hey! Shield Saint frowned. He smelled a strange smell. He is very familiar with this smell. It's the smell of blood. Incomparably rich bloody smell. At this moment, behind him, there was a creaking and rubbing sound. Shield Saint turned his head and looked at the door of the cabin strangely. The cabin door is being slowly pushed open. And at the crack of the door on the ground, bright red blood was flowing in from the outside. As the cabin door is fully opened, a strong wind carrying flying snow rushed in from the outside world. A tall figure covered in blood stood there. With short black hair covered in snowflakes, and a wide white cloak fluttering behind him, smelling of blood. Hilda's Saint suddenly widened his eyes and couldn't help but exclaimed. It's you. He stared hard at Darren standing at the door of the cabin, and out of the corner of his eyes caught a glimpse of the tragic scene on the deck outside the cabin. Bodies in black suits hung in the air. The 12 CP members responsible for the escort had completely lost their vitality. Their bodies were directly penetrated by rusty Madara steel, and they were scattered and messy, like broken clothes hanging in the wind and snow. Blood dripped from their corpses, staining the entire deck red. Hilda's Saint's pupils suddenly shrank into thin needles. This guy, he actually killed my men? Could it be? In an instant, a bottomless chill suddenly surged out from the solace of Celestial Dragon's feet and ran up his spine to his forehead, making his scalp feel numb. North Blue Admiral, Marine North Blue Supreme Commander, Naval Headquarters Colonel Darren, met Lord Shield Saint. Darren, who was standing at the door, narrowed his eyes, bowed slightly, and smiled. Boom! The golden pistol spit out tongues of fire. The bullet hit Darren's forehead without any bias, making a clanging sound of gold and iron. It bounced off with a bang and sparks flew up. It seems that your marksmanship is quite good. Darren smiled and took steps forward. You. When Hilda's Saint saw that the shot was ineffective, he was so shaken that he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Darren, what do you want to do? What do I want to do? This is a really good question. Darren smiled, paused for a second pretending to think, and winked at Shield Saint. What do you think, Lord Shield Saint? Hilda's Saint was stunned for a moment, and then said angrily. No matter what you want to do, you have offended me and you must die. Seeing Colonel Marine getting closer and closer to him, he frantically pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang! The bullets continuously hit Captain Marine's body, but bounced off one after another, leaving several craters on the floor and walls of the cabin. After firing several shots, Hilda's Saint looked at the man who came to him with astonishment on his face. You! Darren slapped him directly in the face, shattering the glass cover he was wearing at the same time. Countless glass shards punctured Celestial Dragon's face, causing blood to flow out. Under Darren's terrifying power, Shield's swine-like face twisted and deformed, and his entire body spun in midair and flew several meters backwards, crashing into the cabin. With a bang, the wooden planks of the cabin shattered. Shield Saint let out a miserable wail, stared at Darren with his bloodshot eyes resentfully, and pointed at the ladder. You despicable! Laugh! 2 pieces of steel suddenly sprang out from the bottom of the cabin, wrapped around Celestial Dragon's hands like tree roots, penetrated directly through his fat hands, and nailed Shield Saint to the cabin wall. Ah 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 ah! Shield Saint screamed like a slaughtering pig. Chapter 35 North Blue's Rules. The screams of the Celestial Dragons echoed throughout the world government official ship at this moment. In the cabin, the woman with bruises all over her body was lying in a pool of blood, staring blankly at the screaming god. Her mind went blank. This marine actually injured celestial dragons. No. He was trying to kill a celestial dragons. He's crazy. Still don't want to die? All actions that offend the celestial dragons, no matter who they are, will usher in crazy revenge from the world government, and even the Marine Admiral will be dispatched for this purpose. This is a forbidden area that no one can cross in this sea. You're too noisy. Darren frowned and waved his hand as if impatiently. Following his movement, 2 steel bars protruded from the cabin floor, roared out, and suddenly pierced Hilda's saint's feet like sharp blades, nailing them into the wall. Drips of blood gushed out from his pierced hands and feet, dripping onto the ground and forming a shocking pool of blood in less than a few seconds. Ah! You're dead. Darren. The unbearable pain made Hilda's saint scream again, and he almost fainted from the pain. He is a celestial dragon born on a mountaintop, the god of this world, a descendant of the Creator. I have been pampered since I was a child, let alone being hit hard like this. Even bumps have never happened to me before. I thought that a high-altitude god. His blood is golden. I didn't expect that he is no different from ordinary people. From this point of view, celestial dragons are not gods either. Darren smiled. Hilda's saint's eyes were bloodshot and he stared at him. That damn smile again. A smile that was hypocritical and sarcastic, as if he didn't even care about himself as a god. It was this smile that made Shield Saint dislike Darren. What annoyed him the most was that he couldn't see the familiar fear in Darren's eyes. The fear that a humble commoner should have when looking at the world's nobles made endless anger surge in his heart. Aren't you afraid of the world government's revenge when you do this? Do you think you can escape? Hilda's saint panted heavily and roared like a beast. Revenge? Darren laughed. Who would have known that I did this? If nothing else. He pointed to the mountains of gold and silver treasures piled in the cabin. At least in the eyes of everyone on Badia Island, I, the scum of North Blue Marine, sent a large sum of money to the great Lord Shield Saint in order to flatter him. Who would think a Marine would dare to take action against celestial dragons? Hearing Darren's words, Shield Saint's pupils shrank. He endured the dizzy feeling caused by massive blood loss, gritted his teeth and said, Darren, I don't understand why you want to attack me. He suddenly seemed to realize something. Is it that little girl? From Darren's silence, Shield Saint got a definite answer. Just because of a civilian. His face was full of disbelief. Just a lowly commoner. Why do you have to do this? Darren quietly looked at the ferocious-looking celestial dragons in front of him. The blood on the floor had spread under his military boots. That's not just a civilian. He suddenly said. Those are civilians under my jurisdiction. Shield Saint roared. Why do you care so much about a civilian's life and death? Besides. Don't think I don't know. Do you think you are a good person? Who in the entire North Blue doesn't know that you make money from lowly civilians by supporting the mafia? After all, you are no more noble than me. Darren suddenly laughed. He crossed his fingers. The steel wrapped around Hilda's saint's right arm suddenly strangled and contracted with force. Snapped. A bloody severed arm rose into the air. Ah! Hilda's saint's whole body twitched in pain, and yellow urine gradually leaked out from the crotch of his luxurious silk robe. You're right, I'm not a good person, that's why I'm here. Darren said calmly. If I were a good person, I probably wouldn't dare to come. Of course. I actually don't want to come, let alone deal with disgusting celestial dragons like you. I just want to live my life peacefully and run the North Blue Fleet. But I took the money from the father and daughter. Did you receive the money? Shield Saint gasped frantically, and his eyeballs almost bulged out of their sockets due to the attack of pain. How much did you charge her? I am celestial dragons, I have plenty of money. As long as you let me go, I can give you whatever money you want. No, it's not just money, I can give you whatever you want. Women, not just humans, I can also get you women from other races. Power? I can promote you to Marine Vice Admiral immediately. I can give you whatever you want. Darren suddenly sighed. Can you give me whatever I want? Celestial dragons gasped weakly, a look of joy flashed in their eyes, and nodded with a smile. That's right, you just need to talk, just talk. Anything will do. In true Celestial Dragon's style. I do have something I really want. Darren looked at Shield Saint, tilted his head, and a sinister smile gradually formed on the corner of his mouth. I want to kill you. Shield Saint was taken aback, but the next second, he laughed wildly. Kill me, you have to die too. Darren, you didn't expect that. The official ships of the world government are loaded with secret surveillance phone bugs. At this moment, the world government has already seen the picture here. You are dead. Ha 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 ha. His frantic eyes stared at Darren, trying to find terror and fear in the latter's gaze. But he failed. Smile. Colonel Marine still kept that annoying smile on his face. A wave of extreme uneasiness surged into Shield Saint's mind, making his heart beat wildly. Sildu Saint, compared to other celestial dragons, you are the smart one. Darren spoke with great interest. I can give you a chance. As he spoke, he didn't see any movement, and all the steel binding Shield Saint loosened. The celestial dragon slid from the wall like a puddle of mud, panting. Darren pulled out a military phone bug and tossed it casually. Try it, if you can dial in the signal. Facing Colonel Marine's half-smile look, Shield Saint's heart trembled. He gritted his teeth and tried to dial the phone bug in disbelief. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The military phone bug remains asleep. No response. All the blood on Shield Saint's face faded instantly, leaving only paleness. The communication signal was blocked. Impossible. He murmured blankly. At such a moment, his soul seemed to be pulled out of his body, and his expression was dazed and dull. The communication signals of the phone bug are all blocked. How is this possible? The signal is blocked, that is to say, no one in this world will know what happened on this official ship. Shield Saint trembled all over, and deep despair finally emerged in his eyes. Darren watched him silently, a ghostly arc flickering between his fingers. He's not an idiot who would act recklessly because of a momentary passion. From the moment Shield Saint didn't give himself face and insisted on taking the little girl away, he decided to kill this ugly pig. So while he was capturing the little girl, he put his life in the latter's hands. In this way, Shield Saint's route will be known. And by handing over the security mission, he also successfully obtained the intelligence of the CP members in the escort mission. In this way, there is only one last problem left in killing Shield Saint. Monitor. In the official ships of the world government, monitoring phone bugs are generally installed to ensure the safety of celestial dragons. It's just that this doesn't make any sense to his own ability. At the level of development of his own magnetic fruit, he can create a magnetic field centered on him with a diameter of about 100 meters. Under the action of the magnetic field, the signal of the phone bug will be completely shielded. The range is enough to cover the entire official ship. This is his inspiration from Doflamingo's birdcage. And this is Darren's greatest confidence in daring to attack celestial dragons. No. Why? Since you know I'm stalling for time, why don't you just kill me? Shield Saint suddenly raised his head to stare at Darren, roaring frantically. He doesn't understand. Obviously this guy possesses the strength to easily kill himself, and he also has insight into his intentions. Why didn't he just kill himself? Darren narrowed his eyes, and a teasing smile curled up on the corner of his mouth. Because killing you simply and neatly would be too cheap for you. While speaking, the despair on the faces of the father and daughter on Badia Island flashed in his mind. At least, before you die, I want you to taste the taste of despair. After the words fell, Darren slowly drew out his pistol. In the desperate, bleak eyes of the celestial dragons, the muzzle of the pistol, it rested lightly on his forehead. No. Shield Saint's eyes finally filled with unprecedented fear, and he screamed in horror. I am celestial dragons, if you kill me. Boom. Gunshots. Darren pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullet passed through his forehead and exited the back of his head, puncturing a large hole in his skull. Large pieces of liquid, red and white mixed together, splashed out on the bulkhead in the shape of a fan. Shield Saint's body twitched, and the light in his pupils quickly dissipated. Damn, took money, just because of a untouchable. He fell slowly. The expression froze there, puzzlement, doubt, astonishment, fear. All kinds of emotions are intertwined to form an absurd and wonderful ukiyo-e. He died. Darren stood in front of the corpse of celestial dragons, looked down at him condescendingly, and said calmly, when you get paid, you have to work. It's North Blue's rule. Thank you for all your support. Chapter 36 Motto. You killed him. The naked and scarred woman looked at the celestial dragons lying in a pool of blood with a horrified expression. Her voice trembled and her face turned pale as she looked at the spreading blood. She just felt that everything in front of her was extremely unreal, like a dream. You killed the celestial dragons. She murmured repeatedly, reached out and touched the blood flowing on the ground, feeling the warm touch of the blood. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile little by little. You killed him. The smile gradually became crazy. Ha 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 ha. You killed him. He's finally dead. Ha 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 ha. The woman laughed heartily, but bloody tears gradually leaked from her eyes. He's finally dead, woo woo woo. She choked up and finally broke down in tears. Darren looked at the laughing and crying woman with a crazy and distorted expression, his eyes drooped involuntarily. You're free, he said. Free. Unspeakable bitterness appeared on the woman's face, and she turned slightly so that Darren could see her naked back. On the back, a bloody imprint of flying dragon's hoof is extremely eye-catching. For me, how does this world come to be free? She looked up and smiled at Darren. She smiled calmly, even relieved. Thank you, Lord Marine. She struggled to get up, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed sincerely to Darren. I no longer have the meaning to live. In this world, all the people I cherish have died in his hands. Please do what you have to do. Darren gave her a deep look. He saw the tenacious will to die in her eyes. He didn't know what she went through and how long she was tortured by Shield Saint. But he has always followed a principle. Don't judge other people's lives easily without experiencing the pain that others have experienced. I see. Then, go all the way. After saying this, Darren turned around without hesitation and walked out of the cabin. The woman knelt on the ground, watching Colonel Marine's disappearing figure, and raised her hand to wipe the tears on her face. Her eyes are no longer dull, no longer numb. A bright, warm smile gradually overflowed on her face stained with bloodline. Like a flower growing and blooming tenaciously on a cliff. Thank you, really thank you, Master Marine. If I survive, it will be very inconvenient for you. She pursed her lips and smiled. Slowly picked up the golden pistol on the ground. Bang bang. She gritted her teeth and fired 2 shots at the corpse of celestial dragons. Dad, Mom, I'm here to accompany you. She is smiling like a flower. The muzzle was aimed at his temple. She kept the last bullet for herself. Boom. There were gunshots and the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground behind him, but Darren's footsteps did not stop at all. He is not the Virgin. It is impossible to force a person who is determined to die to muster up the courage to live. She had no choice before. But now she at least has the freedom to choose to die. Suppressing his inner emotions, Darren walked quickly towards the cabin where the slaves were held on the official ship. The locked hatch flew straight out. Without any hindrance, Darren walked inside step by step. The smell of stench and damp hits the face, and the dark yellow oil lamp flickers in the turbid air. When Leah, who was huddled in the corner of the cage, heard the movement, a flash of panic flashed across her face at first. When she saw that the person coming was Darren, the panic expression was quickly replaced by surprise. Darren waved his hand. The cage made of steel collapsed, twisted, and dismembered in an instant, and even the shackles on the little girl's body broke and fell to the ground. "Brother Marine!" The shackles that blocked her mouth fell off, and the little girl let out a hearty cry and stumbled towards Darren, hugging his calf tightly. Darren rubbed her head and smiled. "Let's go, I'll take you home." Leah's eyes turned red and she nodded heavily. So Darren took her hand and walked out of the cabin. However, when Leah walked out of the cabin and saw the bodies strung up with steel on the deck, her face suddenly turned pale. She subconsciously looked into the cabin. That horrible, ugly celestial dragons, lying in a pool of blood. Leah couldn't help but let go of Darren's hand and took 2 steps back in horror. Suddenly, she gritted her teeth and slammed against the mast on the side. Darren reached out and grabbed her clothes, lifting her up like a kitten. "What are you doing?" He frowned. The little girl cried and said, "I can't survive, can I? If I survive, I will cause a lot of trouble for Brother Marine." Darren was startled and sighed. He thought of the little girl's father's previous behavior of hitting the wall, and felt helpless. It's like a father and daughter who are in love with each other. He picked up the little girl and said seriously, "Since you survived, let's live well. Your father is waiting for you to come home. I received your money, so I must protect you." The little girl was stunned and said a little embarrassedly, But the money I paid is very little." Darren smiled. "Enough." A metal skateboard floated over, he stepped on it, and his figure gradually rose into the sky. Hovering in the sky, Darren held the dirty little girl in one hand, overlooking the bloody world government official ship below. He slowly raised his hand, spread his fingers, and grabbed it from afar. Rumbling. Click click click. Driven by the metal of the official ship's hull, the entire official ship continued to compress, collapse, and twist under the force of the strange magnetic field. With a bang, the gunpowder and loaded artillery in the cabin were quickly detonated, and raging fire shot up into the sky, igniting and covering the entire ship like a huge fireball. The hot and powerful shock wave hit her face, causing the little girl to subconsciously bury her head in Colonel Marine's chest, as if that was the safest place in the world. The official ship gradually sank, and the world government flag, which represented the highest authority, was reduced to ashes in the flames. Black smoke billowed into the sky. Among the thick black clouds, there were bursts of lightning and thunder, and the storm that had been brewing for a long time was about to come. In that hazy, swaying, twisted firelight, Darren seemed to see faces looming among them, as if in a dream. He saw Jun on the street with a blank look in his eyes and a rose tightly in his hand. I saw Kaji punching the wall to vent his anger. He saw a man kneeling in front of him, taking out a large pile of coins and begging him. I saw a woman who laughed and committed suicide with a golden pistol. I saw the ugly and grinning face of celestial dragons. Face after face, picture after picture, are constantly looming in the light of the sky. Darren let out a long breath. In the deepest part of my heart, the feeling of suffocation and boredom finally, completely dissipated at this moment. As the thought came through, an unspeakable emotion and power surged in my chest, neither vomiting nor happiness. Tear. A pale thunder suddenly tore through the dark sky and illuminated the whole world. All-consuming storms followed. The storm is rising. Colonel Marine was suspended high in the air, his aura rising steadily, and his broad cloak danced behind him like a wild dragon. A majestic, domineering, and forbidding aura, as if responding to the storm between heaven and earth, burst out from his body. The world changes color. At the same time, in Darren's perception, a new project slowly emerged. Conqueror's Haki, 20. The King's Spirit is awakened. Chapter 37 World Destroyer. At the same time, on the bloody cliff, the towering red line seems to have submerged into the sky. Holy Land Marie Joyce. There are many buildings with blue roofs and white walls, and the streets are spotlessly clean. Surrounded by vegetation, rockeries, fountains, and artificial gardens, the grand and ancient buildings are located on a hillside surrounded by birds and flowers, like a fairyland. This is the land of the gods in Marie Joyce, the residence of the noble, holy, and great gods. Suddenly, a horrified exclamation shattered the peace and tranquility of the land of the gods. How can this be? In a splendid building in the land of the gods, an official responsible for the daily management of the world's nobles turned pale and sat down on the ground in fear, trembling uncontrollably. His voice quickly attracted the attention of other officials. When they heard the sound and rushed into the main hall of the building, they almost forgot to breathe as they looked at the life card that gradually burned and turned into ashes, and their minds went blank. Master Shield Saint. That's Lord Shield Saint's life card. According to the latest intelligence, isn't he in North Blue, not long after he boarded the returning official ship? How can this be? All the officers and ships looked at each other in fear, their throats rolled, and they swallowed saliva unconsciously. Their throats were as dry as if they were on fire. Celestial Dragon Shield Saint is dead. Quick! Report to the 5 elders. The leading official shuddered violently, supported his limp body, gritted his teeth and got up from the ground, roaring angrily. So the news spread quickly. The Holy Land Marie Joyce suddenly became noisy. CP agents in suits were walking through the streets like ghosts. The Holy Land guards galloped on horses on the neat streets, scaring the residents to tremble. The officials looked towards the direction of the stairway to the sky with fearful eyes, and their hearts were filled with turmoil. The holy, noble celestial dragons, dead. This is the first time since the Valley of the Gods incident 8 years ago that a god has fallen again on this sea. North Blue, a certain sea area. The sky was dark, and the surging black clouds were rolling in like a thick city wall that was about to collapse. The torrential rain enveloped the entire world, and the warships were bumping under the turbulent waves, as if they were being continuously thrown up by invisible giants. Rumble. Dense artillery sprayed out from the warship's gun barrel, and the firelight bloomed one after another. The black gun barrel had been burned by the high temperature until it glowed red. The roar and explosion of the cannonballs burst into violent flames on the distant sea surface, and magnificent columns of water rose into the sky. Berndy Waldo. You can't run away. On the warship, Sengoku, wearing black-rimmed glasses and a black beard tied into pigtails, stepped on the bow of the ship, stared at the pirate ship in the center of the distant artillery bombardment, and roared loudly. The majestic torrential rain poured down from the sky and bounced off the deck, shrouding the warship in a layer of white mist. Many Marines on the deck faced the heavy rain and quickly loaded ammunition into the heavy cannons. Every time a cannonball was fired, the warship trembled. Gee ha 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 ha. Sengoku. If you want to arrest me, you are still far away. On the pirate ship, a tall figure stood on the bow of the ship, smiling ferociously with his arms folded. He was wearing a bright red captain's coat and a horn helmet. His grey-green beard trembled slightly with his laughter, and he exuded a deep and powerful aura. World Destroyer Berndy Waldo. The captain of the Ward Pirates, with a bounty of 200 million Baileys. The legendary Great Pirate, a man on par with Whitebeard and Roger. Cannonballs exploded around the pirate ship, raindrops of sea water splashed up, and thick smoke billowed. But Berndy Waldo didn't care. He just stared at the warship with violent eyes, and a cruel smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. In terms of firepower, I have never lost to anyone. His figure disappeared from the place like a ghost. There seemed to be a ghost shadow moving through the dense rain curtain, so fast that a long vacuum area briefly appeared in the rain curtain. Next second, Berndi Waldo has appeared on the other side of the deck, holding a cannon with both hands. Boys, adjust your course and let those world government losers see how powerful our ward pirates are. He shouted loudly. Roar. The crew members of the ward pirates had fanaticism in their eyes, and they raised their arms and shouted. In the rough waves, a pirate turned the rudder of the ship. Attention! Full right rudder. The moment the voice fell, the hull of the pirate ship made a creaking sound, and it tilted significantly amidst the violent storm and bombardment. The deck suddenly became flooded, and the pirate clung tightly to the slippery railing to avoid falling into the sea. Heavy rain splashed on the deck. Berndi Waldo's hands grasped the cannon firmly like iron pliers. As the hull shifted, the fixed artillery barrel gradually aimed at the huge warship. Didn't you just sink a Celestial Dragon's official ship, and chase me for a day and a night? He made a sound of disdain and grinned crazily in the rain. Come on, Sengoku. Let me show you the power to destroy the world. He jerked the cannon's fuse. Boom! A dark cannonball burst out of the barrel and cut through the rain. Momo 50 times cannon. Following Berndi Waldo's cold shout, some invisible power seemed to spread out. White air waves spread from the cannonballs that roared through the sky. Then an incredible scene happened. I saw that the flying cannonball suddenly expanded and doubled, but the volume increased dozens of times in the blink of an eye. The black cannonball with a diameter of more than 20 meters increased its jet speed. After reaching the highest point of the parabola, it fell crazily towards the warship where Sengoku was. It was so fast, fell so hard, and was so big that it even rubbed against the air to create bursts of fiery red air waves. From a distance, it looked like a meteorite breaking through the clouds and falling from the sky. This is Berndi Waldo's ability. Momo fruit can increase the speed and size of objects. And because of the doubling of speed and volume, the power of the amplified cannonball will also increase exponentially. It can be said unceremoniously that once this shell hits and explodes, its explosion power is enough to easily wipe out a town. The crimson light continued to expand above the head, but a huge shadow suddenly enveloped everyone on the warship. The waves of the strong wind fell from the sky, and the entire warship sank, and the deck even made a crackling sound. Damn! Sengoku roared with red eyes. If this shell hits the warship, I am afraid that the marines on board, including himself, will perish in the raging waves of the sea. The military boots stomped heavily on the bow, and Sengoku's figure flew up like a cannonball. A magnificent and bright golden light suddenly lit up in the sky. The Marines were shocked to see that their Marine Admiral transformed into a huge golden war Buddha in an instant, blasting a palm towards the huge shells falling from the sky. Big Buddha shock. Boom! The vast golden shock wave hit the shell heavily. After the world fell silent for a brief second, an earth-shattering explosion exploded high in the sky. A fireball with a diameter of more than 100 meters rose up, and countless shell fragments fell towards the warship like a dense rain of fire. Sengoku, who regained his human form in mid-air, changed his face slightly, and shouted angrily. Pora Salino! Got it! A rambling voice came out in the torrential rain, and then a flash of golden light roared into the sky. 8-foot Kyanguyu! The light bullets all over the sky were like a torrential rain, constantly washing away the falling fragments of shells, and the torrential flames completely illuminated the dark sky. In the billowing smoke, Sengoku's figure landed steadily. The strong wind blew away the gunpowder smoke, his eyes fixed on the pirate ship fleeing towards the distant storm. He gritted his teeth, just about to give the order to pursue. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded behind him. Stop chasing, something went wrong. Sengoku frowned. A member of CP0 wearing a mask with a strange pattern walked out of the cabin quickly. This time, the crusade against Berndy Waldo was jointly led by the CP Department and Marine, and the intelligence sources mainly came from the CP Department. Retreat? Berndy Waldo has been cornered by us, and the North Blue's famous chaotic sea is ahead. In such weather conditions, he can't escape. Sengoku retorted. Unexpectedly, that CP0 shook his head. Berndy Waldo doesn't matter anymore. He pulled out a military phone bug and handed it to Sengoku. An old, gloomy voice slowly came from the military phone bug. Sengoku, retreat now. Sengoku was taken aback, subconsciously said. Master Five Elders, the operation is about to succeed. The great pirate Berndy Waldo has entered the ambush circle according to our plan. Just give me a little more time. Before he finished speaking, he was directly interrupted by the opposite party. We order you to retreat immediately. Sengoku felt angry and asked incomprehensibly. Excuse me, my lord, why is this? The government and Marine have spent a lot of resources and energy on this operation. Sildu Saint died in North Blue. Sengoku froze at the Five Elders' voice over the phone bug. Celestial dragons, dead? How can this be? Sengoku, as the current and only Marine Admiral of Naval Headquarters, your top priority is to thoroughly investigate the cause of Shield Saint's death, understand? Other than that, everything else is not important. The unmistakable voice of the Five Elders came out. On the deck, Sengoku, who was soaked by the torrential rain, took a deep breath, and the blood in his heart seemed to be extinguished by the cold rain. I see. He gritted his teeth. Seeing this, CP0 put away the phone bug, turned and walked into the cabin. At this time, countless golden photons continued to gather around Sengoku, and quickly reformed into a human form. He is tall and unusually tall, wearing a yellow and white striped suit, exaggerated toed sunglasses, and a beard. Rear Admiral rank, Marine New Generation monster. Polisalino. How about I keep going, Sengoku Admiral? Looking at Sengoku's livid face, Polisalino spoke slowly. Sengoku glanced bitterly at the ward pirates, who had gradually disappeared into the distant storm, and suddenly punched heavily on the railing, smashing the railing to pieces. No need, let's go back. He gritted his teeth, and popped out these words between his teeth. His face was extremely ugly. As his adjutant, Polisalino's strength is quite good, far exceeding the level of the General Vice Admiral. But compared to Berndy Waldo, a big pirate who can sit on an equal footing with Whitebeard and Roger, he still has a certain gap. Let him chase alone. If he misses and falls into the hands of Berndy Waldo, it will be an unbearable loss for Naval Headquarters. A future Marine Admiral, a guy with monster-like talents, can't be surprised. What Sengoku didn't expect was that after using so many resources and energy, he was just a little bit short of being able to arrest Berndy Waldo, but in the end it ended up like this, a near-failure ending. He is not reconciled. But Sengoku also understands that he cannot refuse the orders of the world government. A celestial dragons, died in the same sea. Admiral is the only one in Naval Headquarters now, and he has to put down all the important tasks in his hands and go to investigate clearly. Only. Who in North Blue dares to take a shot at the celestial dragons? Sengoku stood in the torrential rain, and the rain slapped his slightly pale face. His expression was cloudy and uncertain, and he fell into deep thought. Chapter 38 Kong and the Five Elders. It was late at night. Marshal Sora Marine, who was awakened from his sleep by his own soldiers, forcibly suppressed the irritability of being deprived of sleep, and rushed to the Holy Land of Marie Joyce on a ship overnight. On the inland river of the Red Line, he transferred to the official ship of the world government, and then transferred to a horse-drawn carriage on the way. After 3 hours of exhaustion, Marshal Marine finally entered the inner city of the Holy Land Marie Joyce, Pangu City. Marshal Marine Kangxi is close to 80 years old, but he doesn't look old or tired at all. He is hale and hearty, with deep eyes. He has a mohawk hairstyle, his grey hair stands up like steel needles, and his face is cold and resolute. The muscles on the burly, open chest seemed to be sharpened, with clear blocks, and against the bronze skin, there was a rough and violent beauty. His body exudes a majesty as steep as a mountain and a sense of majestic strength. The marshal's cloak covered with golden wheat ears flutters in the wind on his shoulders, which is very imposing. The dusty Marshal Kong looked up at the stairs that seemed to lead to the kingdom of God. Under the eyes of countless white ghosts hidden in the dark, he puffed up his chest and straightened his back, just like his title of Kong, and stepped forward. The footsteps climbed the white and holy steps of heaven. Soon he finished this, reaching the sky road, passing through a little garden with singing birds and fragrant flowers in a pleasant environment, and came to a small Western-style building in the middle of the flowers. The exterior wall of the small Western-style building is white in color, and there are lush ivy in the corner. The vicissitudes of life have left traces of Madara on the wall, and the dome is as sharp as a giant's sword. Marshal Kong. 2 waiters in black suits and white gloves stood outside the door, bowing slightly towards Kong. Kong nodded towards them, took a deep breath, and pushed open the door of the small Western building. Inside the Xiaoyang building is a deliberation hall with elegant and simple decoration. On the intricately carved coffee table was a pot of boiled tea. The 5 old men either stood or sat, exuding the aura of superiors who cannot be directly looked at and cannot be violated. These 5 elders are the highest authority in today's world government. 5 elders. Marine Marshal Kong, greeting Lord 5 elders. Kong stepped forward steadily, speaking neither humble nor overbearing. He glances at one of the 5 elders on the far left. Wearing a black tailored suit, bald, with a mustache, and a shocking scar on his face. Congratulations to Lord Damocles, who was elected to the new position of supreme power with a high number of votes. The new 5 elders. Saint Damocles waved his hand and said in a hoarse voice. There's no need to say such a scene, Sora. You should be very clear about what we asked you to come here this time. Kong said in a deep voice. Of course it is clear, but before that, I have a question for you adults. He paused, his eyes suddenly became serious. Why did your lords directly bypass me, the Marine Marshal, and give the headquarters Admiral Sengoku the evacuation order? The arrest of Berndi Valdo has been planned for a long time, and it is about to be successfully completed. If this opportunity is missed, there will be endless troubles in the future. Kong, are you questioning the government's decision? Saint Damocles asked with displeasure. According to regulations, Marine Admiral must take action to punish any actions that offend celestial dragons. Sildu Saint died in North Blue, we haven't held you Marine accountable for negligence. Or do you think the lives of the world's nobles are not as important as a mere arrest mission? As soon as this remark came out, the other 5 elders also cast indifferent glances at Kong, and the pressure suddenly surged like a tide. Facing the supreme power of the world government, Kong only felt a chill down his spine, but he didn't bend down. The safety of the nobles of the world is of course important, but the task of arresting Berndi Valdo is also imminent. This guy is extremely ambitious and powerful, possessing the power to destroy the world. My lords, don't forget that Mr. Shields St was shipwrecked in the first place because of Berndi Valdo's attack. If Berndi Valdo is not resolved, this sea will not be peaceful for a day. Besides, for the task of investigating the cause of Shield Saint's death, the old man can send other personnel from the headquarters. Who can you send? The blonde 5 elders cut him off coldly. A sarcastic sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Naval Headquarters has 3 admiral staff, Zephyr has retired to the second line, and Garp has repeatedly refused to be promoted. Besides, could you send Garp to investigate the death of celestial dragons? Or do you, the Marine Marshal, go to North Blue in person? Listening to 5 elders' aggressive questioning, Kong opened his mouth, but was speechless after all. I was very depressed. The Marine Marshal himself seems to have amazing power, but in fact, there are not many people under his command who can command him. Needless to say, Zephyr, that kid had already withdrawn from the front line because of the tragedy that year. If it wasn't for his earnest persuasion, Zephyr would have even decided to leave Marine for the sake of his teacher. Although Zephyr retains Admiral's military rank, he has basically left Admiral's military affairs and devoted himself to teaching in the officer training camp. Even if he is the Marine Marshal, it is not easy to go against his personal wishes. As for that BD Garp, let him investigate the death of the celestial dragons? What a joke! When the BD heard the news, he probably just celebrated with donuts and laughed and said good death. So it seems that Sengoku is indeed the only option. Thinking of this, Kong couldn't help but gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. The degree of danger of world destroyer Berndy Waldo is extremely high in the evaluation of naval headquarters, even surpassing Roger and Whitebeard. After all, Roger and Whitebeard are stronger in strength and influence, but they will not take the initiative to attack civilians and towns under normal circumstances. Although the former likes to act rashly, he would not take the initiative to attack civilians under normal circumstances, and he also cooperated with Marine in the Valley of God's War. The latter has little ambition, traveling around the New World, inviting new members and forming a so-called family. But Berndy Waldo, the lunatic, was different. His slogan is "Destroy everything that stands in my way," and his methods are cruel. In order to achieve his goals, he does not hesitate to attack towns, civilians, and even Marine base. He has great ambitions to subvert the world government, and with the terrifying and destructive power of Momo Fruit, he is far more harmful to world peace than Whitebeard and Roger. Obviously, it is only a little bit short, and this guy can be arrested. Damocles Saint looked at Kong's uncertain face, and said slowly, "Sky, Sea Peace forces have infiltrated into the Ward Pirates, and Berndy Waldo can't escape anywhere." Kong was taken aback when he heard that. CP has infiltrated Berndy Waldo's subordinates? The bald Five Elders, who was wearing a training suit and lowered his head to wipe his samurai sword, said calmly, "That's all for this matter. We don't want to waste any more words on this matter. The death of celestial dragons involves the face of the world government. The truth must be thoroughly investigated. You Marine must fully cooperate and give us an explanation. Other than that, block the news. This incident must be kept secret." "I see." Kong knew that at this point, it didn't make any sense for him to continue arguing. Not all celestial dragons are snotty, bossy, arrogant, and incompetent. Born with unimaginable powers, such a superior identity and background are born to be breeding grounds for idiots, bastards, personality disorders and egomaniacs. But among the celestial dragons there will still be a small elite with talent, wisdom, and force. They have received top-level education since they were young, guided and cultivated by the best teachers in various fields, and have passed through multiple screenings, and finally gradually occupy part of the core positions in the world government after they grow up. Otherwise, if all the celestial dragons were pigs with that kind of psychological pervert, the world government would have been finished long ago, and it would be impossible to sustain a rule that lasted for 800 years. The Five Elders, who represent the highest power of the world government, are the elite of the celestial dragons' elite. Their origins will naturally allow them in high positions to maintain the celestial dragons' dominance and status in turn. This is inevitable. Celestial dragons are supreme, gods of the sea. This is their bottom line and iron law, no one can break it, and there is no room for bargaining. It's just that Kong vaguely sensed something from Five Elders' last sentence. Block message. Add more. During the new book recommendation period, I ask for all support from the big guys, 5-point praise, follow-up reading, and reminders. The data is very important, thank you very much. Chapter 39 Good Death. North Blue. The area where the world government official ship sank. On the vast sea, there are still heavy snowflakes fluttering in the grey sky. Yes, Marshal Kong. According to the route provided by the government CP department, I have arrived at the scene of the crime. On the warship, Sengoku held a military phone bug in his hand and made a report with a gloomy face. He adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and quickly glanced at the sea. There weren't a lot of obvious signs at the scene. Yes, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku couldn't help but let out a long breath. The diving team has been dispatched. The adults take this incident very seriously. A ghostly figure wearing a silk robe and a strange patterned mask appeared next to Sengoku, and a hoarse voice came from under the mask. Sengoku nodded, but felt a little disapproving in his heart. The sea was rough, with only a few shipwrecks floating on it. Occasionally, burnt and rotted limbs could be seen, making it impossible to confirm their specific identities. The Holy Land Marie-Joyce has determined the actual time of the crime based on the moment when the Hilda's Saint life card was burned out. A full 3 hours had passed between the time of the incident and when Sengoku and the others arrived at the scene. 3 hours, the turbulent sea is enough to swallow up all the evidence and traces that may be left behind. At this point, even if we send out diving troops, what's the use? Because a dead celestial dragons went to such great lengths, and even let Berndy Waldo go for nothing, Sengoku felt a little unhappy in his heart. However, no matter how absurd it is, this is an order issued by the world government after all. No matter how dissatisfied or disapproving it is, Sengoku will do his best to fulfill it conscientiously and responsibly. The government has issued a gag order. After all, once this incident is exposed, it will weaken the government's majesty and affect the government's face. It's just that this incident involves celestial dragons, which is extremely sensitive, tricky, and indeed a headache. Sengoku subconsciously glanced at the deck not far away, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. The admiral of his headquarters was extremely busy, but as his adjutant, Porisalino, that BD was lying on the beach chair drinking watermelon juice, as if it had nothing to do with him. Porisalino. Sengoku couldn't help but grit his teeth and roared. We are on a mission. Hearing Sengoku's voice, Porisalino raised his hands in surrender and grinned. It's coming, it's coming. He slowly put down the watermelon juice, stood up from the beach chair and walked over. What did you find? Sengoku said angrily. Let me take a look. Porisalino rubbed the stubble on his chin with one hand, pushed up his sunglasses, and observed the crime scene intently. 2 seconds later, he suddenly opened his mouth slightly, as if he had discovered something interesting, and said with an exaggerated expression. It's so scary. The celestial dragons died so cleanly, not even a scrap of flesh was left. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. It was unusually quiet on the deck. Quack quack. Several crows flew across the sky. Sengoku. CP0. All Marines. Porisalino. Sengoku. Feeling the rising murderous intent on CP0 next to him, Sengoku's eyes twitched. Trying hard to suppress the urge to beat the yellow-skinned monkey to the ground, and gritted his teeth and said. Porisalino, UBD. Get out of here. Porisalino raised his hands again with an innocent look on his face. All right. He walked back with regret on his face and muttered. Obviously you asked me to come here to help. Then he lay down on the beach chair and slowly drank some watermelon juice. There's really nothing we can do. Upon hearing Porisalino's murmur, Sengoku's face turned blue and white, his face twitched, his fists clenched and unclenched, and then tightened again. I wish I could give myself 2 big slaps. If I had known, I would have made Sakazuki my adjutant. The 2 people who graduated from the military academy as the chief graduates at the same time and were called monsters. At least Sakazuki's gloomy brat is not so annoying. How could I be blind and pick this BD Porisalino in the first place? Sengoku put his hand over his forehead in pain. But I can't regret it. Sakazuki's character is too paranoid, and he adopts extremely extreme attitudes and methods towards pirates, and often even disobeys orders. This is the last thing Sengoku will tolerate. Although poor Asalino would often be so angry that he would fly into a rage, he was still good at obeying orders. Sengoku let out a long breath. Looking at CP0's cold and indifferent face, he smiled awkwardly and was about to say something. Blue, 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 blue. The call from the military phone bug rang suddenly, interrupting Sengoku's words. Sengoku frowned, gave CP0 an apologetic look, and connected to the phone bug communication. Hi, I'm Sengoku. A loud and hearty laugh came from the phone. Ha 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 Sengoku. How is the situation over there? Berndy Waldo has been taken care of by you, right? I'm done here. You don't know that guy King Jiao's head was dented by Lao Zi's iron fist. What a hearty battle, ha 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 ha. The phone bug vividly simulates a pinched nostril laugh. Sengoku smiled and said. Green Pepper of the Cone, the leader of the 8 Treasures Navy, the world-famous iron-headed cone, was actually dented by you. I guess he hates you so much that he gnashes his teeth, Garp. He shook his head. My mission failed. There was a temporary emergency and Berndy Waldo escaped. Emergency? What emergency happened? Garp scratched his head, then winked and said. It doesn't make sense, hey hey hey. Sengoku, could it be that you couldn't defeat Berndy Waldo, causing the mission to fail, so you just made an excuse? Sengoku said angrily. Go, go, we're busy here. A world noble, Celestial Dragons, was killed in North Blue. I'm investigating on orders from the world government. As soon as the words came out, Sengoku secretly wanted something bad. Sure enough, Garp's hearty laughter came from the phone bug. Ha 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 ha. A Celestial Dragons died? What a good death. I just don't know which guy killed that kind of garbage, otherwise I would really like to thank him in person. Ha 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 ha. He died beautifully. As Garp laughed, Sengoku's face became darker and darker. The murderous aura exuded by the CP0 next to him became more and more intense, almost freezing the air. I said, Sengoku, isn't it just a Celestial Dragons? If you die, you will die. The Holy Land can catch a lot of them. You can just check it out and show off. That kind of garbage deserves to die, ha 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 ha. Seeing that Garp was getting more and more enthusiastic as he spoke, Sengoku glanced cautiously at CP0 who was motionless next to him, and finally couldn't help but gritted his teeth and reminded. Garp, you can't say that. He is a world noble with a high status. TCH, Sengoku, stop pretending, don't think I don't know, in your heart. Sengoku was all excited, he quickly grabbed the phone bug and shouted angrily. Garp. The CP0 representative of world government, right next to me. There was a sudden silence on the deck. 1 second later. Ah, what I just said doesn't count, withdraw it, withdraw it. Garp on the phone bug made a face of denial. Then. Brew. The phone bug communication was suddenly cut off. Sengoku. He was dumbfounded for a few seconds. Then he blinked, coughed slightly, put away the phone, and looked at the silent CP0 beside him. His expression suddenly became extremely serious and dignified, and he said in a deep voice. Well, let's investigate now. Facing the hollow and indifferent eyes under the CP0 mask. Sengoku waved his fist, filled with righteous indignation and said with a steely voice. At all costs. Investigate. Investigate strictly. We must find out the truth. Chapter 40 Kizaru's Speculation. The waves are choppy. On the deck of the warship, Sengoku looked solemn, with his hands behind his back, fidgeting and pacing back and forth. The snowflakes falling from the sky remained on his hair and military uniform, but he didn't care to wipe it off. Clatter. Accompanied by the churning sound of waves, heads emerged from the sea one by one. They were the diving troops. Reporting to Sengoku Admiral, the official ship has been completely destroyed, and most of the wreckage has been washed away by sea water, and no meaningful residue can be found. But what is certain is that the hull of the official ship was destroyed in a very short period of time, and the shells and gunpowder loaded in the cabin were ignited, causing a fire and explosion. A member of the diving team, dragging his wet body, quickly boarded the warship and reported to Sengoku with a salute. Sure enough, Sengoku's heart sank slightly. Although judging from the traces left on the sea surface, he had already guessed that it would probably be such a result, but people always have a fluke mentality. Sengoku frowned, and looked at the silent CP0 members. Where's the monitoring phone bug on the official ship? If I remember correctly, according to normal regulations, the world government's official ships are equipped with monitoring phone bugs to ensure the personal safety of celestial dragons. CP0 pondered for a second, didn't speak, just turned around and walked towards the cabin. Sengoku was taken aback when he saw this, and instantly understood what was happening, and quickly followed. After they entered the cabin, closed the hatch, and made sure that no one was around, the CP0 members slowly took out video phone bugs one by one from their pockets and placed them on the table. The official ship is indeed equipped with surveillance phone bugs. Under normal circumstances, as long as someone boards the official ship, they will immediately enter the surveillance video of the phone bug. CP0 said in a low voice. The mask with strange patterns stared blankly at Sengoku while speaking, which made Sengoku feel inexplicable discomfort. This is the live video at that time. Sengoku subconsciously stretched out his hand, wanting to turn on the video phone bug and play the video. That CP0 suddenly took a step forward, pressed Sengoku's hand, and said coldly, "This video involves the privacy of the world government and the world's nobles. No matter what you see in it, you must not spread it outside." Sengoku glanced at him. "Of course I know." Only then did CP0 retract the hand wearing the white glove. Then, as the projection of the video phone bug started, a hazy white light soon lit up in the dim cabin. Several surveillance images from different angles were presented in front of Sengoku at the same time. The first to catch the eye. It is a harbor like a white crescent moon. Because of the clearing, the originally bustling port looks a little deserted. The sky in the background is grey and snowy, exuding a sad atmosphere. Sengoku saw from a surveillance screen that several CP1 members in black suits were moving heavy boxes into the main cabin. Immediately afterwards, Celestial Dragon's Shields ST, wearing a glass cover, swaggered onto the official ship under the escort of several CP1s. The sails on the mast of the official ship were raised, flapping, and sailed out of the harbor under the drumming of the sea breeze. In a series of monitoring pictures from different angles, Sengoku saw a little girl whose eyes were red from crying, her hands and feet were shackled, and she was roughly dragged into a separate cabin by CP members, where she curled up in a dark corner desperately and helplessly. He saw the relaxed-looking CP1 members on the deck, smoking cigarettes and teasing each other. He saw mountains of gold and silver in the main cabin. He saw celestial dragons tormenting a woman with long whips and dancing to saxophone music. A few short frames. He saw heaven and hell on earth. Extravagance and bloody cruelty. Glamorous and hopeless cold. Just a wall away. A picture of strong contrast is presented in front of Sengoku at the same time. What he didn't realize was that his fist had been clenched tightly at some point. Suddenly, the surveillance video freezes and turns into countless snowflakes. Sengoku was stunned. What about the next surveillance video? He finally came to his senses, took a deep breath to suppress the discomfort in his heart, and asked in a blunt tone. A hoarse and aloof voice came out from under the mask of CP0. That's all the surveillance footage. The monitoring phone bug on the official ship was only for a moment, and the phone bug signal transmitted by the monitoring phone bug on the official ship was directly interrupted, and the screen completely disappeared. Sengoku's heart skipped a beat, and he blurted out. In other words, in less than a second, the entire official ship was sunk and everyone on board was killed. The moment these words came out, even he himself felt a little unbelievable. With the wide distribution of surveillance phone bugs on the official ship of the world government, the possibility of anyone sneaking into it is completely eliminated. But even if someone really dared to attack celestial dragons, he would face obstruction from the CP members on board. Although CP1 is mainly responsible for intelligence collection and analysis in the CP sequence, they are elites trained by the government after all. Among other things, at least everyone has the combat power not to lose to the Naval Headquarters school-level officers. Under their obstruction, no matter what, the monitoring phone bug will at least capture the face or figure of the attacker. But the surveillance video in front of him was interrupted in an instant. From Sengoku's perspective, there is only one reason that can cause this result. Before everyone was able to react, the attacker was using a long distance beyond the range of the surveillance phone bug recording, to destroy the entire official ship in an instant. CP0 did not speak. But silence is the best answer. Sengoku's eyes suddenly became extremely gloomy and dignified. A person who can possess such strength. He crossed his arms and frowned, lost in thought. Destroy the entire ship in an instant, or a long-distance attack. There are not many people who can do this in this sea, but they are definitely not many. At least in terms of Marines' combat power standards, even the Vice Admiral can't easily do it. In an instant, the thunderous names and the frightening hacky faces quickly flashed through Sengoku's mind. According to our CP department's analysis of the wreckage of the official ship, the ability used by the attacker is not swordsmanship. At this time, that CP0 suddenly spoke. Has the possibility of the great swordsman making a move been ruled out? Sengoku froze for a moment, but shook his head again. This is not enough to explain the problem. Long-distance slashing can indeed do this, but a strong person of this level generally has various attack methods. Whitebeard and Golden Lion are the perfect example. As if he remembered something, he took out the military phone bug and dialed the communication of the headquarters. In less than 3 seconds, the communication was connected. Sengoku said to the phone with a serious expression. "Hi, Tsuru, I'm Sengoku. Yes. I'm investigating the attack on the world's nobles. Please help me find out the movements of the 3 guys, Whitebeard, Roger, and Golden Lion, in the last 3 days. What? You said they haven't been at North Blue in the last 3 days. Sengoku was silent for a moment. Okay, I see, I'm sorry to trouble you, Zayahi. He put away the phone bug, paced back and forth in the dark cabin, muttering to himself. Aren't those guys? Then, analyze the situation at the scene, the possibility of attacking celestial dragons, etc. The most likely attacker, should be. Sengoku's stern expression suddenly became a little strange. Berndy Waldo. A long-distance attack can instantly destroy a large official ship. Brutal and ferocious, unscrupulous strikes against the world government and celestial dragons. The exact location happens to be in North Blue. If the time of the incident hadn't happened during his pursuit of Berndy Waldo, Sengoku would have been able to determine that world destroyer Berndy Waldo was the attacker. Have you lost your train of thought again? Sengoku rubbed his temples. At this moment, tuk tuk tuk. There was a sudden knock on the door. Sengoku was taken aback, and through observation hacky perception, it was confirmed that it was Polisalino who knocked on the door. He hesitated for a moment, turned off the video phone bug, and responded. Come in. Polisalino pushed the door open and entered. Sengoku Admiral, I might guess who attacked the official celestial dragon's ship. He walked into the cabin slowly. CP0 raised an eyebrow. Sengoku's eyes lit up when he heard that. Do you have any idea? Polisalino smiled all over his face, puffed out his chest, and said solemnly. Sea King's creatures. He held his head high, with a proud face. Sengoku. CP0. The next second, Sengoku's furious sound came from the cabin, shaking the entire warship. Get out of here, UBD. Thank you for all your support. Chapter 41A Scene. The Other Side. North Blue, Kiev Island. Kiev Island is a neutral island located in North Blue. The island is not big, with only one town with a population of several thousand, and it does not belong to any country's sphere of influence. It is precisely because of the lack of management that various illegal forces have gradually gathered on Kiev Island. Thieves are rampant, the mafia is rampant, pirate ships dock unscrupulously at the dilapidated port, and gunshots are heard from time to time on the streets. Darren and the Flying Squirrel were standing on the port, smoking a cigarette. The black hooded coats on their bodies almost completely covered their figures, making it impossible to distinguish their identities. Bustling crowds were rushing on the port piers, and the sounds of quarrels, hawking, and goods being dragged on the ground filled the surroundings. The port quay smells terrible. There are stinky fish, rotten fruits, expired spices, feces, and even corpses floating on the coast, and the smell that rushes into the nostrils is simply hell. Has everything been arranged? Darren squinted his eyes and stared at the merchant ship that was gradually sailing out of the port, and asked while puffing away his smoke. Yes, I didn't show up. It was handed over to the caravan through a mafia force controlled by us. It is impossible for anyone to find out about us. She will go to a new place and start a new life. The Flying Squirrel whispered with solemn eyes. Under the seemingly calm face, his heart was beating extremely fast. Don't be so nervous. Darren noticed something strange about the Flying Squirrel, turned around and patted his shoulder with a smile. Besides her, there was no one alive on that ship. Even if the higher authorities really launch an investigation, they won't be able to find any clues. To this world, the little girl selling flowers has sunk into the sea along with the official ship. The Flying Squirrel took a long drag on the cigarette and couldn't help but roll his eyes. You put it lightly. Thinking of the heaven-defying feat accomplished by this guy, Flying Squirrel is still so nervous that his palms are sweating even now. Those are celestial dragons. The god who possesses supreme power and status. But then again, after learning that Darren's god-killing operation was successful, he also felt indescribably happy. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of the innocent and clear smile on the little girl's face when they parted just now. Maybe the risk is worth it for that smile. Darren, you are right. Those celestial dragons really deserve to die. Where's her father? What should we do? The Flying Squirrel exhaled a long puff of smoke and asked in a deep voice. Darren pondered for a moment. It is estimated that it won't be long before the higher UPS will send people to Badia Island to investigate, so the truth cannot be told to her father yet. We need his cooperation in a play. The Flying Squirrel's pupils shrank slightly. Investigation? Didn't you say they couldn't find any clues? Darren sneered. They couldn't find it. I used the ability of magnetic fruit to directly block the signal of the surveillance phone bug. Even if the government investigates the surveillance video afterwards, it will only find that the line was suddenly disconnected. In this case, the conclusion they derived from this would be that the entire official ship would be destroyed in an instant. As a result, the focus of their investigation will naturally shift towards those powerful people with terrifying strength. He is just a merely colonel in the headquarters, and there is no way he will be suspected under any circumstances. But no matter what, the investigation team has to put on a show before they can give an explanation to the government. The Flying Squirrel suddenly realized, and then frowned. Do you think the government will continue to investigate? Darren shook his head. It's impossible, they don't have such patience. The most important thing is that this time the Celestial Dragons incident is still kept secret. No one knows about it except the members of the investigation team and the senior management of the headquarters. Since no one knows, there is naturally not much political pressure on the government. This time the Celestial Dragons incident is different from the Sabayati Islands incident in the original plot. In the original plot, Straw Hat Luffy fought against the Celestial Dragons in full public view. Everyone on the island knew that the Celestial Dragons were offended and attacked, and the world government was forced to take severe measures due to political pressure. Marine Admiral was dispatched, and Kizaru's crusade against the Straw Hat pirates ended in failure, and he could only capture 500 unlucky pirates. But this time is different. No one knew a celestial dragons died. The clues and evidence were also completely blocked by himself. The final outcome of the investigation will be a hasty conclusion. Listening to Darren's analysis, Flying Squirrel couldn't help but sigh. I really don't know how your head grows. You are obviously from North Blue, but you understand and analyze the top management so clearly. It's just that if the investigation is completed by then, Cake and Jun will probably guess something. Aren't you afraid that they will expose the secret? He turned to look at Darren, his tone vaguely concerned. No matter how you say it, for North Blue Marine, the two people from Jun are outsiders after all. Not to mention they didn't have a good impression of Darren from the start. Darren smiled. Even if they guess something, they don't dare to say it, let alone know how to say it. He looked at the dirty and black harbor in front of him with a comfortable expression, as if he should be here. They are good people, better than me, better than you, even better than most people in this world. They are too clean, too clear, which is their greatest strength and their greatest weakness. I did what they wanted to do but didn't dare to do, so naturally they wouldn't say anything. And once they make their choice... Colonel Marine's eyes suddenly became meaningful. They're tied to our boat. The Flying Squirrel was shocked, took a deep breath, and couldn't help but smiled wryly. Are you using them all? What a devil you are! Darren smiled nonchalantly. Flying Squirrel, do you know? Life, and I mean real life, has never been a war between good and evil, but a trade-off between the greater and the lesser evils. The world has long been turned upside down, and there is no soil for pure justice. The vast majority of Marines either swallow their anger and become watchdogs of the government, or they can only watch crimes happen, unable to change, and finally unable to rage. Unfortunately, I don't want to be a dog, and I don't want to be a bystander. He turned his eyes and looked at his adjutants, comrades in arms, and partners who had followed him for many years. His eyes were extremely fierce. All of this will change one day. But before that, I have to be a devil. He exhaled a smoke like a dragon, and said with deep meaning. Because we are already living in hell. The Flying Squirrel listened to these words in a daze, and remained silent. After speaking, he showed a relaxed look again, stubbed out his cigarette, and stretched his waist greatly. Let's go back to and meet our Sengoku Admiral, he said with a smile. Badia Island. A huge warship with many scars docks slowly. The bow of the warship is in the shape of a giant Buddha, and there are marine soldiers stationed on the deck with chilling expressions, which seem to be the most elite troops in marine. The civilians and caravans on the port stared dumbfounded at this huge ship loaded with super-large artillery and exuding a formidable atmosphere of war, and subconsciously backed away, shocked in their hearts. It's like a war fortress floating on the sea. Sengoku led a group of marines off the deck, and the masked CP0 member was hidden among the crowd. This island. Sengoku couldn't help frowning when he looked at the blue-roofed and white-walled architectural style on Badia Island. A soldier came to his side and whispered something in his ear. I see. Sengoku sighed in his heart. Although he was a little disgusted with the behavior of the city government of Badia Island, he could only shake his head helplessly. Tread. At this moment, there was a sound of hurried footsteps coming from the end of the street. Sengoku looked up, a soft smile soon appeared on his face. I saw Jun and Cake, leading hundreds of marines, rushing over. Sengoku Admiral. The two came to Sengoku and raised their hands solemnly in salute. When the voice fell, the surrounding people were shocked. Wearing black-rimmed glasses and a weird seagull hat, this unremarkable uncle turned out to be the Admiral of Headquarters, the highest combat power of the world government. Well, good, you guys have come to North Blue and grown a lot. Sengoku looked at the two Jun in front of him, his eyes gradually filled with admiration. In his perception of observation haki, the aura of Jun and Cake is much stronger than when they left Marineford. It can be seen that brat Darren still cares about you. Speaking of this name, dissatisfaction and anger flashed across the faces of both Cake and Jun. But then again, why are there only two of you? Where's Darren and the flying squirrel? Sengoku looked around and asked. As soon as the voice fell, a chuckling voice came from the other side of the street. It is an honor for North Blue to have Sengoku Admiral here. Everyone followed the sound. I saw Darren and the flying squirrel, who were wearing military uniforms, walking over quickly. However, the moment Darren appeared, Sengoku clearly found from his observation haki perception, the people on Badia Island looked at Darren with anger, resentment, and fear. A look of daring to speak out. This is... Sengoku frowned slightly. Jiazhong, ask for everything. Chapter 42 Consensus. Badia Island. City Hall, Conference Room. The rest of the people have already left the conference room sensibly, and only Darren, Flying Squirrel, Jun, Sengoku, and Polisalino are left to sit down. This is an internal meeting of North Blue Marine. Darren lit a cigar, glanced at Polisalino wearing toad sunglasses, turned to Sengoku, and smiled. I don't know how Sengoku Admiral's crusade against Berndi Valdo is going. Looking at the Marine Admiral with an aggrieved expression in front of him, Darren felt a little amused. Naval Headquarters 3 Admiral suspended 2, Zephyr devoted himself to teaching, Garp refused to be promoted, so basically all the trifles and troubles fell on Sengoku alone. Pure and innocent species. Sengoku shook his head and said. Something happened on the way and the mission was interrupted. He picked up the teacup and took a sip, his deep eyes swept over the faces of everyone on the field one by one, and his expressions gradually became serious. The reason why the old man came this time is because of this incident. Aware of the seriousness in Sengoku's tone, Jun and the others sat up straight, with serious expressions on their faces. After pausing for a second, Sengoku said slowly. 1 day ago, something happened in North Blue that shook the world government. Not long ago, Celestial Celestial Saint, who was returning to the Holy Land of Marie Joyce from Badia Island, was attacked on the way back, and died on the spot. The moment the words fell, Darren's face changed drastically, and he stood up suddenly. What? How is this possible? The face of the flying squirrel was also appropriately shocked, with an unbelievable look. Jun and Cake were shocked. They didn't know what they thought of, and subconsciously glanced in Darren's direction, but when they saw the astonished expression on Darren's face, they were all stunned. Sengoku, who was overwhelmed by this incident, didn't notice the hidden micro-expressions of the two, but just pinched his temples with a headache. Only Polisalino seemed to have noticed something, and the smile on the corner of his mouth suddenly became full of deep meaning. The attack on celestial dragons is still kept secret, but the old man has received an order from the government to conduct a thorough investigation of the matter. Sengoku sighed. However, according to the surveillance phone bug video on the official ship, no clues have been found yet. However, it can be deduced that the strength of the attackers is astonishing. The guards of the world government didn't even have time to react, and the official ship was directly sunk. This is relevant information. Saying so, Sengoku took out a document and handed it to Darren. Darren took it, glanced at it quickly, and couldn't help muttering. Destroy the official ship in an instant. With such combat power, even the Grand Line can't find a few people who can do it, let alone in a small place like North Blue. He handed the documents to the Flying Squirrel and the others in turn. The Flying Squirrel also read it quickly. Although he had already expected it, he was shocked. The intelligence content described in this document, as well as the direction of Sengoku Admiral's investigation, are actually exactly the same as Darren's analysis. Sengoku Admiral, have you identified the suspect? At this time Darren said in a deep voice. Since this happened in North Blue, I must bear some responsibility. I and North Blue Marine are willing to cooperate with you unconditionally. Satisfied with Darren's attitude, Sengoku nodded and said, "Well, it was indeed a wise decision to hand over North Blue Marine to you. It's just that the old man has already investigated suspects with this ability, but there is no harvest yet." This time, the old man came to Badia Island to further investigate. After all, considering the cause and effect, Shield Saint himself set off from Badia Island to return to the Holy Land of Marie Joyce. "I see." Darren suddenly realized and nodded in agreement. "You are in charge of guarding Shield Saint himself on Badia Island." Sengoku tapped his fingers lightly on the conference table. "Before Shield Saint sailed, did you find any strange people or strange things he encountered on the island?" After the words fell, Sengoku saw Jun and Cake's expressions change, as if hesitating to speak. "To be honest, Sengoku Admiral." Darren spoke slowly at this moment, with a particularly complicated expression. "Before Lord Shield Saint set sail, something did happen." "Oh." Sengoku raised his eyebrows. "What's the matter?" Jun and Cake suddenly turned their heads and looked at Darren in astonishment. Colonel Marine sighed. "That was a very unfortunate thing." He considered his tone, and slowly told about the father and daughter who sell flowers on Badia Island. Boom! The huge fist fell, and the conference table in front of Sengoku shattered and shattered. "Damn!" He stood up suddenly, clenched his fists tightly, trembling visibly to the naked eye. "I also don't know who is scolding that sentence, damn." In his mind, the image of a thin little girl being roughly dragged into the cabin, shivering and curled up in a dark corner flashed by. Jun and the others looked at Sengoku Admiral's angry expression and dared not speak. It took a while before Sengoku forced himself to suppress his anger. "This meeting will end here, the old man is a little tired." After being silent for a while, he dropped this sentence in a hoarse voice, turned and left without saying a word. Jun and the others hurriedly followed. In the huge conference room, only Darren and Polo Salino were left. There was a smile that was not a smile on the faces of the two of them. "Sassy ignores Dana, Polo Salino Rear Admiral." Darren laughed suddenly, broke the silence, took out a gilt cigar, and threw it to Polo Salino. Polo Salino took it, sniffed it under his nose, and said with a smile, "Haven't seen each other in a few years, you still enjoy life as always, Darren." Darren lit himself a cigar and shrugged. "Being a Marine is tough enough, there's no need to wrong yourself, isn't it?" Polo Salino took a deep look at him, and suddenly grinned. "It can be seen that you are doing well in North Blue." He paused, his tone full of meaning. "Darren, this is just the beginning, right?" Darren smiled calmly. "Who knows? I don't like trouble either. Well, I learned this advantage from you." Polo Salino scratched his head with a distressed expression. "Indeed, trouble is always bad. But trouble will always find its way," Darren said. "Anyway, just leave me alone." Polo Salino stretched his waist, stood up from his seat, and walked towards the door. "Thank you for the cigar." He waved his back to Darren. Just as he was stepping out of the meeting room door, his footsteps suddenly stopped, and he turned his head and smiled at Darren. "By the way, I always feel that the truth behind the Celestial Dragon's attack is actually not that complicated." "Oh?" Polo Salino Rear Admiral's opinion. Darren flicked the cigarette ash. Polo Salino's sunglasses shone with a strange light. "I think it's very likely that it was just attacked by Sea King's creatures. After all, such a huge ship is very conspicuous. It was an accident, don't you think, Darren?" Silence. Deathly silence. Polo Salino stared at Colonel Marine, who was sitting there smoking a cigarette, as if he wanted to read something from the latter's face. However, Darren just said lightly, "Polo Salino Rear Admiral, I think so too." The two looked at each other for a while. Then they laughed at the same time. Like two cunning foxes. Chapter 43, Eliminating All Possibilities. The next day. Badia Island, City Hall Conference Room. After a day of intelligence gathering and investigation, the final investigation meeting on the attack on celestial dragons officially began. Everyone took their seats. The conference room seemed very quiet, and you could hear a pin drop. Only the sound of Sengoku flipping through intelligence documents could be heard. Everyone else remained silent, waiting quietly. A few minutes later, Sengoku closed the document, raised his head, and glanced at everyone. "Tell me your opinions." He pinched his temples. Everyone looked at each other, and in the end it was Porisalino who spoke first. He smiled and said, "I still hold the same view. Based on the surveillance video, this incident is most likely just an accident. Although the probability of Sea King's biological attack is not high, it is not impossible either." Sengoku rolled his eyes when he heard this, ignored the BDS words, and turned to look at the top officer of North Blue Marine. "Darren, what do you think?" Darren considered his words and said in a deep voice. "Sengoku Admiral, I agree with Porisalino Rear Admiral's concept. There is a saying in my hometown, when you eliminate all impossible situations, the rest, no matter how unbelievable, it is the truth. In fact, in North Blue, there is no strong person who can destroy the official ship of the world government in an instant, and we have ruled out other possible characters. Since this is the case, the only reasonable answer is indeed the attack of the Sea King's creatures undoubtedly." Sengoku frowned. At this moment, Darren suddenly looked at Jun and Keiki. Maybe Major Jun and Major Cake have other ideas. Jun and Cake's heart skipped a beat when they heard the words, and when they met Darren's calm gaze, they felt a little uneasy. "What do you two think differently?" Sengoku shifted his gaze to the two of them too. Jiaji opened his mouth. But the expression of the little girl's father kneeling on the ground crying heart-piercingly and collapsing in despair appeared in his mind. "I agree with Colonel Darren," Jun suddenly said coldly. Her hands were clenched tightly, and her knuckles were even blue. Cake turned his head to look at Jun in astonishment, unable to react for a moment. Sengoku looked at the unusual reaction of the two of Jun, and was surprised, but soon understood, and sighed secretly in his heart. Watching the civilians who should be guarded being plundered and turned into slaves by celestial dragons, but unable to stop such atrocities, it should be a heavy blow to them who uphold justice. Sengoku shook his head. "So, is the final truth really as Porisalino said?" Thinking of this, he turned his head to look at Porisalino who was sitting there wondering. His expression suddenly became weird. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell. "Really? Sea King's temporary office? So, is this what you found out, Sengoku? An attack by Sea King's creatures?" CP0 in a white silk robe sat across from Sengoku. His tone was cold, and his eyes under the strange mask stared blankly at him. "Are you sure this is not a joke? Adults will not accept such a result." Sengoku felt uncomfortable under CP0's suspicious gaze and coughed lightly. Yes." As if to emphasize his credibility, he paused and added, "There is a saying in the old man's hometown, when you eliminate all impossible situations, the rest, no matter how unbelievable it is the truth." CP0 said coldly, "Sengoku, do you think adults will accept this conclusion?" Sengoku suddenly stopped talking. CP0 pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "Where is the father of the little girl? I think he needs to be interrogated. He has a motive for committing the crime after all." Hearing this sentence, a senseless anger surged into Sengoku's heart. He gritted his teeth and said, "I don't think there's anything wrong with that man, he's just a civilian." He had secretly visited the little girl's father. His face was thin and his eyes were hollow, and he looked as if he had lost his soul, like a zombie. This is what a middle-aged man who lost his beloved daughter should look like. What's suspicious about this? As for motivation? Of course they have motives. Shield Saint abruptly snatched his daughter away. If the former were not celestial dragons and were heavily protected, that man would definitely tear Shield Saint into pieces even if he had a chance. However, CP0 was unmoved, and just said coldly, "This incident involves the nobles of the world, so we cannot be too cautious. Sengoku, don't forget this is an order from the government, you are Marine Admiral, you should obey it unconditionally. This old man is carrying out the government's order." Sengoku interrupted CP0 unceremoniously. Supporting the desk with both hands, he slowly stood up from the seat, leaning forward, exuding a powerful aura, looking down at the CP0 in front of him, with a stiff and hoarse voice. "According to what you said, everyone on Badia Island has a motive for committing crimes. Could it be that we arrested all the people on the entire island and tortured them to extract confessions? If necessary," CP0 said coldly. Sengoku looked at CP0 in front of him, and suddenly smiled, a little absurdly. "I'm sorry, the old man can't do it. The attack of the Sea King's creatures. This is the conclusion of the old man's investigation. As for the man who lost his daughter, he is just a sad person. Report to the 5 elders." CP0 looked at the resolute and unyielding Sengoku in front of him, and was silent for a while. "Good. Holy Land Marie Joyce. World Government Headquarters, a small western building. The boiling tea is constantly emitting hot steam. The 5 elders, the highest power in the world government, were standing or sitting, with a stern look on their faces, and the air was extremely oppressive. "My lords, this is the answer given by Sengoku." CP0 hoarseness came from the military phone bug. "We know, you continue to wait for the news." The blonde 5 elders said blankly. "Yes, my lord." The phone bug communication was interrupted. "It's ridiculous." Damocles suddenly sneered. "Actually, it's not impossible." The blonde 5 elders said abruptly. "Of course the old man knows that there is a possibility, but the Shield Saint family will not accept this result." Saint Damocles shook his head. The other 5 elders fell silent when they heard the words. Although they, as 5 elders, represent the interests of the noble celestial dragons in the world, they don't really care about the celestial dragons who eat and wait to die. What they care about is to appease the anger of the celestial dragons family in the Holy Land. Although Shield Saint himself is a waste, his family has great influence in the Holy Land Marie Joyce. To put it bluntly, to find out the truth is to give them an explanation. Perhaps, we should expand the scope of our investigation." Saint Damocles said suddenly. As soon as this remark was made, the other 5 elders frowned. There was a cold glint in the old eyes of Saint Damocles. The old man has experienced countless wars in his life, and he has learned a lesson. That is, there are no so-called accidents in this world. The rest of the 5 elders raised their eyebrows. "You mean?" Saint Damocles sneered and said. "Sengoku's findings are absurd, but at least one of his words makes sense. When you eliminate the impossible, the rest, no matter how unbelievable, it's the truth. Since pirates and civilians are excluded, there is only one possibility for the last possible action." The other 4 were startled. "Could it be?" "Yeah, I suspect, of course it's just a possibility." Saint Damocles narrowed his eyes. "Will the person who does it be?" He slowly uttered a word that made the rest of the 5 elders slightly pale. "Marine. Ask for everything, thank you so much." Chapter 44 First rule out his suspicion. Marine. As the voice of Damocles fell, the other 4-5 elders were all startled, and immediately looked at the former with incomprehensible or even unbelievable eyes. "Damocles, what are you doubting? How can this be? That's the world noble celestial dragons." They didn't believe that Marine would attack celestial dragons, not because they didn't have the ability, but because they didn't dare. Marine is the largest violent law enforcement agency under the world government, and all military expenditures come from the support of the world government. Although Marine has maintained a relatively independent organizational system and command authority since its establishment, the government has no weakness in Marine. Right to speak. Not to mention the suppression of power and the shackles of the concept of the supremacy of celestial dragons, the military expenditure alone is enough for the world government to control Marine to death. If anyone in this sea dares to attack the celestial dragons, Marine is definitely the least suspect. Damocles, are you sure your suspicions are well founded? Once the suspicions are established, the nature of many things changes. This is an extremely sensitive topic. At this time, the bald five elders, who had been lowering his head and concentrating on wiping the long knife in his hand, suddenly spoke hoarsely. He was wearing a samurai uniform and sat cross-legged, and the long knife surrounded by purple-black flame patterns was placed across his knees, shining a biting and cold light under the light of the small Western-style building. A peerless demon sword. While speaking, he raised his head, gently wiped the demon knife with his skinny arm with exposed veins, and stared directly at Saint Damocles with his cloudy and dark eyes under the rimless glasses, this person who grew up together since childhood, best friends who share an elite education. My colleagues, of course I understand your concerns. Saint Damocles said lightly. The short body actually exudes a courage to swallow the world, and the momentum is like a mountain rising from the ground, constantly rising. On the surface, it seems that Marine does not have the possibility of attacking and killing the celestial dragons, but this is not absolute. He sneered. After all, there are a lot of stupid guys in Marine who insist on their ridiculous justice. And the most important point is that our compatriots sometimes do some outrageous things. That is the basis for suspicion. As soon as this remark was made, the rest of the five elders looked sideways. Damocles. What do you mean? Don't forget that the power and status you have now was also jointly elected by the blood of our compatriots. Pay attention to your attitude. Saint Damocles glanced at them calmly, and said slowly. I don't mean to belittle it, I'm just discussing the facts. This old man is from the weakest clan among the 19 Celestial Dragons clans. He has climbed all the way to his current position. He knows and understands our compatriots better than anyone else. Don't you all think so? The others fell silent when they heard the words. In fact, they are also aware of the inferiority of the so-called Celestial Dragons. A person who has great wealth, supreme power, and status from birth, directly stands on the top of the world without any effort. Efforts, conduct, hard work, these are naturally out of the scope of their life goals. What they need to do, what they are keen to do, is to keep looking for all kinds of fun, and the bottom line is broken again and again, and finally even reaches the level of sickness, distortion, and absurdity. Sometimes the five elders can't see the bad behavior of the world's nobles, and feel disgusted. It's just because of the face of the same clan and the political pressure of the Holy Land, it's hard to express their attitude, and they just turn their eyes and close their eyes. Damocles, there is no problem with investigating Marine, but the investigation must be cautious. At this moment, five elders Saint Solomon, who was wearing a samurai uniform, lightly pressed the handle of the demon sword, and said in a hoarse voice. And there must be a limit. Seeing his close friend take the lead in expressing his opinion, Saint Damocles laughed. He understood very well the meaning behind the words of Saint Solomon. It mainly contains two meanings. First, it can be investigated, but it must be investigated carefully and secretly. Second, there must be a degree, and it is almost enough, otherwise there will be a backlash. So he said slowly. It's natural, because the matter of letting Sengoku retreat has already made Sora quite dissatisfied. If we let Marine know that we are investigating them at this time, I'm afraid there will be quite a backlash. Of course, there may be no results in the end of the investigation. After all, we are only considering a potential possibility, and the old man will not hold on to this matter." The other 5 elders exchanged glances when they heard this. "So, what about the specific candidates?" "I'm afraid the CP department is not easy to use, it's too conspicuous. Once the CP is used, the Marine side will also be vigilant. It's best to find someone within Marine for this matter. So, who would be more suitable?" They discussed each other word by word, and finally their eyes fell on Saint Damocles. The name Damocles is a symbol of wisdom among the elite celestial dragons in the Holy Land. It was precisely because of such a name that they finally agreed to Saint Damocles' proposal to investigate Marine. Seeing everyone's eyes turned towards him, Damocles, the newly promoted highest authority in the world government, raised his head proudly, with a proud smile on his lips. When it comes to candidates, several conditions must be met. He analyzed it clearly. First, the candidate must be smart, cautious, and have adequate means and abilities, so that he can perfectly complete the task of secret investigation. Everyone nodded in agreement. Second, this person must have a strong desire for power. Well, it is best to be from the bottom, so that we can better control such people. The other 5 elders thought deeply and smiled while stroking their hands. Third, this person must not have that disgusting smell of justice in his body. Saint Damocles was talking eloquently, and the light of wisdom shone in his old eyes. And the most important thing is that the ideal situation is for this person to have a very bad reputation among the people, have a bad reputation, and be groveling to the world's nobles. Only in this way can he be ruled out as a suspect in the first place. In summary, as if he had a pearl of wisdom, he quickly picked up a Marine officer's file and started flipping through it. At a certain moment, snapped! Saint Damocles slapped his hand heavily on a certain page of the file. "He's the best choice." The other 5 elders looked around, stunned for a moment, and then smiled with satisfaction. "Well, he is indeed Damocles. I agree with this choice." "Seconded." "Agree." That page on the file. It was a Marine officer with short black hair, handsome appearance, and arrogance. Name, Rogers Darren. Position, Admiral of North Blue Marine, Colonel of Naval Headquarters. Evaluation, extremely lustful for power, greedy for money and lust, exploiting the people, very bad reputation, nicknamed Marine Scum. Listening to the voices of approval from other colleagues, Saint Damocles smiled proudly. He looked at the photo of the black-haired Marine on the file and felt that there was some connection with him, a familiar feeling. As he said before, his family is the weakest among the 19 celestial dragons. From an early age, he was determined to be different. Therefore, he diligently received the best education, experienced the cruelest training, and participated in bloody and ruthless wars incognito, suffering hundreds of major and minor injuries. He is familiar with strategy classics and has a quick mind. He has climbed up step by step with his powerful force and unparalleled ingenuity among the celestial dragons, winning one merciless power war after another. And now, he has finally ascended to the position of 5 elders. He has to prove himself. Prove that you are better, wiser, stronger and more majestic than the other 5 elders. Only then can I, without the support of the Council of Elders, sit more securely in the new seat of 5 elders. Finally become the leader of the 5 elders. And this time the celestial dragon's attack may be a terrible disaster for others. But it was his chance. Looking at the photo of the black-haired Marine with a smile on his file, Damocles seemed to see fate smiling down on him. Ask for everything and be grateful. Happy Children's Day, guys! Chapter 45. More money is needed. North Blue, Badia Island. A private mansion. This way please, Colonel Darren is waiting for you in the living room. Flying Squirrel looked at the CP0 members who came to the door in front of him, raised his hand and made a please gesture. This mansion is very large, covering an area of more than 2,000 square meters. It has rockeries, gardens, fountains, and even training venues and other facilities and buildings. The flying squirrel led the CP0 members through the lush garden, and cold sweat broke out on the palms of his hands wrapped under leather gloves unconsciously. CP0 personally came to the door and asked to meet Darren by name. Could it be that the government noticed something? The flying squirrel forced himself to calm down, subconsciously quickened his pace, and soon arrived at the door of the living room. Colonel Darren. The flying squirrel raised his hand in salute. In the living room, Darren, who was smoking a cigar with his legs crossed, stood up from his seat with a smile on his face and walked over enthusiastically. When distinguished guests come, it would be a shame to welcome them from afar. The mask with strange patterns covered CP0's expression, and a cold voice came from under the mask. Colonel Darren, I am here on behalf of one of the highest powers in the world government, Sir Damocles. Oh. Darren raised his eyebrows, motioned for CP0 to sit down, walked to the bar, poured 2 glasses of whiskey, and added a few ice cubes to the glass. He had heard of this man. This newly promoted 5 elders comes from a weak celestial dragon's family, but with their strong strength and resourcefulness, they won the majority of votes in the celestial dragons meeting in the Holy Land, and became the highest power in the world government in one fell swoop. I have to say, it is indeed a touching and legendary story. That's the name, it sounds a bit taboo. According to legend, the sword of Damocles represents great power, is very unsafe and can be easily taken away. Or simply put, the fear of the end of the world. I wonder what Saint Damocles ordered. Darren handed CP0 a glass of whiskey, sat down and took a sip, seemingly casually. CP0 didn't drink, he just put the glass down and glanced at the flying squirrel expressionlessly. Flying squirrel saluted again, turned and walked out of the living room, closing the door. CP0 then took out a top-secret military telephone bug from his arms, placed it on the smooth table, and dialed a signal. Bulu bulu. Military telephone bugs chirped. Seeing this scene, Darren narrowed his eyes. Is it so secret that you have to talk to the 5 elders directly? If he were not 100% sure that he had left absolutely no evidence or traces, he would have begun to wonder if the government was going to touch him. Soon the phone bug communication was connected. Swish! A picture was suddenly projected from the phone bug. In the small Western-style building filled with elegance but majesty, 5 old figures were standing or sitting, looking at Colonel Marine with a strange look. Seeing this scene, Darren immediately put down his wine glass with fear, stood up from his seat, bowed slightly and said, Colonel of Naval Headquarters, Admiral of North Blue Rogers Darren, met Lord 5 Elders. The 5 Elders all sneered when they saw Darren's actions. Okay, don't act here. We all know what kind of person you are. The notorious scum in Marine. Darren smiled slightly. My lords, thank you very much. 5 Elders. Darren smiled. I wonder what the purpose of 5 Elders personally contacting his subordinates is. Sengoku Admiral is also on Badia Island. His subordinates can look for him at any time. No need. Saint Damocles waved his hand to interrupt Darren. It's not appropriate for Sengoku to know about this. He looked at Colonel Marine seriously. With regard to the attack on the North Blue Celestial Dragons, we have a different view. Darren frowned and said tentatively. My lord, what you mean is... Saint Damocles sneered and said. We order you to start a secret investigation from today on the sailing situation of warships within Marine at the time of the incident, and the movements of all Marines with flying or near-flying capabilities. You are the top officer of North Blue Marine, it shouldn't be difficult to find out the information. Hearing this sentence, Darren opened his eyes wide, his face full of astonishment. My lords, what are you doubting? Saint Damocles said calmly. You know exactly what we are suspecting. If you still want to continue to be your North Blue Admiral, then obey the order honestly. Darren's face suddenly turned gloomy. Adults, are you asking me to investigate my colleagues? I'm a member of Marine, this is asking me to investigate my comrades. My lords, are you asking me to betray my partners and betray their trust in me? 5 elders frowned together. So you mean, you want to disobey the government's orders? Darren took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. No, I mean. He clenched his fists and said fiercely. The rank of colonel in the headquarters is too low. 5 elders were stunned at the same time when they heard the words, their faces were full of astonishment, as if they had heard something absurd. This kid. Is he asking for power from them in person? A mere Marine colonel dared to demand power from the highest power in the world government, the 5 elders? Ha 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 ha. Saint Damocles laughed suddenly, staring at Darren with admiration. Very well, the old man really saw you right. Marine is the face of the world government and the dog in the hands of celestial dragons. For them, the more ambitious and the better the appetite, the easier it is to control. The biggest headaches for 5 elders are those hard bones that are loyal to their personal beliefs and don't eat oil and salt. Do it well, Darren kid. With your talent, the rank of colonel in the headquarters is indeed a bit inferior. After Damocles finished speaking, he gave Darren a meaningful look, and immediately hung up the phone. The screen then disappears. CP0 put away the phone bug and stood up. Don't you have a drink? Darren said with a smile. After all, I will be colleagues working for adults in the future. CP0 hesitated for a moment, picked up the wine glass and took a sip, then quietly disappeared and gradually disappeared in place. His figure was like a ghost. When the figure of CP0 disappeared, the smile on Darren's face gradually disappeared. A purple-blue arc suddenly jumped between his fingers, and the invisible magnetic field fluctuations spread out instantly. Well, there is no life magnetic field characteristic of that CP0. Confirming that CP0 had left, Darren tapped lightly on the table. The flying squirrel outside the door strode in. What happened? Darren lit a cigar and said calmly. The world government began to suspect that the attack on celestial dragons was caused by Marine. Just now 5 elders came to talk to me personally, and the one who raised doubts should be the newly promoted 5 elders. Saint Damocles. The flying squirrel's pupil shrank. Saint Damocles, the supreme power of the world government known for his wisdom. At the coronation ceremony of 5 elders not long ago, the master of ceremonies read the meaning of the name given by his father in public. The sword of judgment, which symbolizes supremacy, hangs on the top of the world and makes everyone submit. It symbolizes the ultimate theocracy of all rights and interests. Did they really find something? Darren smiled and shook his head and interrupted. Don't be nervous, they're just suspicious. They made me start an undercover investigation against everyone in Marine. This is troublesome, damn it. The flying squirrel cursed subconsciously, and felt something was wrong as soon as the words came out. Etc. He stared at the smiling Darren in disbelief. You said, they asked you to investigate. Darren exhaled a dragon-like smoke, smiling all over his face. Yes, they asked me to investigate. He bites hard on the word I. It was indeed a wise decision. Darren blinked. After all, a notorious, bad Madara, bullying and power-worshipping Marine scum would never attack the celestial dragons anyway, would he? When the flying squirrel heard this, his face flushed red, and his expression was extremely weird. What is this? Directly ruled out the correct answer? I ask for all support. If you think it looks good, please give me a good review. I am very grateful. Chapter 46 Wisdom, but not much. So, what are you going to do? Are you really going to investigate Marine? The flying squirrel frowned into a Chuan character, subconsciously lit a cigar, and looked at Colonel Marine in front of him with some concern. Although this is an order directly issued by the highest authority of the world government, the object of the investigation is after all Marine who belongs to his own people. No matter how he says it, the flying squirrel still somewhat resists this so-called order in his heart. Check, why not check? Darren lifted the wine glass to his lips with ease, took a sip, and said with a mocking smile. That's a direct order from the great and venerable Lord Five Elders, and of course it must be done beautifully for them. It's just that now that the investigation of the Celestial Dragon's attack is in my hands, we can take the initiative. The flying squirrel glanced at him and couldn't help feeling a little funny. It has to be said that the Lord Damocles, who is known as the most resourceful in a century, was able to keenly perceive the clues of this attack, and indeed possessed extraordinary wisdom. But not much. Let the murderer catch the murderer. The corner of the flying squirrel's mouth twitched. However, this matter should not be delayed any longer. This investigation must be concluded as soon as possible. Darren took a deep drag on his cigar, his deep eyes sparkling. After all, CP0 and the investigation team will not leave North Blue until this case is over. I don't like the feeling of being watched. The flying squirrel nodded approvingly. Because of the arrival of the investigation team, many recent actions on their side have stopped. After all, Admiral, the headquarters of Sengoku, is here, and many things are not easy to do too much. The next day. Office of the Municipal Government of Badia Island. Meeting room. What? The Celestial Dragon's attack will be handed over to Darren to investigate. Sengoku looked at the government order document that CP0 took out in front of him, his face was full of astonishment, and he couldn't help but exclaimed. Jun and Cake turned their heads and stared at Darren dumbfounded as if they had heard something ridiculous. CP0, wearing a mask and a white silk robe, read out the government's order in an indifferent tone. In view of the heavy military affairs of the Admiral of Headquarters Sengoku and the imminent pursuit of the great pirate Berndy Waldo, the investigation of the Celestial Dragon's attack will be handed over to North Blue Marine's highest officer, North Blue Admiral Rogers Darren, effective immediately. After reading the document, CP0 gave Darren a cold look. The task is urgent. Colonel Darren, please start investigating as soon as possible. Darren smiled and nodded. Do not worry. CP0 nodded, just about to leave. Sengoku suddenly expressed his dissatisfaction. Haven't I already submitted the results of my investigation? This incident was a complete accident. The person who attacked Hilda's saint was Mr. C. Kings. His voice gradually dropped and became hesitant. Because CP0 was staring at him coldly with a looking at an idiot look. Seeing Sengoku sitting back calmly, CP0 said nothing, and his figure gradually turned into nothingness and disappeared in place. In the conference room, only Marines were left sitting there. It was quiet and silent. Cake and Jun exchanged cryptic glances. Why did the investigative powers fall into Darren's hands? Jiaji's eyes widened. How do I know that this is a direct order from the government? Jun Lu frowned. Jiaji raised his eyebrows. Could it be that he was not the one responsible for the murder of Celestial Dragon's Hilda's saint? I always feel that things are not that simple. Jun narrowed his eyes. Plus total. Hey, what are you two doing with such weird expressions and grinning? Sengoku said angrily. Jun and Cake immediately sat up straight. Perhaps Major Jun and Major Cake have some new perspectives on the investigation of the attack. The two of Jun shuddered when they heard the words, and looked up, only to see Admiral North Blue, who was smoking a cigar, staring at them with a half-smile in his eyes, a little panicked in their hearts for no reason. No. Jiaji smiled sarcastically. After hitting the two thorns, Darren looked back with a smile. Darren, what do you think about this matter? Why did the government give you the right to investigate? At this moment, Sengoku stared at Darren with a serious face, and said in a deep voice. Darren pondered for a moment, and said slowly. Sengoku Admiral, I think the decision on the part of the government is very reasonable. Oh. Sengoku frowned. Darren continued. The investigation into the attack on the celestial dragons has dragged on for too long. As the Admiral of Headquarters, you have heavy military affairs. Naturally, it is not suitable for you to continue to lead the investigation. It is a waste of time. Sengoku squeezed his temples and sighed. In this case, they should accept the old man's investigation results, so that the case can be closed early. He suddenly gave Darren a suspicious look. Or is it that your kid has some brand new information and clues? Darren raised his hands in surrender. Of course not. Personally, I agree with Polo Salino Rear Admiral. He smiled and nodded to Polo Salino. The attack on celestial dragons was essentially an accident. Sengoku squinted his eyes, a hint of doubt flashed deep in his eyes, and muttered to himself. Since there are no new clues, the government has no reason to transfer the investigation power away from the old man. That's great, I've saved a lot of trouble now. Polo Salino, who was picking his nails with nail clippers, suddenly murmured with a smile. The speaker seems to be unintentional, but the listener is interested. Sengoku's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard the words. Yes. This is a good thing. Originally, he didn't want to come to this muddy water, after all, it was a thankless task. Now that the investigation is under the full authority of Darren, can't this Marine Admiral continue to busy himself with his own affairs? Whether it's returning to Marineford, or continuing to hunt Berndy Valdo, it's much better than staying here and messing around with the dead celestial dragons. Thinking of this, Sengoku smiled contentedly. He raised his head, coughed lightly, and said to Darren with a serious look. Well, since the government relies so much on you, Darren, you have to behave well and don't let the government trust you. Darren smiled humbly. I still need a lot of guidance from Sengoku Admiral. The smile on Sengoku's face widened as he stood up and patted Darren on the shoulder. Then this matter will trouble you. That evening, Darren, who finished his daily training from the training ground, walked to his private mansion on Badia Island sweating profusely. Sunset dusk. Darren's military uniform was in tatters, hanging on him like rags. The contours of the muscles were carved like a knife and the axe, and there are many shallow craters and scorched dirt on the sweaty skin, the traces of bullets and artillery bombardment. You really haven't changed at all. A slow voice suddenly sounded behind him. Darren paused, his mouth curled up, and he turned around. A tall figure stood under the slanting sun, with his arms crossed, his body leaning against the wall, his wide cloak was blood-red in the setting sun. He looked at Darren's bloodline Madara body covered in scars, his eyes under the dark glasses flashed a treacherous smile. Live like a wild animal every day, aren't you tired? Darren tossed a cigar casually, lit one for himself, smiled and said. Not everyone has the talents of a monster like you, Polo Salino Rear Admiral. Ask for everything and be grateful. Chapter 47 got a promotion? Upon hearing this, Polo Salino raised his hands in a sign of surrender. How come, you are a man that Sakazuki approves of? Why does this sound so wrong? Darren patted the dust off his hands. Polo Salino took a deep look at him, and suddenly grinned. So the government is getting suspicious. As expected of a guy as shrewd as a monkey, he noticed something so quickly. Such a thought flashed across Darren's mind. As a time traveler, Darren has a certain understanding of the original plot. But Polo Salino is still someone he can't see through. Even when this guy was working at North Blue, Darren worked with him for a while as his subordinate. But he still couldn't understand Polo Salino's position. Ambiguous justice, is it justice? Of course, what is certain is that this guy hides extremely deeply, and he will never get into any trouble. Countless thoughts flashed through Darren's mind, but the smile remained on his face as usual. I'm just following orders. Polo Salino opened his mouth slightly exaggeratedly, scratched his head and said. This is really strange. He gave Darren a meaningful look in his eyes. But this is understandable, after all, your suspicion is the least. This BD who doesn't think it's a big deal to watch the excitement. The corner of Darren's mouth twitched slightly. He was sure that Polisalino might have guessed something, and he was testing himself further. What I have to say is that Polisalino's smile really deserves a beating. Of course. Darren smiled faintly. Since you're testing me, I won't make it easy for you either. It's just that I thought about it later, and I seemed to remember something else about the celestial dragon's attack. Oh? Polisalino asked in feigned surprise. What is it then? He looks at Darren, teasing. I thought you thought like I did, that the celestial dragons were attacked by creatures from the Sea Kings. Who knows? People change their minds. Darren shrugged. Polisalino tilted his head. So what are you thinking now? Darren raised a finger with a smile. First, in the attack on the celestial dragons, the attackers had powerful attack power and could destroy the official ship in an instant. Polisalino looked at Darren, nodded and smiled. Yes, it is. Darren ignored the guy's thoughtful eyes and just raised a second finger. Second, based on the timing of the crime, the attacker must have been in North Blue at the time of the crime. Polisalino didn't say a word, still had that goddamn smile, looking at Darren. Darren raised a third finger. Thirdly, I have sent someone to check the warships and ships registered in North Blue, and found nothing unusual, so the attacker probably has the ability to fly at high speed. To sum up, Polisalino Rear Admiral, who can meet these three conditions, I think of a person. Oh? So who is it? Polisalino asked with a disapproving smile, but found that Colonel Marine was staring at him. The smile on his face froze for a moment. Ha 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 ha, just kidding. Darren suddenly laughed. I don't know why, but seeing the yellow-skinned monkey look deflated, he felt an indescribable sense of comfort all over his body. Of course I'm on your side, Polisalino Rear Admiral. After saying this, Darren turned around and walked into the private mansion, beckoning gracefully from his back. Rest early, Polisalino Rear Admiral. Tomorrow you and Sengoku Admiral can set sail again, and I will send you off then. At sunset. Polisalino stood motionless. The exaggerated sunglasses clearly reflected Darren's receding back, and the cool breeze ruffled the white cloak behind him. It's just getting more interesting, Darren. He muttered to himself. The corner of the mouth slowly raised an arc of interest again. The next day. Badia Island, Port. The North Blue Marine team headed by Darren has blocked the port and held a grand and lively farewell ceremony for the Admiral of Headquarters. Flowers piled up on both sides of the street, Marines lined up in square formations, and salutes were fired. The salutes and fireworks rose into the sky, colorful, which made the accompanying Marines on Sengoku's ship watch with great interest and pride. You brat, clean up these useless things. Sengoku scolded Darren complainingly, but his old face was smiling like a chrysanthemum. Darren bowed gracefully and said, "This has nothing to do with the subordinates, it's all spontaneously organized by North Blue Marine to show their admiration for Sengoku Admiral." You kid. Sengoku smiled and waved his hands, feeling that Darren was getting more and more pleasing to the eye. Can do things, know how to work, have a sincere attitude, can share your worries, are smart and considerate, and the key is to have a good image, which is pleasing to the eye. Look at your adjutant again. Before my boss boarded the warship, he was already lying on the beach chair on the deck basking in the sun and drinking watermelon juice. Who the hell is Marine Admiral? Remembering that he had to face Polisalino's wretched face every day after setting sail, Sengoku's mood suddenly changed, and he sighed with dismay. Day by day beside you, you will be very angry, and you will say it's so scary when you see everything, you will get angry when you look at it. I was really blind to choose this guy as an adjutant. Blue, 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 blue. At this time, the phone bug in Sengoku's arm suddenly called out. He froze for a moment, took out his phone bug, and connected to the signal. Sengoku. A hoarse voice came from it. Hearing this voice, Sengoku's heart sank suddenly, and he said solemnly, "Lord Damocles, regarding the attack on the celestial dragons." Subconsciously, he thought that 5 elders had come to urge an investigation, and he opened his mouth to defend himself. "No, that matter has been settled." In the phone bug, Damocles Saint is obviously in a good mood, rarely smiling. North Blue Admiral Darren has filed a closing statement and we are all satisfied with his findings. "Sengoku, you've done a great job," that boy Darren pointed out in the investigation. "Without your guidance, he would not have been able to find out the truth behind this incident." Sengoku? He listened in a daze, bewildered. "The results of the investigation came out? When? How long has it been?" "Only less than a day's time. But it's obvious that Darren has been staying on Badia Island all the time." Sengoku couldn't help but shift his gaze to Darren, who bowed modestly towards him, smiling without saying a word. "Sengoku, did you hear that?" Before Sengoku could respond, Saint Damocles on the phone bug said something displeased. "Listen, I heard it." Sengoku snapped back to his senses and replied, "Well, this time. The government is very satisfied with your performance." Saint Damocles came out with an appreciative voice. "You are indeed worthy of the title of the resourceful general. Sengoku was confused, but facing 5 elders' praise, he couldn't help but smile proudly. "Your Excellency is absurd. Well, let's stop here. By the way, Darren is very good." Damocles paused and added, "With his talent, the rank of colonel in the headquarters is indeed somewhat inferior." Sengoku naturally heard the meaning of 5 elders, and immediately said in a deep voice, "Colonel Darren has passed the review of the officer training camp, and will go to the Marineford headquarters for training after performing his duties. His excellent performance all the time, we Marine senior management have seen it all, and we will definitely not waste any available material." "That's good." The voice fell, and the phone bug communication was hung up. Sengoku stared blankly at the sleeping military phone bug in his hand. It took a few seconds before he suddenly realized, turned his head to stare at Darren, and said through gritted teeth, "Stinky boy, when did you find out the truth?" Darren smiled and said, "Yes, thanks to Sengoku Admiral's guidance." Sengoku rolled his eyes angrily. "Before I knew it, I owed this kid a favor." "Who is the murderer?" Darren took it for granted. "World Destroyer Berndy Waldo." "Sengoku? What?" His face was full of disbelief and authenticity. He was so dumbfounded that he almost bit his own tongue. Berndy Waldo obviously didn't have time to commit the crime, but when the crime happened, he was being hunted by the old man. Sengoku's voice stopped abruptly. As if realizing something, he stared blankly at Darren. The latter lighted a cigarette casually, smiled meaningfully, and said, "Who cares about the truth?" These words exploded in Sengoku's brain like a thunderbolt. Yet, who cares about the truth? There were no witnesses to that attack, and Marine has kept news of it under wraps. That is to say, except for the high-level people in the headquarters and a very small number of people, the vast majority of people in this sea do not know that a celestial dragon is dead. The reason why the government asked itself to investigate as soon as possible was that it needed a reasonable conclusion to deal with the celestial dragon's family on the Marijoy side of the Holy Land. What they need is not the truth. At least not the truth that sounds ridiculous, like being attacked by the Sea Kings. Darren's investigation results perfectly solved this problem. On the bright side, Shield's sanctuary was killed by the great pirate world destroyer Berndy Waldo, which could divert the pressure from the Holy Land's sanctuary family. For the Shield's family, being killed by a big pirate is always easier to accept than being attacked by Sea Kings for no reason. In fact, the truth of the incident was indeed found out, and it was just an accident. The result of such an investigation, both inside and outside the face. Marine can do business to the world government, and the world government can also do business to the Holy Land. Here's a solution that will please everyone. Well, except for Berndy Waldo himself. Etc. If the guy knew he killed a celestial dragons, he would probably be satisfied too. It was a happy ending for everyone. And what I have to do now is to bring Berndy Waldo, the murderer and criminal who dared to kill celestial dragons, to justice. This was originally what I had to do. The more Sengoku thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. Darren is such a genius. Ha 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 ha. You kid, you did a great job. He burst out laughing heartily and patted Darren on the shoulder with a face full of relief. I entrust you with the investigation task of this incident. The old man really saw the right person. Jun and Cake next to him heard a black thread. When did you decide? The investigation is handed over to Darren, isn't it an order from the world government? But they dare not speak out. Well, now it seems that the colonel of the headquarters is indeed a bit inferior. Sengoku sized Darren up and smiled with satisfaction. When the old man returns to the headquarters, he will apply to Marshal Kong. He winked at Darren. Congratulations, Rogers Darren Commodore. As soon as this remark came out, Jun and Cake were immediately dumbfounded, their faces were filled with disbelief, and their brains were buzzing. Especially for Jiuji, the eyeballs seemed to jump out of the eye sockets. Motobu Commodore? This is a general officer? This guy Darren, obviously killed a world noble celestial dragons, and finally got a promotion? Dazang, please support me, thank you very much. Chapter 48 Admiral North Blue's Condolences and Condolences. At this moment, Jun and Cake suddenly felt that the world in front of them was so absurd, like a dream. Their lips parted slightly, but they couldn't say a word. This, no matter how you look at it, it's not right. Obviously killing a celestial dragons, even if you are careful enough not to be caught, it is impossible to get promoted because of it. Although they were just guessing, there was no substantial evidence to prove that Darren was the murderer of Shield's Saint. Darren is a guy who really plays the game of power and politics to the extreme. He clearly and keenly captured the political needs of the world government, and easily solved this difficult problem that even Sengoku Admiral had a headache. Looking back, with Darren's power and scheming, wouldn't it be easy to make the two of them disappear in North Blue quietly? The moment this idea came to mind, the two of them couldn't help looking at Darren with a little more fear. Then I would like to thank Sengoku Admiral in advance for his support. Darren understood the changing expressions of Jun and Cake, the two little thorns, with a faint smile on his face, and raised his hand to Sengoku in a straight military salute. Well, very good, very energetic. Sengoku smiled with satisfaction. The old man will leave first. He glanced at the overwhelmed Cake and Jun next to him, thought for a while and added an exhortation. These two little guys, please take care of your kid. Darren readily agreed with a smile. No problem, Sengoku Admiral. So Sengoku turned and boarded the warship. Amidst the fierce salute and farewell sounds of the soldiers of the North Blue Marine, the ship Sengoku of the Admiral of Headquarters Sengoku slowly raised its sails. The hunting sea breeze blows up the sails and bulges them up, and the word justice flying like a dragon and a phoenix looks chilling and vigorous. Set sail! On the watchtower of the warship, a young sailor shouted loudly. The rudder was raised, the anchor was turned, and the warship, as huge as a sea fortress, sailed out of the port against the cool sea breeze. Sengoku finally saluted the North Blue Marine headed by Darren on the port, full of spirits. He turned around immediately and saw the figure lying on the deck basking in the sun, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Sengoku quickly noticed a large pile of wooden boxes, large and small, at the rear of the cabin. Pora Salino, what is this? He yelled. Polo Salino heard the voice, slowly got up from the couch, and walked over while stretching. This. He stroked the stubble on his chin, smiled and said. This is a farewell gift from Colonel Darren. Sengoku was taken aback for a moment. Suddenly a bad premonition welled up in his heart, and his expression became severe. Darren, that stinky boy, is he giving money to himself? This is not easy to deal with. He walked forward quickly, and opened all the piles of large and small wooden boxes. The moment he saw the contents of the box clearly, Sengoku was slightly taken aback. Cigars, senbei, tea, donuts, spirits, fruits, an assortment of commodities are piled up on one side of the cabin. Sengoku looked at the pile of merchandise, his originally stern eyes gradually softened. The gifts are not expensive, they are all middle-level brands, and ordinary families can afford them. Cigars are Marshall Kong's favorite brand. Xianbei is the kind I like to eat. Jasmine tea is Xiahe's favorite. Garp can't live without donuts for a day. The wine is Zephyr's favorite sherry. Fruit is the most important supplement besides fresh water and food in long-distance voyages, and it can prevent sepsis. Sengoku stood in front of the pile of small gifts, silent for a long time, then suddenly shook his head with a smile. That's a good idea, Darren the brat. He was a little emotional. But in the next second, he suddenly changed his face, jumped to his feet and roared. Polo Salino UBD! What are you doing? Polo Salino, who was reaching out to touch a handful of bananas, froze, his hand hovering in the air. I want some fruit, Sengoku Admiral. Sengoku looked at Polo Salino's face with an innocent expression, and felt very angry. This is a gift from Darren to this old man. Polo Salino was stunned, and then helplessly raised his hands in surrender. Okay. He turned away and muttered in a low voice. It's really getting more and more stingy. Sengoku's mouth twitched wildly. Red line. Holy Land Marie Joyce. World Government, Xiao Yanglo. My lords, this is the result of a secret investigation submitted by North Blue Admiral Darren. ACP-0 in a pale silk robe knelt on one knee and presented a document respectfully. The 5 elders glanced at each other. That's fast enough, Darren the brat. His talents are indeed very good. Damocles, your vision is as accurate as ever. Listening to the approval of his colleagues, Saint Damocles smiled proudly. That marine kid Darren did not disappoint. In just one day, he found a solution that satisfied everyone. But Damocles, why did the Shields family suddenly become quiet at the Holy Land? Saint Solomon, who was wiping the Xiaoyi samurai sword, asked suddenly. Hearing the words, the other 5 elders also looked at Saint Damocles. While Darren's solution was ingenious and gave them a reason to stand up to the pressure of the Holy Land Council, the Shield Saints were not cheap. Among the celestial dragons of the Holy Land, they are known for being brutal, disrespectful, paranoid, twisted and extremely greedy. Saint Damocles smiled. 3 hours ago, a merchant ship from North Blue entered the inland sea of the Red Line, and passed a lot of inspections to enter the land of the gods. The gold and silver treasures of more than 1 billion Baileys, as well as the innumerable North Blue rare specialties, were moved from that merchant ship, and then sent to the mansion of the Shields Saint family. The manager of the caravan delivered a letter to Shields ST's father, which roughly read: North Blue Admiral Rogers Darren expresses his deepest condolences for the loss of Shields ST's family and with deep sorrow, a thin condolences to the great celestial dragons. Having said that, Damocles' Saint's smile became sarcastic. It is said that 10 minutes after receiving this consolation money, the CP department received a cruise escort order from the world's nobles. Hilda Saint, father of Shields Saint, is now on his way to New World Pleasure Street. 4 old stars. Note: Happy Street, New World's famous illegal area, One Piece's world's largest red light district, Kabuki Street. Chapter 49 Celestial Dragons are valuable. I see. The rest of the 5 elders looked at each other, and finally smiled wryly. For celestial dragons, the so-called bloodline is important, but not so important. Those in power have never had mercy and pity. Only benefits are eternal. Anyway, something like a son can have a few more at any time. What a sensible brat. This saves us a lot of tongue. 1 billion Baileys is not a small sum. Indeed. 5 elders, you give your review everything. Saint Damocles smiled and said. Darren is a smart kid, maybe after this incident, we can keep in touch with him for a long time. Hearing this, the eyes of the other 5 elders lit up slightly. That's a good idea. Anyone can see that Rogers Darren, the Admiral of North Blue, will sooner or later enter the ranks of the highest decision-making level of the Marine. With his talent, it might just be a matter of time before he becomes Marine Admiral. At that time, there will be a Marine Admiral who directly obeys the orders of the world government, and their control over Marine will be greatly increased, and they will also be able to monitor other Marine generals. Seeing the changes in the expressions of several colleagues, Damocles sneered in his heart. He has already been ranked as the highest authority in the world government, and his power is overwhelming. A casual order and a casual glance can cause a country to perish. But he wasn't satisfied with that. His name is Damocles, the legendary sword that represents the authority of God. His ultimate goal is the seat of head of the 5 elders. It's just that, unlike other 5 elders, the family behind Damocles is not very influential and powerful in the Holy Land. The support and background of the Holy Land is far inferior to that of several colleagues. If he wants to step into the position of under one man, he must seek external forces. Marine, the largest violent law enforcement agency under the world government, is his breakthrough point. Starting from supporting Rogers Darren, let him quickly ascend to the real power position of Marine, and gradually control the power of Marine in his own hands step by step. At that time, his right to speak in the world government will naturally increase greatly. But before that, let's take a look at the results of this investigation. Saint Damocles changed the subject with a smile, and slowly opened the file in his hand. North Blue, Branch 321. Office of the Base Chief. After seeing off Sengoku, Darren returned directly from Badia Island with the Flying Squirrel and others. So, are you sure there is no problem with the Holy Land? The Flying Squirrel looked at Darren, who was sitting there calmly smoking a cigar, and finally couldn't hold back his inner curiosity, and asked. Darren spit out a white smoke like a dragon, squinted and smiled. I sent a pretty sincere condolence to the Shield Saint family and they couldn't refuse. When he said the word sincere, he deliberately emphasized the tone. What condolences? The Flying Squirrel asked blankly. A billion Baileys. What? The Flying Squirrel gasped and couldn't believe his ears. A billion Baileys, that's not a small sum. This is already a whole year's tax for many small and medium kingdoms. Putting it in the entire North Blue Sea area. The tax money Darren and the others collected by supporting countless mafia families and gangster forces, the total amount of the annual sum is only a little over 2 billion Baileys. And now, in order to send a condolence, they have directly worked for half a year at North Blue Marine. Not to mention in their original plan, let alone in their plan and vision, the establishment of the North Blue Marine Fleet has a bottomless pit for resources and funding. Are you crazy? The Flying Squirrel looked helplessly at the calm Darren. As Darren's adjutant, he acts as a steward and staff officer. Seeing Darren spending so much money like dirt, Flying Squirrel's heart seemed to be bleeding. It's all worth it. Darren flicked the ash lightly. If you lose money, you can make it again, but not everyone has the opportunity to give gifts to celestial dragons. If I hadn't boarded the line of Saint Damocles this time, the merchant ship I sent wouldn't even be qualified to enter the inland sea of the Red Line. 1 billion Baileys is indeed a terrible astronomical figure. You must know that it is only C Circle Calendar 1492, the era of great pirates has not yet begun, inflation is far less terrifying than later generations, and Bailey's purchasing power is still strong. Even for a legendary pirate like Berndy Waldo, known as World Destroyer, the bounty offered is only 200 million Baileys. 1 billion Pele, which is equal to 5 Berndi Valdo. But for the money, Darren thought it was well spent. In this world, strength always comes first. Besides, what came second was power, not money. The flying squirrel heard Darren's answer, thought it over carefully, and found that it was not unreasonable, but it still hurts a little. It's still too expensive. Is it expensive? Darren looked up at him, then suddenly smiled and said, "At least I think it's kind of funny." The flying squirrel asked suspiciously, "You mean?" Darren leaned back and took a puff on his cigar. "Celestial dragons have the supreme power in this world. They can plunder and trade people, anyone, as pigs, dogs, and animals. For them, money is the measure of everything. But this time, it shows one thing." He paused, and laughed mockingly. "It turns out that the lives of celestial dragons are also valuable." The flying squirrel smiled bitterly when he heard this. This unique brain circuit can only be imagined by Darren, a freak full of rebellion and madness in his bones. A moment later, the flying squirrel remembered something, and asked slowly, "The investigation about Marine?" Darren smiled. "The report has been submitted, and I will provide everything the government needs unconditionally. The sailing conditions of the warships at the time of the incident, the positions of the officers of the Marine. Well, of course, our North Blue Marine is also included." The flying squirrel frowned. "What about you?" "I." Darren smiled half-smile. "I, Admiral of North Blue, was of course sitting on Badia Island at the time of the incident, sticking to my duties. On this point, the owners of the North Blue Marine Fleet, and members of the Inspectorate from Naval Headquarters, Major Cake and Major Jun, can testify to me. Well, the perfect alibi." After speaking, Darren snuffed out his cigar and put on his marine cape. "Let's go, since the masters of the headquarters are gone, we should also work." The flying squirrel said in astonishment. "Where are you going?" Darren's footsteps didn't stop at all, and he pushed the door out. The cold sea breeze blew the cloak behind him like a tornado dance. Money lost from one celestial dragon must be recovered from another celestial dragon. The flying squirrel was startled when he heard the words, and then understood instantly. A name flashed through his mind. Don Quixote da Flamingo. "Thank you so much for everything. Chapter 50. You have crossed the line. North Blue. Rubeck Island." The sky was gloomy and mournful. Bang bang bang. Rumbling. Guns roared continuously in the town, and hundreds of figures frantically fought on the streets. The civilians were yelling in horror, running around with their heads in their arms, crying endlessly. Buildings burst into flames under artillery fire and collapsed. The high-temperature flames turned into huge fiery red wings, licking the belly of the sky. Damn Don Quixote family! Lubeck Island is the territory of our Phil's family. You have crossed the line. A man wearing a newsboy cap, a black overcoat, and a suit wiped the throat of a pirate rushing in front of him, and roared furiously. His face was splattered with the pirate's blood, his white shirt was dyed red, and his blood-red eyes stared at the blonde kid not far away. He is about 11 or 12 years old, only about 1.4 meters tall, with short blonde hair, a pair of sunglasses, a white shirt and cropped pants. He was obviously a brat, but he had a crazy and cruel smile on his face that even the leader of a gangster family would fear. Don Quixote da Flamingo. The kid who came out of nowhere, with vicious methods, cold-blooded and cruel. With great strength, he led his Don Quixote family to make troubles when they first came to North Blue. They have brutally eradicated the well-known mafia families on several nearby islands, and took all the land that belonged to them into their pockets and recruited troops. Its power expanded wildly at an astonishing speed. When Doflamingo heard what Phil said, as if he had heard some ridiculous joke, he covered his stomach with laughter and leaned back. Several Don Quixote family cotters beside him couldn't help laughing too. slimy Torrible with a cane in his hand and 2 lines of snot hanging from his nostrils. Pika stood there like an iron tower, with muscles all over his body. Dressed like a native Indian, Diamante with colorful paint on his face. And Virgo, who still has a piece of steak on his face, with a dull expression. Crossing the line. Doflamingo grinned grinningly, with a look of confidence, exaggerating his expression. No, I didn't cross the line. Firth looked at the family members who were wailing and falling, and became more and more anxious. The power of the Donquixote family has been recruiting during this period of time. Whether it is the personal strength of the members or the allocation of arms, they are far beyond the Phil's family. If this continues, they will all be wiped out by the Donquixote family in less than 10 minutes. He clenched the bloody long knife, gritted his teeth fiercely and said, "The gang forces have a clear division of territory, maintain stability with each other, and must not cross the border. This is the rule of North Blue." Doflamingo grinned grinningly. "No, you still don't understand me. The so-called rules are the constraints defined by the strong for the weak, and the cages used to imprison the incompetent, the mediocre, waste and garbage. I didn't cross the line." He stuck out his tongue and licked the corners of his chapped mouth, opened his arms, raised his head and laughed cruelly. "Because, the whole North Blue is owned by Laozi. The rules of this world are meaningless to me, Doflamingo." Following his loud laughter, hundreds of members of the Donquixote family also laughed ferociously, carrying spears, cannons, tomahawks and long knives in their hands, rushing into the crowd of the Phil's family like a group of hungry beasts. In an instant, swords clashed and blood spattered. A dazzling and deep blood-red color slowly bloomed in the originally bustling streets. "You are looking for death!" Phil shouted angrily with his eyes splitting when he saw this. He stepped on the ground, and as the floor shattered, the figure actually crossed a distance of more than 10 meters at an extremely fast speed, and in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of the arrogant blonde kid. The blood-stained sword in his hand was clenched with both hands, and he slashed hard towards Doflamingo's face. The explosive force was so powerful that even the traces of the blade cutting through the air produced white air waves. A killing intent flashed in Phil's eyes. He could even foresee that the mind of this ignorant blonde kid in front of him would be cut in two under his own knife. However, at the moment when the long knife was about to fall, Phil's pupils suddenly shrank. He saw the sneer. From the faces of Doflamingo and the faces of his subordinates, they all showed teasing smiles like a cat catching a mouse. Bang! A bright spark suddenly bloomed in front of his eyes. Phil's bloodshot pupils trembled violently, and a look of disbelief flooded his face. His sword suddenly stopped 3 centimeters away from Doflamingo's forehead, and could no longer be cut down. It was as if there was something invisible in the void, blocking his sword. The location of its collision even made a sharp and harsh friction sound, like a sword wrestling. How can this be? Phil's throat rolled, and it was extremely dry. Seeing the half-smiling expression of the blonde kid in front of him, his heart suddenly started beating wildly. It was as if it was tightly grasped by an invisible hand. It's really frustrating. Doflamingo laughed strangely, and his fingers suddenly moved like chicken claws. Phil's pupils contracted into thin needles. The sound of sharp blades cutting through the air suddenly exploded. The moment there was a sudden sound of breaking through the air, his chest seemed to have been cut open by an invisible sword, exploding into large pieces of blood. Laugh! Hot blood gushed out from the deep bone wound on his chest and splashed on Doflamingo's face, making his young and arrogant face look ferocious and terrifying like a devil. Phil's face turned pale little by little, and he slowly fell to the ground. The gurgling blood spread under his body, forming a shocking pool of blood. "You crossed the line. Darren. Marine won't let you." The dim sunlight was obscured by a violent and twisted face, and Phil's could only see shadows in front of his eyes. Cold, dark, bloody, twisted shadows. Marine. Doflamingo looked down at the mafia family leader on Lubeck Island in front of him, and smiled sarcastically. I'm really looking forward to it. After the words fell, Doflamingo slowly raised his feet. The pointed-toed shoes stomped hard on Phil's head. Boom! A dull sound came out, and Phil's head exploded like a watermelon, with red and white mixed together like a ball of paste. Ask for everything and be grateful.